A man called Ujiha operates a little store for hunters, offering various types of supplies. However, there's a significant issue. He consistently lacks crafting materials. And any remnants he receives after hunters finish dungeons? Indeed, it's typically poor quality junk. But what if circumstances changed? What if he possessed his own dungeon, where he could collect premium quality materials at his convenience? Even superior, envision possessing a whole army of trained beings delivering whatever he requires, prepared to battle to the death for their master, and transforming into a fully equipped unit, able to defeat anyone who attempts to challenge him. Additionally, a supercharged feline and a dog of equal strength beside him. Naturally, everything about that seemed utterly unfeasible. Up to one day he begins to read an unusual old book. It ends up being incredibly dull, and he ultimately falls asleep right on top of it. As soon as he does, he is drawn inside. He opens his eyes with a blink, and he discovers himself in a thick, misty woodland. A swift pinch verifies it's genuine, not a dream, perhaps an illusion. He looks at his status window and all is normal. The quiet is disturbing, only a dense fog concealing everything around him, no animals. He stops at an unusual plant, its fruit hanging from battered branches. They seem unfamiliar. As he bends down for a better view, a notification appears, labeling it as a level 1 ether herb. Hunters expend ether to activate skills, with stronger skills consuming more. However, this herb allows hunters to use skills for 10 seconds without consuming any ether, which astonishes him. He wishes he had brought containers to save the herb's liquid. Suddenly, he observes vibrant, flourishing leaves on a decayed tree and resolves to assist it, believing it could perish if he abandons it in that state. He draws water from nearby and allows it to cascade onto the tree, wishing his attempts will suffice to sustain the plant's life. A barrage of alerts strikes him, plant friendliness level 1 and blessing of XXX level. He gazes at the display, questioning whether watering a twig could truly cause this. Suddenly, the ancient tree behind the herbs begins to glow, and then disappears completely before his eyes, as if it had never existed. At that moment, he awakens abruptly, returning to reality. Initially, he dismisses it as a dream, yet it seemed too vivid. Then he observes the dirt stuck to his hands. His eyes grow wide as the truth dawns on him. Everything he experienced truly occurred. Unsure of what to think, he contemplates whether he had sleepwalked. However, there's no dirt around his home, making that theory implausible. Perhaps he actually went elsewhere. To see if it works, he picks up the same book and begins to read, wishing that sleep would return him to that odd forest. It appears he was correct. Upon drifting off, he finds himself awake in the same forest. However, he observes slight alterations. The fog is less dense, and the area appears more spacious. At that moment, he understands this dungeon manifests solely during his sleep, a completely unfamiliar idea for him. Within the dungeon, he notices a solar apple level, one dangling from a tree, a rare item even in elite dungeons. Health potions alone restore only 10% of maximum health. However, when paired with this apple, they provide an additional 20% healing, and the recovery time decreases by almost 80%. The most surprising aspect is the plentifulness of these unusual solar apples. He believes that by collecting these along with the ether herbs, he could create an exceptionally potent potion. He assumes that picking up some apples won't be difficult. However, as he contemplates how to carry it all, an object descends from the sky and strikes him directly in the face. He grabs it just in time and gazes in astonishment. It's a dimensional pouch. The find is thrilling yet somewhat daunting. With it, he can take items from the dungeon and possibly sell them at his general store. To his astonishment, there are even a couple of bottles hidden inside. The setting transitions to the following day at Hunting Ground, a popular hunting specialty chain located in Seoul's District 7. Supplies are critically low. Hunters hurry frantically to get ready, as they have only 30 minutes left before entering the dungeons. Potions for paralysis resistance are particularly rare, as other shops such as Witch's Cauldron and Pyramid are out of stock. The Sword Witch, CO Hygiene, rank 12th among hunters, enters the shop. Her uncommon Tier 4 dungeon gear is turning heads. It's the first occasion a hunter observes her up close. She approaches the manager directly, who is taken aback by her sudden appearance. She mentions that her calls went unanswered and inquires about the status of the potion she ordered the previous day. The manager expresses regret, stating that the potion is still being prepared due to a high volume of work and requests her patience. Nonetheless, Hygiene asserts she can't delay. Her dungeon run begins in 30 minutes. Taking out her phone, she begins looking for alternative stores. In the meantime, our guy is engrossed in testing the items he collected from the forest. Marking off purified water, Undine's tears, and ether herb liquid from his mental checklist, he ensures nothing is overlooked. Next, he incorporates the solar apple concentrate and blends everything completely. Out of nowhere, numerous notifications pop up, indicating that XXX's Blessing Level 1 has resulted in a significant success with his potion, earning him Alchemy Level 1, and effectively produces a unique Potion Level 1. This potion provides 14 seconds of no ether usage for abilities and restores 14% of maximum health over a duration of 15 seconds. He grips the flask, astonished by the alchemical talent he possesses, a gift that self-proclaimed alchemists lack. He ponders the nature of this XXX's blessing that rendered his potion so powerful. The idea of selling it crosses his mind, yet he struggles to determine a fair price for such an extraordinary item. The potion is undeniably exceptional, just as he resolves to keep it and try it out himself first. Hygiene, the earlier huntress, enters his shop now, and approaches him quickly, urgently inquiring about any potions, emphasizing that she is pressed for time. Her gaze lands on the potion on the counter. She inquires if it's a health potion. Jiha claims it is, but it isn't available for purchase. She dismisses the warning, offers an apology, and claims she has no option. She leaves some money behind, instructing him to reach out to her guild if it's insufficient, then exits quickly. He remains, calling after her, anxious the potion could fail. The story transitions to the sword which within the dungeon, engaged in a fierce battle against mole-like beings. She employs her abilities to launch radiant swords that slice through the creatures. As she forges onward, removing all obstacles in her way, two male collectors trail behind, captivated by the 12th-ranked hunter's prowess in battle. The taller one remarks that their presence is unnecessary, indicating her superiority. The shorter collector concurs but feels a sense of discomfort, believing they must enhance their own abilities. The taller man advises his companion to abandon the notion of troubling the sword and concentrate on quietly collecting resources instead. He notes that since a particular event, she has been completely independent. The other individual attempts to inquire about the incident, but before he can speak, she hurries to them, shouting for all to flee. They are taken by surprise, shocked by the unexpected alarm. The cause of the alarm becomes clear: a massive being radiating a purple light and equipped with razor-sharp claws. This manstalker, a grade 4 dungeon monster, is infamous for its lethal poison and enormous stature. Fear grips them as they comprehend the severity of their predicament. The men stay paralyzed despite her caution. She steps away to confront the man-stalker by herself. She brandishes her hefty sword against the massive horned creature, battling vigorously. Yet, the demon's power exceeds her limits, leaving her ether almost depleted. Her only option now is to delay it sufficiently for the others to escape. Amidst peril, her mind races back to her partner Sungyuk, a person she longs to have here now. Yet she realizes he is absent, no longer there to assist. Confronting the truth of her solitude, she remembers she consumes the elixir, discovering it quite flavorful. An unexpected wave of ether envelopes her, empowering her completely. Rejuvenated, she re-enters the battle, prepared to assert her dominance over the demon. Using her ability, Powerful Sword Rampage, she cleaves the being in half, astonished that the potion's health restoration and no ether usage allowed her to maintain the skill for 10 seconds, well past her typical 3 seconds. Gazing at the vacant bottle piques her interest in the store where she purchased it. The following day, Heejin storms into Jiha's store, insisting inquiries regarding the potion she purchased and threatening him. Bystanders whisper, identifying her as the legendary hunter who single-handedly eradicated a horde of manstalkers. Acknowledging her tone is overly severe, she expresses regret and asks about the potion that restored 14% of her health without any ether expense. He discloses it originated from a solar apple found in a zero-tier dungeon, making her even more perplexed given the rarity of the apples. Jiha, anxious about disclosing too much, attempts to remain ambiguous. Upon seeing a luminous blue vial, Heejin clarifies it's a potion for ice resistance, 32% over a duration of 40 minutes. She's amazed, realizing that most contribute only 10% for 15 minutes. Intrigued, she inquires about its source, and he remembers discovering unusual winter strawberries in an enchanted forest, although they were just level 1 at that moment, providing 20% ice resistance for a duration of 30 minutes. Our character collected the berries, which he enhanced using his alchemical abilities to create the potion, gaining experience in the process. He asserts that the ingredients originated from a Tier 0 dungeon. Despite doubts about his reasoning, Heejin purchases every potion available, offering significantly more than the market price. She praises his name as she departs, suggesting their paths will intersect again. Eventually, he goes back to the forest, locating glowstone, kindle gem, and strategies to replenish winter berries. The abundance of unique resources present and the absence of monsters lead him to ponder the nature of this location. A stir in the foliage unveils small beetle-like mythical creatures, the pterodrones. Jiha is astonished by their dimensions, yet a barrier prevents him from pursuing. Beyond, the obstacle, devil ants classified as massive hazards, confront the pterodrones. Eliminate one, and more emerge, each wielding venom more lethal than aversion monsters. However, their dimensions in relation to the beetles don't match, as both are meant to be identical in size. The battle escalates violently as the devil ants overpower the pterodrones. He doesn't know what they're battling, but observes the small beings struggling. As he considers offering assistance, a notification appears, announcing a battle between him and his pterodrones versus the ants, inquiring if he will participate. Noticing the pterodrones designated as his, he consents to participate. A warning message shows up. His team is falling behind. He can choose one of 3 small buffs for 1 essence or use 2 essence for Laborer's Blessing. Opting for the latter, Jiha revitalizes the pterodrones' power, and they swiftly push the devil ants away. Following the conflict, Jiha expresses gratitude to the small beings for safeguarding the forest. They collect and present to him a stack of essence stones. The barrier collapses and the fog enveloping the area dissipates. While Jiha initially intended a short trip, he opts to delve deeper into the forest. The narrative transitions to Hunter's Net, the central spot for dungeon hunters discussing CO hygiene. The Sword Witch. She holds the 12th rank. However, chat rooms are doubting her recent win. In a personal conversation, a woman with red hair talks about the Sword Witch with an online user. During the discussion, it comes to light that Hygiene has been hunting alone since her partner, Xiongyu, disappeared 3 years prior, but the user brushes it off, suggesting she should let go. The redhead reacts sharply to the icy, dismissive tone. Understanding Hygien's years of dungeon exploration, she finds such thoughtless words unbearable. Suddenly, her guildmate Chul Yun, a prominent alchemist from the Eternal Flame Guild, interrupts her frustration and urges her to prioritize her well-being. She requests that he provide an update on the details she asked him to collect about Yuji. He claims that the shopkeeper is merely a low-tier hunter, recognized only for vending the uncommon solar apple. She requests more information, and discovers that the solar apple greatly reduces ether consumption. However, Jiha offers its potions at prices significantly below their value. The investigator believes the man may not recognize its worth or is simply too modest. She chooses to go outside for some fresh air and visit Ji-ha directly. He offers her a ride, but she declines. Before he reminds her, she is Cha Hua-yen, leader of Eternal Flame. The narrative transitions to Ji-ha, who delves further into the woods upon noticing the fog and barrier recede, only to discover the temperature dropping. While the environment appears largely unchanged, the path ahead is shrouded in a menacing purple energy. Relying on his instincts, Ji-ha chooses not to continue onward. Rising, he discovers the pterodrones are present, providing blue meshicing flower seeds that disperse fog. Noticing a new face among them, he suspects it's their leader, and understands they originated from the foggy area he feared to approach. A request inquires Ji-ha must save the queen of pterodrones. Thus he consents, aware they safeguard the forest. He concocts potions and provisions to prepare his small companions for combat. Next, he thinks about an area enhancement to provide them an advantage over the devil ants, just like previously. He gathers the pterodrones toward the devil ant hive, where a massive swarm of ants appears. As the insect legions battle, the pterodrones perform more effectively than previously, until Ji-ha spots one beetle being dominated. He considers employing a unique slap that sends flying devil ants crashing to the ground. Our guy aims at a flying messenger attempting to summon the main army, and halts it with a precise blow. In the meantime, Wei-in goes to Ji-ha's shop, interested in the speculated solar apple, and fascinated by the rumors that Seo Hyojin defeated the Manstalker after arriving here. The exterior of the shop appears ordinary, yet she is resolute in revealing its mysteries. Discovering the door secured, in spite of the open sign, she inquires with a cleaner about the timetable. He claims it hasn't opened since yesterday and that the owner is seldom present. Quite unprofessional. Recalling its weekend closure, she believes the store owner intentionally makes himself difficult to locate and perceives that he has deeper layers than revealed. As she looks for answers, Ji-ha has eliminated the winged devil ant to support his army. The pterodrones come back triumphant, transporting their saved queen. As the queen attempts to move, he advises her against overexerting herself. She subsequently presents a contract, appointing him as their sponsor in return for significant rewards and assistance. Ji-ha promptly agrees because of the shared advantages, solidifying their collaboration. Then, just before his gaze, the pterodrone general transforms into a formidable warrior, now truly embodying his title. Soon, a procession of beetles brings an enormous supply of essence and ether stones, far exceeding what he will ever require. A mere 10 essence and a dash of ether stones should suffice, yet the group clearly disagrees. Ji-ha inspects the pterodrone general's seeds. The wild grape seed appears unremarkable, yet the seed of the world tree fruit seems enigmatic. He believes its secret will unfold once it's planted and relies on the forest to take care of everything else. He then thinks about constructing a cabin nearby. The following day, a group of hunters guided by Hyung Nim enters a dungeon. Sure, the devil ant queen is within. Instead, they discover it entirely cleared, the nest completely vacant without any ants or signs of the queen. Hyung Nim struggles to understand how it was accomplished so quickly, given the dungeon's recent opening. This causes them to think that another person cleared the dungeon. However, the leader dismisses the notion, reminding them that cleared dungeons remain closed. They delve further and discover unmistakable evidence of an assault. Unwilling to accept that all the ants disappeared, he commands a comprehensive search. A huge palm print is discovered, suggesting a monster with a high destruction level. Hyung Nim rushes, commanding a retreat and caution that any creature able to eliminate devil ants exceeds their skills. A single misstep could lead to immediate demise, so they should entrust the task to the Hunter Association. The setting shifts to an office featuring Kim Hyung-suk, the heir of the influential Goryeo group, is informed that the devil ant nest had been removed prior to the hunter's arrival. The dimensions of the handprint are unprecedented, causing him to suspect a legendary creature or something far more sinister. The idea unsettles him, tormented by recollections of a former disaster. The following day, Jiha stands outside a structure in Area 5 of Seoul, where his awkward sister, Hwang Soon-young, hurries out to greet him. He cautions her against running, yet she stumbles regardless. He assists her in getting up and checks on her well-being, but she reassures him, not regarding herself, but concerning the book she holds. Soon-young, the sole origami hunter in South Korea and a bibliophile, gets breakfast from Jiha, thanks to their sister, Jumi, as she gave him a book she had just purchased. She notes that the store manager appeared frustrated due to customer returns. While he turns the pages, the book starts to shine. Prompt emerges. He obtains the Infinite Spellbook, an artifact that allows him to inscribe spells with a thunderbird's feather and a unique ink known as Various. Jiha inquires with his sister whether the book serves merely as decoration. She replies that the book is blank and was sold as decor since it couldn't be written in. Jiha attempts to write in it himself and discovers he can't either, clarifying the message he got. He understands his sister hasn't received the message if she still views it as decoration. Sun-young fears he may not appreciate the book. Yet her brother guarantees he will, vowing to utilize it responsibly. That lifts her spirits. Later, by herself, Jiha continues to experiment with the spell book, but remains unable to write in it. Remembering the note regarding a thunderbird's feather and unique ink, he discovers that the birds are enormous, uncommon avian beings with a wingspan of 25 meters, originating from distant, rugged regions. The thought of pursuing them feels overwhelming, so he opts to leave it as mere decoration for the time being. Unexpectedly, a swift radiance envelopes his hand as it lies on the book, bestowing upon him two skills: Nice Handwriting Level 1 and Ancient Magic Level 1. He's momentarily shocked, seeing no instant alteration, but believes they could hold some importance. He tests his new ability, transforming his previously messy handwriting into something that appears perfect. Yet it still prevents him from writing in the Infinite Spellbook. An unexpected commotion outside grabs his focus. A gate has emerged, uncovering a rank 0 dungeon in a grassy valley with a single objective: obtain a thunderbird's feather in an hour from a laborers-only area. Jiha believes his handwriting characteristic activated the gate, yet, although it has a foreboding atmosphere, trusts a rank 0 dungeon will be controllable. As he enters, he's welcomed by vibrant waterfalls and tranquil beauty, until a large shadow moves above. Gazing upward, he observes the thunderbird, enormous and luminous, its wings extending throughout the sky. Astonished by the bird's enormous size, Jiha contemplates how he might ever catch it, until gentle feathers float down from above. Understanding he just needs to gather them, he is amazed by how easy the task turned out to be. Next, he needs to find ink. Just as expected, the pterodrone he dispatched earlier comes back with a bottle of green herb extract. Everything is set. He shifts his focus to the next objective, accessing the limitless spell tome. Employing the thunderbird feather and unique ink, he composes for the initial time. Golden runes burst forth, twisting in the air, before carving their names into a nearby tree. He understands he has just seen the crafting of a rune word. The focus changes to Jiha reminiscing about an ancient tale, a magnificent tree imparted for potent spells to an old tribe. Formation, balance, transformation, and annihilation. The ancients created rune words, magical inscriptions that stabilize the spells to control them. Within his store, he discovers a book detailing how the world tree bestowed magic upon humanity, which could be safely utilized through rune words. He has never met them and wonders if anyone uses them now. The rune words appear on the tree once the spellbook's requirements are fulfilled. Still, he is confused about why they were not included in the book itself. He identifies the carved tree as the one he planted upon his initial arrival in the Dream Forest, suspecting it might be a young version of the mythical world tree. Worried the symbols could fade, he transcribes the rune words into his notebook. While examining the engraving, he's surprised to understand them, even though it's his first time seeing them. States once. He has finished transcribing the symbols on the tree into his notebook. The writing evolves into a concrete scroll of change annihilation that boosts the strength of rune magic. He rips out the page, intending to create 99 additional ones. As he reflects, the damaged page has mended itself, indicating it is an endless spell book. With sufficient ink, he can produce infinite scrolls, although their specific impacts are still unclear. Since he isn't a sorcerer, he can't experiment with them personally, but he could gain insights by providing it to a mage. After some time, Jiha comes back to his shop and encounters a new customer, a woman with red hair. Clearly enraged after numerous unsuccessful efforts to find him, she expresses her anger, and he offers apologies. Upon a brief glance, she considers him unremarkable, just as her guild mate, Cole Hyun, had mentioned. His discomfort grows under her intense stare, leading him to believe she might be upset, but she's actually realizing her true interest isn't in Jiha himself, but in the exceptional products he offers. Following a short pause, she gives him her card, identifying herself as Cha Weyan, the head of the Eternal Flame Guild. She asks about the rumored unique items available in his shop. Jiha quickly deduces she is referring to the solar apple or winter strawberry potions that have gained popularity recently. To compensate for her inconvenience, Jiha provides a few items at no cost. She is astonished as rare potions are typically hard to acquire, yet he is giving them away. However, upon reviewing his inventory, he discovers he has no stock left, which is unprecedented for him, resulting from recent interruptions involving the Terradrones and the Endless Spell Book. Jiha, feeling embarrassed, expresses regret and assures the items will be prepared by tomorrow. Weyan, feeling let down and uncertain if he's genuinely kind or just naive, accepts his apology and agrees to wait. The red-haired woman walks away, disheartened as she anticipated testing his potions that day. Suddenly, he realizes she is a flame magician. He promptly presents a flame scroll he crafted as a sample, not wishing for her to leave empty-handed. She accepts the scroll graciously, unseals it and discovers a fire spell. Upon testing, she commends the spell. As she pivots to depart, he observes her radiant staff, wondering if the magic was responsible. Later, Weyan guides her guild through the spider dungeon, quickly vanquishing a sentinel spider. She commands them to move forward while remaining vigilant. While she grips her staff, she senses her power intensify. The embedded runestone shining brightly. An unexpected alert from her team warns her of a toxin splash directed at her. She dodges it unscathed, and notices many shimmering eyes hiding in the darkness, significantly more enemies than their report indicated. Acknowledging the risk, her partner expresses regret for the mistake and proposes falling back to regroup. Nevertheless, the guild leader stays resolute, assured of her power and committed to advancing despite the dangers. She lights her staff and unleashes a powerful fire assault, burning all in her way. Her guildmates are in awe of her incredible magical abilities, speculating on her growth and playfully suggesting that she could conquer the entire dungeon by herself. The flames die down, leaving Huayan astonished by her strength, curious if it originated from Jiha's scroll. The following day, Jiha concocts solar apple and winter strawberry potions at his shop, hastily preparing them for Huayan's early arrival. She gets there right as he concludes, this time joined by someone else. The woman offers him a suitcase filled with money, experiencing remorse for taking the scroll without cost, particularly given its superior power surpasses even. Seeing his reasonable prices, she believes he isn't motivated by money. Jiha, briefly taken aback by the amount, explains that he appreciates money but didn't foresee such kindness. Huayan is determined to purchase the potent scroll, labeling it cheat grade, which reinforces Jiha's confidence in the spellbook's value. She proposes to transfer the funds if necessary. However, he graciously declines, presenting it as an apology for the wait. Internally, he understands he doesn't deserve the compensation, as his true intention was for her to evaluate the untested scroll. She warns him that kindness can quickly become foolishness, leaving her companion disturbed. She likens him to a goose that lays golden eggs, as sharing them freely would attract predators. She compares Jiha's skills to the goose's golden eggs, highlighting their remarkable, yet perilous nature in the hunter's realm. Huayan goes back to her main idea, requesting his membership in the Eternal Flame Guild. The unexpected proposal catches him off guard. She swiftly expresses regret for her previous frankness, assuring him her guild is reliable. The guild leader confesses to personally delivering the money to demonstrate her guild's dedication to rewarding him. Despite knowing their reputation, Jiha still values their efforts. Highlighting the guild's backing, she presents Chul Hyun, their lead alchemist, and assures Jiha of numerous research partnerships. They guarantee him a customized salary and benefits, along with a prestigious position from the outset. While appreciative, he turns down the proposal that she misunderstands and instructs her partner to create a contract. She's stunned as his denial registers with her, questioning why he declined such advantageous terms. He clarifies that the proposal seems daunting and thinks others are more qualified. Yet his humility frustrates her even more. He acknowledges beginning as a low-ranked hunter without unique abilities. His talent for creating rare items stems from chance, circumstances, and a supportive friend. He questions the longevity of his skills and chooses to remain connected to his shop. Her guild member insists on respecting his choice. Sensing Jiha's determination, her guild member encourages her to honor his decision. He assures them he will be cautious, adhere to their advice, and increase her charge for the reservation. Despite her discomfort with the rejection, she warns him against regretting it during a crisis. He guarantees the guild of his safety. Due to his enchanted humming bell, a flower that warns him of peril. The narrative then transitions, contemplating the impact of gates on the world. Nature is diminishing. Creatures dominate coastlines and oceans, while mountains and valleys provide scant sanctuary. In the dream forest, Jiha discovers an uncommon refuge, relaxing on a tranquil beach, catching him off guard as he anticipated just forest. While he relaxes, he questions his suitability as a shop owner. He had thought he would concentrate more on his business. However, the meeting with Wei Yan drained him completely. In search of tranquility, he relaxes by a campfire with books. That's when he understands he overlooked one detail. Unanticipated visitors can show up anytime. Similar to the enigmatic white cat he eventually finds. 2 hours prior, Jiha unwound by a campfire. Hearing the waves brings an unusual calm since the seas became perilous. As he contemplated inviting others here, he perceived a subtle feline-like noise, untamed yet gentle. Realizing his hummingbell plant was quiet, he understood it posed no danger. At that moment, a pterodrone emerged, guiding him to the origin, a big white cat called Actus, appearing frail and hurt. Carefully lifting it, he contemplated whether a potion might assist. As he held the creature, a gentle murmur from the pterodrone guided his eyes to a few additional fish carriers. When he inquired whether they had been looking after Actus, their kindness touched him, and he vowed to bring additional food next time. The setting transitions back to the current moment. Jiha feels a sense of relief as Actus reacts positively to the potion. The cat, previously trembling, now rests soundly. This ignites Jiha's interest in the dream forest, as he notices he's never seen animals here. As Jiha softly pats its head, Actus opens its eyes. He expresses regret, yet the cat softly purrs. Overcome by its adorableness, he hugs it and chooses a new name, Bayam, influenced by its tiger-like appearance. Jiha takes Bayam to his shop. Customers are immediately enchanted by the mystical creature, prompting questions about its background. He shares that he discovered it in a dungeon and brought it with him because it had no other place to go. When one customer attempts to pet Bayam, the cat retaliates with a scratch. Jiha hurriedly apologizes, clarifying that the cat is timid. He observes that it only displays affection towards him, remaining cautious around others. He starts to wonder if having it in the store is wise, yet leaving it alone at home seems even worse. At that instant, Hyjin arrives with coffee, stating she has a nearby business. Bayam surprises her, and Even more so when Jiha refers to the cat as a tiger. He wonders if the sword, which has fears, too, provides him coffee, yet the cat comes closer, causing her anxiety. He apologizes and instructs the cat to descend. The cat appears to crave the agent's touch, so she gently pets it. Her nerves are calmed by the softness and gentleness. Observations regarding Jiha's complementary distribution of potent buff scrolls have garnered interest on HunterNet. Even the head of the Eternal Flame Guild recently sought a scroll worth hundreds of millions. She contemplates if he is lacking ambition or merely innocent, yet suspects his kindness stems from a life lived without avarice. Perhaps that's why she frequently visits his shop. Abruptly, the enchanted humming bell in the store chimes loudly, indicating peril. A Type 4 disaster alert sounds, urging nearby residents to evacuate at once. Hejin yells for him to escape immediately, urging quick action. Yet he stays motionless, gripping Byam firmly. Hunters come to lead civilians to safety as chaos engulfs the street. Jiha catches whispers that a Type 4 warning indicates a Level 4 dungeon, manageable only by elite hunters. He attempts to calm the cat nonetheless. The trembling earth signals that danger approaches. Dungeon disasters happen when hunters cannot complete a dungeon. Low-level dungeon failures are manageable, however. A rank 4 or above dungeon disaster presents significant threats. Officials relocate residents within 20 kilometers, initiate military and armored actions, and gather elite hunters at the forefront. Hence, the Eternal Flame Guild is present to manage the danger. Events intensify as skeletal creatures emerge from the disaster portal. The military acts promptly, deploying fighter jets and missiles to eliminate the monsters, however. The city descends into turmoil as the horde approaches. The manager, skilled in military leadership, recognizes the new threats as leeches, understanding that this outbreak likely resulted from the unsuccessful undead dungeon assault. He commands that all assaults aimed at the gate cease to halt the monsters and curse-casting leeches, assured that the danger can be managed effortlessly before they shift to confront the remaining foes. Then a more lethal creature emerges from below, compelling him to reconsider his strategy. The commander gives an urgent directive for all units to focus their firepower on this emerging threat. Troops utilize all resources available in a frantic effort to halt the creature. Explosions detonate throughout the battlefield as the creature faces intense artillery fire. While the soldiers believe their firepower is potent, they harbor doubts about its impact on the monstrous disaster that looms ahead. Nearby civilian locations. Its only purpose is to eliminate every threat visible. The beast rushes with alarming velocity, completely evading the defenders, leaving them shocked. Then the true target is revealed. The city's primary shelter where civilians are taking refuge. Blade that springs into action, unleashing her mighty sword assault to block it. As the guild leader unleashes fire magic upon it yet, the creature continues moving toward the shelter, ignoring them completely despite their presence. Wei-Yin's alerts prompt Hejin to dash ahead, determined to rescue Jiha and the shelter's occupants. The creature invades the civilian refuge and focuses on its prey, Jiha, who remains paralyzed in fear just as the creature is ready to attack. Byam springs ahead, releasing a mystical assault. To Byam, the being is simply an insignificant demon, and releases a mystical roar, its strength resonating like a tiger's wrath. In an instant, Hejin feels a wave of ether emanating from the shelter, immobilizing the monster. She seizes the opportunity and moves ahead, signaling Cha Huayun, who is in the midst of casting a potent flame spell. Sword Rampage harmonizes flawlessly with the fire magic, surrounding the creature in a tempest of fiery sword blows. With the beast ultimately vanquished, silence falls over the battlefield, prompting. They think the battle has ended, but the sword which informs the leader about the ether she sensed earlier. Once the dust clears, Hejin is astonished to find Jiha still kneeling in the shelter, clutching Byam as others have escaped. Hejin is haunted by the ether she sensed, now vanished, while the authorities tend to the injured, believing the situation to be resolved. In the meantime, Jiha arrives home weary from the day's turmoil. After his shower, he sits at his desk with Byam, observing the cat's serene demeanor and remembering the fury it showed earlier when faced with the monsters, still fascinated by the events. Jiha starts documenting it in his renowned spell book as he inscribes the information is displayed directly on the Mir Wiki, a global database once believed to be unmodifiable by anyone. Hyun-suk is the first to observe this change and is instantly taken aback. A comprehensive debriefing takes place with officials and hunters assessing the calamity. They establish that the ether wave instigated significant energy fluctuations. However, their hunters were not accountable for the ultimate strike. Fortunately, the unexpected ether explosion mitigated the danger before further devastation occurred. One participant proposes that it could have been a natural phenomenon instead of human intervention that led to this event. Their focus then turns to the simple wiki, which was updated for the first time during the incident. The group understands that someone exceptionally powerful frightened the monster, and the details appeared immediately on the forum. Heijin stresses that the individual who drove the monster away was in the shelter and might have remarkable abilities. Wayan adds that several witnesses reported hearing a cat's cry during the ether explosion. Jiha, accompanied by a cat resembling a snow leopard, was inside the shelter. Consequently, Wayan guides the team to Jiha's shop, demanding to see the cat. Jiha, feeling apprehensive about their excitement, warns them that Byam could become frightened and flee if they are overly forceful. At that moment, Byam jumps onto the counter and stretches, grabbing everyone's attention. The guild leader picks up Byam, taken aback by the cat's seemingly mundane appearance for a being that generated such a significant ether wave. Jiha attempts to caution her about Byam's temperament, but she disregards him, roughly stroking the cat in hopes of detecting remnants of its former strength. The cat retaliates, biting her and jumping away as Jiha desperately tries to warn her. The dialogue changes when Hyojin brings up the shelter incident, pointing out that a cat's cry was heard right before the creature withdrew, and that Jiha had brought his own cat along. Byam attacks Jiha, grabbing his hair, causing Hyun-suk to question the credibility of the report. While he still wishes to bring Jiha on board, he concludes that the moment is not suitable. Wayan has already faced rejection, and he has no desire to rival the Eternal Flame Guild. He walks away without making an offer, prompting Wayan to pursue him, murmuring that she wished to witness his rejection as well. Hyojin politely says goodbye to Jiha and walks after them. As night approaches, Jiha goes back to the forest to read a book. He encounters the Gehenna continent, a name that vaguely resonates from something he previously heard. The book features an intricate map of the continent, detailing how numerous races once thrived beneath a magnificent tree. It states that the tree formed the nature deities to safeguard Gehenna. Jiha halts at a depiction of a nature deity, a white cat with black patches, named Nature's Raging Fong. While Byam appears typical, the recollection of the ether blast leads him to believe his cat could be much more than it seems, perhaps a deity. It dawns on him that the tree from his dreams could be the fabled world tree. All aligns, the sense that the tree provided him with a mission, the worker community he embraced, aiding the Terradrones and rescuing Byam, all connect to the world tree's favor. At that instant, his spell book shines and opens up. A fresh status window emerges, showing his classification as a worker of XXX, endowed with the trait of XXX's blessing, highlighting abilities in animal and plant taming and alchemy. The book shines intensely, compelling him to cover his eyes. Jiha changes channels and pauses at a press conference addressing the ongoing danger posed by undead beings commanded by a powerful lich. A decade after the government ceased their pursuit, corruption flourishes, food is limited, and starvation prevails. Officials consider bombing the region, aware that they need to utilize all available resources. Jiha questions whether hunting liches is truly that straightforward. He switches off the TV and goes to sleep. Jiha returns to his dream forest, standing before the world tree. He understands that it was this tree that guided him to this place. While he wonders why he was selected for this duty, he is determined to assist the tree in every possible manner. A purple vortex suddenly swirls up behind him. An elder lich rises from it, reciting curses and insisting on obedience. The Elder Lich lifts its staff, calling forth a legion of bone minions. Jiha notes it as dreadgrade but finds them charming because of their tiny size. He is swiftly alerted to the threat as a warning appears. They are encroaching and tainting the surrounding territory. Jiha prepares to defend his lands instinctively. When asked for ideas to diminish the Lich's influence, he readily takes on the task. Jiha thinks about hitting the army with a slap, but understands a Lich can't be conquered that way. The Lich can only be halted by destroying its life source and cleansing the tainted land. He changes attention. A far-off castle draws his gaze, evoking a feeling of recognition. Looking at it more closely, he identifies the banner of the Estrum Kingdom. It ignites a somber awareness that the undead might be the kingdom's former inhabitants. Putting aside the disturbing idea, he orders his Terradrones to combat the corruption right away. The Terradrones attack, yet are blocked by a massive boulder. Only the Terradrone warrior has the ability to fly, so Jiha realizes departing would hinder them. Faced with the choice to either shift the rock using one essence or allow them to manage it, he swiftly clears the path. Subsequently, he instructs them to locate the enemy's origin. The ancient Lich commands its undead minions to guard the tribute box, and casting a powerful spell that annihilates the approaching Terradrones. The tide shifts in favor of the Terradrones. The warrior strikes its leader with a powerful headbutt, as Jiha uses Worker's Blessing, enhancing the whole army. In the midst of the battle between Terradrones and the undead, the Elder Lich is compelled to drag down and ripped apart piece by piece. He merely chuckles, stating that harming his body is futile. His real vulnerability is found in another place. Suddenly, its eyes blaze. It detects the enemy approaching its vital life source. Nonetheless, their power falls short, leading Jiha to consider evolving his Terradrone warrior for 5 essence. He hesitates because of the steep price but ultimately agrees. The being transforms into a formidable knight and it rushes toward the castle's core, desperately thrusting the cursed box with its horns. As the life essence breaks apart, the Lich screams in pain, before its form and forces vanish into azure vapor. Jiha, relishing the triumph, is quickly welcomed by his Terradrones, who carry plunder from the battlefield and give him a chest of treasures. Much to his astonishment, the chest enlarges. Within it rests the royal seal of the Estrum Kingdom, a unique relic that enhances mentality by 5 and bestows the conqueror's charisma trait, affirming this indeed belonged to the Estrum Kingdom. Although he wishes to give it back, the rightful owner has been absent for ages. Therefore, he decides to secure it. Having obliterated the Lich's source, he focuses on cleansing the land to remove remaining corruption. His small assistants transport the undead remains to the woods, where they promptly disintegrate into dust, validating his belief that the forest would break it down. His Terradrone knight comes back with ink, prompting him to create a scroll. Jiha declines. Without a rune word, it's meaningless. Suddenly, as if in response, rune words materialize in the air. He writes a spell to return the land to its former condition. As he contemplates how to perform it, Bayam jumps onto his back, diverting his attention. As Jiha engages with his cat, the Terradrone knight tears out a newly written page from his spellbook. Instead, a harmony scroll appears, able to purify and rejuvenate the tainted land. Terradrone grabs the scroll and disappears, leaving Jiha searching for its whereabouts. Soon after, the Liches awaken once more in Yurisan, casting curses and seizing control of the territory. Residents disregard it as foolishness, despite being aware that these catastrophic monsters pose a genuine danger. Their dialogue halts abruptly as they notice a shimmer in the sky. As their curse intensifies, the Liches assert their divine authority over the territory and unleash their minions. Their forces advance, then halts abruptly as a Terradrone knight appears from the gate. The Elder Lich immediately identifies the being as the cursed trees race, the forest protectors, ordering his army to eliminate it. The Terradrone knight impales a skeleton, only to be struck by the Elder Lich's curse. Yet the Pterodrone Knight dismisses it as a minor annoyance. The Lich stands frozen in shock. As the knight commands his troops to defeat the undead horde, the shot transitions to the store, where Jiha's sister suddenly enters, turning on the television for the news. Video reveals Yuri-san, where remnants of conflict persist and the previously purple terrain is now purified. Authorities propose that the liches could have been eradicated. Jiha furrows her brow, uncertain how to interpret it, until the anchor references an unprecedented monster, potentially of destruction level, and showcases the Pterodrone Knight. His bewilderment increases as he contemplates the presence of a Pterodrone there. The Eternal Flame headquarters is abuzz with discussions regarding the news footage. Hyun-suk believes the creature isn't destruction grade. However, Heejin asserts they are mythic grade. Wayan merely sits bewildered by the unusual happenings. Meanwhile, Jiha returns to the woods to face the Pterodrones. He gathers them and inquires whether they ripped the scroll and subsequently showed up at the battle in Yuri. The knight rushes away and comes back with a stack of ether stones and essence, seemingly to bribe him. He laughs, rejecting the bribe, and gently strokes their small heads in gratitude for purifying Yuri-san. He shifts his attention back to the 10 ether stones and 10 essences, now concerned about how he will manage them. Biam playfully reaches for a crystal, but in a flash, the cat seizes it and swallows it whole. This moment triggers an understanding. This is what energizes the cat, possibly explaining why the Pterodrones had sought it out. Subsequently, Jiha enhances his attributes with his 15 remaining essences, raising strength to 9 and endurance to 8, and examines his muscles for indications of development. While the extra strength would enhance his efforts, yet he chooses not to dwell on it. Life feels fulfilling with Biam by his side. Later, a call from the Hunter Management Center invites Ujiha to a dungeon latecomer party, and the excitement of it makes him eager to attend. Reaching the grand fountain bustling with recovery experts, he notices a familiar face, Mr. Wang Ho, who verifies the speculation that this is the inaugural dungeon of this magnitude. The atmosphere changes as Seo Hyojin appears, eliciting whispers from those gathered. Her beauty shines through, even in armor. Whispers circulated regarding her recent feat, accomplishing a quest solo, while the other elite hunters present could merely observe. Heijin sees Jiha and approaches her. He inquires if Jiha is arriving late to the dungeon. Jiha clarifies that he was summoned, probably due to the raid requiring additional help. Their relaxed conversation with the sword which attracts the attention of those nearby. Worried about the danger, she suggests going in with him. Heijin asserts he would find it easier to move with her, yet he hesitates. The organizer suggests transferring authority to her, yet she dismisses it icily and brings Jiha along. As they venture further into the dungeon, she comments on the unusual plants located within, which most individuals tend to overlook. As she inquires whether they should continue, he hesitates and unzips his bag, showcasing biome within, a sight that immediately lights up her expression. She extends her hand toward his paw, but biome flinches away. Jiha, feeling awkward, clarifies that he dislikes paw contact. The cat escapes from the bag. Observing his increased size, Heijin suspects Jiha has been feeding him well. Jiha acknowledges the high cost of feeding him, recalling the 1,000,000,001 ether stone he consumed. Meanwhile, Heijin nonchalantly inquires if Jiha caught the news about Pterodrone. Reluctant to disclose further details, she mentions the enormous footprints discovered in the Busan Devil Ant Dungeon. He feels anxious when she compares their hand size to skyscrapers. It dawns on him that she could be referring to the same dungeon where he squashed an ant with his hand. When she mentions the raid's cancellation because of that legendary giant, he internally smirks, aware that the giant was indeed him. At least the link between the miniature forest and the actual world dungeons is now verified. Biome begins to behave oddly upon hearing the monsters. Heijin instructs him to drop, steps back and unsheathes her sword. A strong sense of déjà vu overwhelms her as she connects this location to where her partner Sungyuk disappeared. Given that a top-ranked hunter from Korea vanished here, Jiha believes this area must be classified as a level 5 zone. Encircled by Venus human snares, Hyjin drinks a potion and prepares her position. She tells Jiha to sprint toward the entrance as the monsters strike. Yet, our protagonist, true to his noble nature, declines to abandon her in the face of a horde of elite monsters. Then Bayam abruptly dashes toward the monsters, increasing Jiha's stress levels. What Jiha sees next is astonishing. The nearby monsters start to escape in fear as Bayam approaches. Then, the cat tears through the wild plant with a fierce bite, leaving the two hunters frozen in position. Coming back with an item held in his mouth, Bayam places it in Jiha's hands. A seed. He inquires of the cat where it prefers to be planted, as Hyjin stays paralyzed in shock. Observing the violet haze enveloping the woods, Jiha cautions him. She gently encourages him to take the cat and go, claiming she has discovered a lead on her former partner and refuses to depart without probing. Jiha hands her a potion, saying they will go together. Assured that Bayam can safeguard them, they push further into the woods, Bayam sleeping on Jiha's shoulder, until Hyjin abruptly halts, indicating a dim glow emanating from a cave, convinced it could contain the answers they have been searching for. Approaching the cave, they observe the interior remains unaffected by erosion, and notice bloodstains, urging them to accelerate. Further in, Hyjin's gaze fixates on a shattered blade and stained armor, which she immediately identified as belonging to her partner Shunyuk. In tears, she holds onto the armor. Jiha notes that the blood was present solely at the entrance, indicating he might have arrived here to heal and subsequently departed. A push from Bayam causes them to glance down at a green, luminous orb nestled between his teeth. Jiha recognizes it as an egg of a symbiote, intending to investigate it afterward, and satisfies Bayam's request for a pet. He notes that the evidence they've discovered suggests Han Shunyuk might still be alive. Determined after drying her tears, Hyjin proposes returning. She thanks Jiha for their fortunate opportunity and assures him he can reach out anytime. She is willing to assist him whenever he requires, and grasps his hands. Bayam instantly claws at their hold out of envy, until Hyjin calms him with a soft touch. They go their separate ways as Jiha needs to feed Bayam and examine the symbiote egg he brought. At his shop, he searches for details about the discovery in the cave. Bayam's whimsical book tipping interrupts his concentration and briefly startles him. He surrenders after discovering nothing beneficial. He concludes that the sole path ahead is to sleep and revisit the dream forest. He awakens in the woods feeling rejuvenated. He halts upon seeing the tree he planted has transformed into a massive one. Branches are heavy with golden fruits marked as fruit of the world tree, validating his doubts that it truly is the world tree. On the ground, the pterodrones call out to him. He reveals the symbiote egg. The pterodrone knight reacts immediately. He acknowledges it and proposes to incubate it, encouraging Jiha to decide. Jiha's swift consent commands the pterodrones to advance, their knight leading them to deliver the egg to the queen's chamber. The queen embraces it with a soft hug. She then places it gently on a bed of essence stones collected by her followers. As they wait outside, Jiha casually plays with Bayam until they both stop. Upon seeing pterodrones linking together along the enormous trunk leading to the radiant canopy. Shortly after, a massive butterfly emerges from the light. Jiha, amazed by its beauty, questions whether it's the emerged symbiote. Then additional butterflies come into sight. A prompt signals the revival of symbiotes and the beginning of the tree's renewal, leaving Jiha and Bayam amazed. Now that the world tree is revived, Jiha glides his hands along the trunk, experiencing a sense of relief. The tree responds by granting a blessing, igniting his fate as a worker of the world tree. Amazed, Jiha watches the forest grow, and the solar apple fruit advances to level 2, enabling him to create double the potions. While dreams of wealth entice him, still, he redirects his attention to his destiny, understanding that the world tree might have selected him to aid in restoring the world. Bayam expresses his hunger through a meow, and Jiha prepares a fishing rod, vowing to catch trout. Thrilled, the cat jumps at the hook. They rejoice as a big fish bites the line. Suddenly, a notification shows. Recognizing it as a red trout, he gains level 1 extrasensory perception, enhancing senses and reflexes by 20% for 30 minutes. The fact that he has never received such detailed information about an item before piques his interest. He rummages through his backpack, wondering if other objects might disclose additional information. He retrieves his dimensional pouch, which now features an updated description as well, that it can transport items securely, even when accessing other dimensions. He grabs Bayam and rushes to the store, motivated by an unexpected thought. He initiates his plan's execution. Eventually, hunters gather on the street outside Jiha's store. Bayam weaves through the crowd and hands a token to a woman. Everyone has come together to purchase potions from Jiha's shop. Each customer is limited to 3 bottles and must obtain a numbered ticket from the cat. Posters displayed throughout the shop promote a paralysis potion that enhances resistance by 35% for 30 minutes and a unique health potion that recovers 22% of maximum health in 13 seconds. Jiha's potions enjoy immense popularity in Seoul, drawing hunters from beyond the city due to their remarkable effectiveness. Once the final ticket was distributed, Bayam leaps onto the counter, gaining Jiha's respect. Shoppers load carts with elixirs. Jiha, watching the lively shop, decides to utilize his world tree-granted ability to help others. He bids farewell to one customer and signals for the next. At that moment, his sister Nuna enters. Briefly surprised by the throng, she enthusiastically points out that his shop is currently popular on the HunterNet forums, and he jokes about requiring a ticket for a visit, but reassures her that happy Hunters clan members are always welcome. She inspects the paralysis resistance potion, wondering if its effects are precise. Jiha confirms its efficacy and she asserts it surpasses potions from other stores. She excitedly requests a complimentary bottle, but Jiha refuses, suggesting a scroll in its place. She admired for its writing despite its untidy appearance. Jiha describes it as a scroll of creation wish that fulfills 2 minor wishes and includes a charm for good fortune. Initially uncertain, she decides to wish for a unique ancient book. Later, Sun Young's guild confronts small fish-like creatures in a dungeon. Their tank, struggling to maintain pace, is ridiculed by his sword-wielding ally. The swordsman throws the creature with great strength, which causes Sun Young to fall and sustain injuries on the ground. He expresses regret. As they all look after her, she rises, cradling her head. Abruptly, the creation scroll radiates light and suggests that her accident increases the likelihood of discovering unique items by 70% for 30 minutes, with just 1 use remaining. The ground shakes suddenly, cracking beneath. The team dives into the void as the ancient book falls from her hands. Their descent concludes with the earth below, prompting her to ponder the recurring misfortune. Understanding the fall isn't due to a trap, the sorcerer conjures an enchanted glow, uncovering a concealed room filled with riches and mythical gear. As they investigate, the white-haired man notices the night troop's longsword, while another concludes the location is a concealed hideout. Sun Young finds an old tome belonging to the Black Lion Knight of the Gmark Empire. She leaps with joy, believing her desire for an ancient book has been fulfilled. A teammate cautions about the treacherous dungeon and insists they collect their essentials and depart quickly. As he shifts, the swordsman collapses when the ground crumbles below him, but the tank rescues him. At that moment, another quake strikes. They try to reassure one another and return. However, an unexpected horde of terrifying beasts obstructs their way. Fear drives them through the hallways, only to be chased by a much bigger, frightening creature. Sun Young prays to God Ark, protecting herself with the book, yet gets no assistance. She awakens to see her team gathered closely, encircled by endless stretches of desolate sand with no way out. The focus then shifts to Ji-hee in the dream forest, appreciating the rich soil and grateful for the flourishing earthworms. While he considers what to cultivate, Bei Young showcases a seed that grows into a giant, meat-eating plant. Perplexed, he observes as the cat eagerly digs, winning his affection, and he chooses to offer assistance. His humming bell flowers begin to chime, notifying him of unanticipated guests. He raises Bei Young, cleans away the grime, and spots hunters at the window, soon Young seething with rage. Going outside to welcome them, he encounters her enraged, yelling about the scroll. A message on the scroll discloses fresh details. Misfortune increases special item drops by 70% for half an hour. Acknowledging his error, he clumsily asks them to come in and refresh. Everyone collapses within Jihee's shop, leading him to inquire about the issue. They describe how earthworms unexpectedly flooded the dungeon during their exploration. He wonders if the turmoil was triggered by the scroll of creation he had given to his sister. They reveal they've discovered the secret hideout of the night troop. Jihee, amazed, inquires whether it is part of the Black Lion night troop from the Gamark Empire. She affirms and presents him with an old book, the logbook of the night troop commander, but acknowledges that much of it is incomprehensible because of the archaic language. Jihee looks at the logbook and astonishes her by deciphering the ancient script, disclosing that creatures have begun to enter the Estrum kingdom. Astonished, she retrieves a vintage document, and his eyes grow wide in disbelief as he understands. It's a worn map of the Gehenna continent. Understanding the map's potential usefulness in the Dream Forest, he enthusiastically asks to borrow the map and logbook for several days in return for a substantial stack of potions. Noticing their enthusiasm, he includes additional time for another month, captivating everyone. Once the customer was sent away, he creates a mental checklist to enhance his store's operations and reviews the night troop commander's logbook. Noticing Byam napping, he gently pats its back, sits at the desk, and opts to examine Nuna's map first, postponing potion making for later. He studies the map and observes its intricate monster entries, pinpointing the Elder Lich's location close to the southern Estrum Palace and the woods where he encountered Heijin near Mount Ape-Ito. Annoyed by the map's lack of detail, he believes the Terradrones could have more information, so he opts to sleep, and awakens in the Dream Forest. In the woods, only Byam's actions disturb the quiet, as the forest remains eerily calm, causing Jihee to ponder the beetle's whereabouts. Suddenly, the humming bells ring in an instant, signifying the presence of a mighty beast. Out of nowhere, a cyclops with one crimson eye appears, accompanied by a Terradrone legion. The gardener recognizes it as a catastrophic-grade creature previously encountered solely in China. He observes its extraordinary dimensions and deadly nature, recalling that numerous hunters dispatched to confront it in different regions were defeated by its enormous club. While the Cyclops attacks the troops, he requests Byam's assistance, but the cat declines. He observes the lack of a mission prompt, which means the beetles are managing it on their own. He documents the creature's information in his endless spellbook. The Cyclops swings but fails, permitting the knight to thrust its crown into the creature's eye. Ha yells a caution, as a crimson laser bursts forth from the Cyclops' lone eye. He worries his forces may not rival the Cyclops' power. The troops reorganize under their leader's direction, shortly transporting a massive ether stone that the knight molds into shields. They create a protective barrier. The crimson ray hits once more, but mirrors from the shields, severing the Cyclops' hand that grasped the weapon. Recognizing the beetle's successful strategy, he enthusiastically records it in his iconic book. The knight observes the creature is preoccupied with pain, utilizes his ether shard to defeat the Cyclops. Everyone celebrates the triumphant victory over the Cyclops. Jiha provides them with food and ether crystals. Suddenly, notifications begin pouring in and the essence counts swiftly, accumulating 325 stones in his inventory. It appears that anything he records in his spellbook automatically updates the Mir Wiki. Wayun, viewing the site alerts. The recently refreshed data demands 10 essence to access Cyclops' fundamental strategy. She ponders when this type of system emerged, yet utilizes her essence on it regardless. The post shows the Cyclops striking with its club and firing a lethal beam from its eye. When she attempts to see more, a prompt reappears, requesting 10 essence to reveal the ultimate strategy. Irritated, she bangs her head on the desk, coming to terms with her missing essence. Furious, she vows revenge on the individual responsible for the post, as an unsettling feeling disrupts Jiha's tranquility. A large throng of hunters gathers outside the Hunters Association. The CEO exits the vehicle, intrigued by the noise outside, and is given just the simple wiki entry on Cyclops. The man clarifies that accessing the information demands 10 essence, with an additional 10 needed for the ultimate strategy. They observe that hunters are ready to invest heavily in the final Cyclops plan. Since even 10 essence provides considerable stat enhancements, Hyun-suk understands that few hunters would have 20 essence accumulated, which is likely the reason for everyone's presence here. He ponders how the writer obtained this information, since a level 6 Cyclops dungeon has never been found in the country and is difficult to complete unofficially. Suddenly, the announcement of the Cyclops dungeon's opening spreads. Hyun-suk directs his subordinate to inform the intelligence team and emergency operations center, calling for an immediate meeting. In the conference room, the team acknowledges that the wiki server is restricted, ruling out any chance of outside interference. Additionally, all essence payments to this site are untraceable, as they are seamlessly integrated into the system managing the hunter. Hyun-suk's assistant verifies that hunters who access the final strategy receive a genuine buff, validating the rumors. He commands the emergency operations center to catalog all participants and oversee them in real time, ensuring their safety. The hunters gather near the dungeon. Discomfort is growing among a few, yet the guild leader is keen to start. Hyun-suk details the plan, directing tanks to hold until the reflective shield is operational, intending for herself and Kyungbok to move in right after the initial strike is successful. She leaves the finishing strike to Wei-in. Enhanced by the Cyclops attack buff, which has boosted her attack and critical power by 15%. The conflict starts when a crimson beam erupts from the Cyclops, but Kyungbok blocks it with his shield, giving Hyejin the opportunity to utilize her sword technique. Wei-in unleashes a fiery rock enhanced by her buff that slams into the creature. While watching the news, Jiha observes that the Cyclops dungeon ended without disaster. The anchor announces that simple wiki dungeon strategies will be shared freely overseas. This leads to an epiphany. His endless spell book transfers every documented strategy to the wiki. He understands that sharing the Terra drone's assault strategy might provide him with an infinite source of ether stones. The unexpected ringing of enchanted flowers alerts Jiha to yet another creature. He seizes Biam and charges forward. The enchanted forest leaves him on a solitary land surrounded by ocean. The Terra drone knight advances, in desperate need of his assistance for an injured entity known as the World Eater. Jiha inquires about the location. The beetle gestures to a nearby hole, and suddenly, water erupts from it, soaking them both. Biam shakes off his fur as Jiha cleans his face. At that instant, he understands the earth below them is shifting. It's not an island. It's a whale, specifically the World Eater whale. Sensing its diminishing energy beneath his touch, he realizes why an abundance of magical essence has been attracted to him recently. He swiftly throws a handful of essence crystals into its mouth, wishing to rejuvenate its power. The pupils of the whale expand, prior to it unveiling its huge jaws, and a surge of energy bursts forth from it. As it diminishes, Jiha and Biam are sprawled on the sand, stunned by the impact. A message displays, affirming that the World Eater has returned to its original state due to his assistance. He rises to discover the formidable World Eater, now a delightful little being playing in the surf. He is overwhelmed by its cuteness. He can't help but dive in for a hug while Biam seethes with jealousy. He observes with contentment as the whale departs. Yet Biam remains irritable. The creature abruptly begins to turn back toward the shore, causing him to tense up, just to perform a playful flip in the water. As he looks toward the shore, he discovers an abundance of fresh fish and shellfish along the shore, a token of appreciation from the World Eater. Jiha gratefully receives the bounty, while Byum quickly grabs a fish for himself. He dismisses the small World Eater, silently hoping for a future gathering. Hours later, reports emerge of a gigantic sea creature spotted near Korea's southern coastline. Helicopters scan the coastline with searchlights at night. A massive octopus erupts from the ocean, destroying helicopters that hover above. It rushes to land, chaos overwhelming the street. Security rush, questioning the hunter's location. When a much bigger shadow appears, its dimensions imply it could be a catastrophe-level creature. The octopus immobilizes in terror, and the whale consumes it entirely. Officials monitor the feed in the control room, identifying the being as a demigod whale associated with the first awakened human. A team member remarks on its striking resemblance to documented files, yet they opt to continue monitoring it. According to recent reports, sea monsters that threaten Korea are now moving towards Japan. At home, Jiha is with his sister, who has been buying more stocks lately and brought him some old Estrum Kingdom books. He displays his handmade map, which extends only to the Tails River, created exclusively from the Night Troop Commander's logbook. She admires the map and comments that he describes it as if he has experienced it firsthand. Jiha chuckles at her remark, yet internally he remembers the terradrones that traversed the terrain and assisted him in mapping it. He notes that incorporating the Southern Tails River would complete the Estrum Kingdom map. She questions his deep commitment to the map. Jiha mentions it might be beneficial down the line. Yet, internally he contemplates Han Sunyuk, probably still in Gehenna, and how the map along with his world tree skills could aid in locating him. As Sunyoung heads off to rest, Jiha asks her to visit with her team the next day for the potions he made, particularly the extra resistance ones for their rank 3 dungeon raid. Left alone, he feels grateful for her support and satisfied to have discovered a new rune word. Jiha focuses on the spellbook. Opening it up, he discovers a scroll of transformation, a quest that can trace and verify the whereabouts of any creature. He rips the scroll, envisioning Hyejin in his thoughts. The vision reveals itself to him in vivid clarity, even showcasing the energy she possesses. Its accuracy truly amazes him with its worth. Bayam jumps into his embrace, and Jiha, believing the sound startled him, comforts the cat and proposes they go to the garden for dinner. In the woods, he discovers the water remarkably clear, probably the globe, and observes the solar apple has reached level 3, enhancing its efficiency. Shortly thereafter, terradrones appear, providing him with an unprecedented bounty from the World Tree. The knight seizes Jiha's shirt, gesturing towards the heavens, and ascends towards the World Tree. Believing he should pursue, Jiha struggles to climb. He reaches the summit, where the view of the Paido Mountain unfolds. The Gehenna continent has always existed beyond the garden. Bayam's growling hunger urges Jiha to go down. Yet the instant he attempts, the wind wraps around his leg, then his body, pulling him upwards into the air. He yells in terror upon discovering it's a gigantic plant, and urgently summons Bayam and the Terradrone Knight. Right when situations seem bleak, the plant suddenly brings him down to the ground. His gratitude transforms into astonishment as it embraces him warmly. He laughs, understanding that the intimidating plant is merely a lovable, clingy variety, and he's already contemplating sharing a post about it on MirWiki. Subsequently, Jiha turns towards the route leading to Mount Paido, the identical location where those who escaped the Estrum Kingdom previously went. The words of Terradrone resonate in his thoughts. The dungeon containing Han Sung-hyuk's remnants is located south of Estrum, by the Tails River. The map indicates that the river flows directly alongside Mount Paido. Jiha indicates the way to Sung-hyuk's footprints. The garden's fence obstructs his path, forcing him to dispatch the Terradrone army alone. While the army advances toward the mountain, Jiha intends to dine with Bayam, but the cat is missing from view. Strange because he always eats. A sudden poke from the sharp-toothed plant causes Jiha to leap, apparently indicating the direction Bayam took. Returning, at his shop, he sits, longing for his pet and reflecting on everything they still needed to accomplish. Engrossed in reflections of Bayam, he glances up to see Hygiene arriving with a sharply dressed man. Upon greeting him, the man identifies himself as Kim Hyun-suk from Hunter Management, stating he had asked for her assistance to meet Jiha again. Hyun-suk praises his extraordinary potions. Jiha serves them tea and takes the opportunity to clarify to Hygiene the reason for his outreach. He uncovers a scroll discovered in an old book, convinced it may assist in finding Mr. Sung-hyuk. The scroll of transformation, Trace leaves them amazed. Upon discovering he translated everything on his own, they promise to maintain confidentiality. Tension rises when Hyun-suk unexpectedly inquires if he has a contract with a demigod. Taken aback by his awareness, Jiha hears the man explain that he's not here to intrude. Instead, he commends his potions for enhancing Hunter's survival by 20%, deeming him essential, and provides his business card along with the complete backing of Hunter Management in exchange. Jiha, surprised by the compliments, questions whether he genuinely merits them. Yet, his guests are adamant that he represents the organization's future. Hygiene interjects, clarifying that the man wished to meet him face-to-face and offers an apology. Jiha expresses gratitude and promises a meal in exchange, then shows the manager the potions and escorts him outside. Commenting on Kim Hyun-suk's commitment and allure, they enter the room. Jiha begins drawing in his notebook, leading Hygiene to inquire about it. He unveils an almost complete map, which she instantly associates with a river and mountain close to the Estrum Kingdom. Jiha instructs her to align the landscape with the map and activate the scroll while contemplating Mr. Sung-hyuk, which will disclose his location if nearby. He regrets not having tested it, as he depleted his ink supply. He assures her of his assistance until they find success. She expresses her gratitude, eyes glistening. Yet he maintains that assisting a friend is completely normal. He reassures her that it's trivial, as friends should support one another. Drawing near, she advises him to contact her if he gets an opportunity. Never requires assistance. She then realizes Bayam is missing. Jiha starts crying, admitting that the cat has escaped. There he sees a wolf. Despite its frailty and countless challenges, it has remained steadfast in its duty. Bayam proclaims himself Arctis, the god's Fong, stating he has arrived specifically for this creature. The wolf is restrained by thick chains, encircled by goblins. It is Growler, the messenger of the divine will. Chains clank as the wolf fights against them while the goblins hold their weapons up. However, the equilibrium changes the moment Bayam appears in sight. His form now enormous, he progresses, commanding the minions of darkness to depart. The wolf labels Arctis a coward, yet the cat retaliates by shattering his chains in a single motion. Arctis proclaims a turning point, deeming the Growler's defiance insignificant. The revival of the World Tree is underway. Growler dismisses Arctis' command, acknowledging solely the desires of the deities. Without delay, the massive feline seizes. He tosses him away, dazed and helpless. The wolf listens as Arctis proclaims he isn't seeking consent, asserting his role as the god's representative. Gripping the wolf's scruff, Arctis moves with determination, ignoring the creature's objections and compelling it to yield. The focus changes to Jiha delving into a Category 3 dungeon alongside other hunters. Sun Young asks why he chose to accompany them when all that awaits in a ruin-type dungeon is merely an item box. He mentions that the Black Lion Knight commander assisted Estrum refugees in fleeing through this area, suggesting that concealed tunnels could still be present beneath the rubble. Sun Young notes the recognizable architecture, yet her colleague is more focused on finding a unique artifact here. Jiha's gaze lands on Gungbek's sword, which he describes as an uncommon knight's longsword, boosting strength and endurance by 5, agility by 3, and activating the Knight's Pledge skill to increase attack by 7% for 5 minutes. The group is taken aback, wondering how he possesses such precise information. Understanding that he alone sees the item descriptions, He fabricates a tale about acquiring an appraisal skill recently. Sun Young quickly recognizes the link, realizing the reason behind the accuracy of his potion effects. Another teammate requests him to evaluate his armor. Jiha recognizes it as lightweight chest armor that enhances defense by 10% and critical defense by 5%. The group playfully mocks Jiha, praising him for his new talent, and mocks the wealth it might offer. Sun Young, enraged by their avarice, strikes them with her. The book cautions Jiha to be wary of opportunists around him. Jiha reflects on Sun Young's caution as he moves through the ancient stone halls, considering consulting Mr. Hyun-suk regarding the management of his skills. Moving forward, they notice a fortress wall shattered, indicating a recent assault by a monster. The group halts at the shores of the Tails River, impressed by its expanse and transparent waters. Jiha examines the tunnel's depth, pondering how the commander created it. He draws the river in his notebook and resolves to investigate the area behind Mount Apido afterward. The others gather, amazed at how precisely his drawing depicts the scene. Sun Young's creation scroll radiates light, providing a short-term increase in locating unique items during small challenges for 20 minutes. At that instant, a page from Jiha's spell book rips free and soars through the air. He dives to grab it, shocking Sun Young, who falls into the river, and he quickly rushes to save her. Sun Young is swept away by the river's powerful current, prompting Jiha to chase after her. Under the surface, the World Eater whale emerges and breaks surface, transporting them securely. He checks on her as she expels water, grateful for the creature's prompt assistance. Jiha expresses gratitude to the World Eater, softly patting it in thanks. The gathering reorganizes. They summon him to examine a strange occurrence, a luminous design carved into the grass. They bid farewell to the whale as it leaves. Sun Young exhales, exasperated by her ongoing misfortunes. A guildmate pulls a gleaming item from her hair. She identifies it as the artisan's final brooch, an item enhancing hand crafting by 10%. Motivated, she rips a page from her book, summoning a paper dragon that pleases all. Prior to exiting the dungeon, the team expresses gratitude for their efforts. Jiha is delighted to have discovered a magic circle that he even replicated in his book. He opens his book, and the description identifies it as a divine dimensional portal, operable solely to locations where the same circle is present. Jiha ponders the enchanted circle, resolute in discovering the method by which Terradrones navigate between Earth and Gehenna. Upon arriving home, he feels unsettled by Byam's absence, but convinces himself it's only temporary and immerses himself in work to fill the emptiness. Subsequently, Jiha traverses the deserted woods, shouting for his friends. Byam emerges from behind, holding a tiny puppy in his claws. The gardener instantly feels a sense of relief and observes how much his cat has matured. Spotting the tiny creature, he picks it up, and a notification discloses the pup's name as Growler, the divine messenger, and inquires if he will assist in healing its wounds. He accepts without hesitation, and the luminous energy of the world tree enters Growler. The wolf gathers strength and attempts to stare at him. However, Jiha, captivated by his adorableness, embraces him, naming him Doggo and bringing him home, as Growler reflects on his decision. A few days later, the gardener observes a significant increase in the Terradrone's numbers since Doggo arrived. He concludes that the wolf's distinct demigod characteristics enhance its connection with animals and leadership abilities. As a result, the herd size has expanded by 1.1x, and their speed has increased by 1.2x. Jiha understands that as Dago becomes more powerful, the whole group will thrive. With its relentless hunter ability that senses any motion within 2 kilometers, he believes they can securely traverse the vast plain towards Mount Apido. He gives him a red trout ball as a reward, yet Bayam hungrily takes it, and the two engage in a tumultuous battle. Their master steps in, raising Bayam and Dago while reprimanding them for their brawl. Suddenly, the sound of ringing bells indicates a visitor at his store. As he brings his pets indoors, he questions whether he is overfeeding them. When the door swings open, Dago snarls at the guests. Manager Hyun-suk is joined by the alchemist Chul-hyun as they discuss Jiha's artifact appraisal ability, that he verifies. Pleased and receiving a strong handshake from the alchemist, curious Jiha asks about their visit. Choi clarifies that it's not a recruitment effort and praises Jiha's remarkable potions and scrolls, hinting at his jealousy as an alchemist. Mr. Hyun-suk suggests a meeting, highlighting that there is much for both sides to cover. They inquire about Jiha's abilities regarding his newly acquired skill. He clarifies that it enables him to precisely identify an artifact's name, details, statistics, and skill ratios. He discovered this talent during potion crafting and validated it through experiments with different artifacts. The manager notes that it is similar to an appraiser class, though he is unsure of its real-world uses. Hyun-suk mentions that he invited Choi to assist in enhancing his appraisal skill. Observing Jiha's eagerness to help hunters, he cautions that appraisers are scarce globally, and if word gets out, groups of hunters might interfere with his life. He reassures Jiha that plans to handle the surge of hunters are in place. Wei-in comes across a trending online post regarding artifact appraisers, igniting her interest in the possibility of a new hunter possessing that ability. Investigating the matter, she finds that her guild, the Eternal Flame, provides an appraisal service but has a strict cap of 60 reservations each day. She is shocked to discover that all reservations were filled while she was reading the post. Individuals queue outside the Eternal Flame headquarters, all anticipating Jiha's arrival, disguised as Master Cat to evaluate their artifacts, clarifying. He appreciates the task despite the discomfort of the mask's properties, and values Min Hyun-suk's backing. He contemplates saying hello to Wei-in but hesitates after previously turning down her proposal. In the meantime, Wei-in bursts with rage at Chul-hyun, leaving him uneasy while he attempts to soothe her. Her frustration arises from fully booked reservations, but he worries it will escalate when she discovers Jiha is the appraiser. She expresses frustration that slots are booked for the next 3 months and reproaches him for not notifying her sooner. He explains that the appraisal service is overseen by the manager, and the site was designated only yesterday because he had unrestricted access to the basement. Annoyed that her treasured artifacts will require 2 years for appraisal, Cha Wei-in presses Chul-hyun to take action. He simply chooses to depart, claiming he cannot get involved and encouraging her to remain patient and not create disturbances. Still angry, she resolves to discover the newcomer's identity and compel him to serve her as an appraiser. Simultaneously, Master Cat experiences a peculiar sensation in his ears, realizing that later, Choi and Jiha create their potions together and assess their efficacy. The unique potion eliminates ether usage for 11 seconds and recovers 11% of maximum health over 15 seconds, while the exceptional potion extends the effect to 16 seconds and replenishes 16% of health, providing a more powerful benefit. Even with the same preparation methods, Choi believes Jiha's potions are stronger. Jiha blames the components, concealing his superior alchemy ability as the justification. Assured in their efforts, they finalize the batch for sale the next day. Choi, captivated by the potions, recommends they shouldn't limit themselves to a single shop. He advocates for broader operations and hiring additional alchemists. Bowing to him and addressing him as sensei, he seeks guidance. Our humble alchemist reminds him that he is also learning and shouldn't feel embarrassed. Once the senior alchemist departed, Jiha falls asleep from fatigue. He awakens in the woods as several pterodrones gather fruits. As the wolf and others pile essence stones, he greets them with a smile. He apologizes for his tardiness following a lengthy day of potion lessons. Both pets jump into his embrace but wriggle at the proximity. The pterodrone knight signals quickly. Doggo jumps ahead to guide Jiha onward. Soon after, a warning signals the presence of monsters in the Great Plains. Growler swiftly takes charge, utilizing his leadership abilities to rally the troops, and together they repel the invaders from the Great Plains. Consequently, the pterodrone army gains the demigod's blessings, initiating an evolution into a distinct species. The knight changes into a scout, As Jiha's endeavors cleanse the Great Plains, ManhwaCapped opens for exploration. He praises his friends, especially Growler, who enjoys the spotlight. The cat and wolf compete with one another, resulting in a short tussle. Jiha collects them both and directs their path to ManhwaCapped. While he surveys the surroundings, he notices a far-off structure, recognizing it could have functioned as a refuge for a Black Lion Knight. Recalling the map indicates their shelter is on ManhwaCapped's south side. He believes a tunnel might extend through the mountain. Touching the safeguarding shield, he learns that the restoration of the World Tree is complete. While physical interference in Gehenna is prohibited, he can now communicate with its bound entities, marking the start of his journey as the deity's representative. The gardener wonders if he can still direct the Terradrones despite the restrictions. Unexpectedly, he acquires a skill, divine vision, allowing him to perceive the surroundings from a celestial viewpoint. During the skill assessment, it offers him a divine perspective, launching him upward into the sky. Assessing the terrain, he observes armored survivors taking a defensive position against a swarm of goblins. Rapidly piecing together, Jiha recognizes the group as survivors of Estrum Kingdom. While the team fends off the creatures, his eyes focus on the captain, and then the man referred to the captain as Eddie. Acknowledgement hits. He understands that it is Han Sung-hyuk. The captain evaluates the grave circumstances while orcs persist in their assault from the Great Plains. Sung-hyuk tosses aside a defeated monster, considering they might depend on monsters for sustenance. However, the captain reassures everyone with a commitment that they will not starve. Han claims that Pyrojack from their village is colluding with Baron Grom to steal their resources. He implores the prince to allow him to find the concealed food, vowing to settle it in 3 days, yet the proposal is declined. Jiha instantly identifies the blonde knight as Edenskal, the prince from the Estrum Kingdom. The system interface activates, giving him a new quest: reconstruct the village of survivors. It also discloses that they were driven from their territory by the undead and now confront hunger and monster assaults on ManhwaCapped. The interface assigns him his initial task to bring the Estrum Kingdom's scepter to Prince Edenskal, reinstating his legitimate claim. It also instructs him to locate and remove those taking advantage of the villagers, Baron Grom and Pyrojack, who exploit the survivors for personal benefit. Despite being disturbed by the unusually intricate quest, he swiftly redirects his focus to the significance of finding Han Sung-hyuk. Excited to tell Hygiene about the news, he suppresses his enthusiasm, understanding that his priority is to find a way to bring Sung-hyuk back. Unable to act directly, he explores other options, and then it dawns on him. He can depend on his animal friends. Assembling Byam, Doggo, and the gathered Terradrones, he inquires whether they have any knowledge of the magic circle. The beetles assemble near 2 enchanted circles to show him. The scout positions the essence. The circles shine in green and yellow. Jiha concludes that green signifies the entrance, while yellow indicates the exit. Responding to this even as they soar into the green circle, and rise from the yellow as a display. Assured in his grasp of the circles, he understands that the survivors probably utilized this specific magic circle for their escape, not hidden tunnels. He concludes that the exit is likely close to ManhwaCapped, and finding it might enable him to retrieve Sung-hyuk. Jiha examines the sigil of the circle, resembling a Terradrone, and inquires about their travel methods, discovering they do not utilize the circle. The scout points to the world tree, making Jiha considers that it might link Earth to Gehenna and act as a bridge. Consequently, he instructs the leader to explore the area around ManhwaCapped for a magic circle. In the meantime, the focus moves to a lively settlement. Villagers unload food supplies, but their anxiety increases when they understand it will hardly last a week. Prince Edenskal challenges Pyrojack, noting that the food received does not correspond to the mineral trade. Pyrojack counters, asserting the opposing side is also overwhelmed by monsters. Sung-hyuk questions his integrity, but the prince commands him to let it go. Edenskal inquires with Pyrojack about securing additional supplies, but he confesses his ignorance. In that instant, a man advances, implying the wild elves could exchange for mithril. He unveils himself as Baron Grom. Although the prince knows the threats beyond the village, he continues to listen while Grom describes a valley in Mount Epito rich in mithril. He proposes that trading might alleviate the food shortages. 1. John, one of Eddie's men, sees with rage, yet he halts him, requesting guidance to the valley while his people express their astonishment. Tales of ogres and griffins at Mount Epito disturb the villagers, yet the Baron's smile grows. Unfazed, Prince Edenskull, motivated by responsibility, decides to seek mithril to save his people from starvation. Baron Grom chooses to organize a quick return to restart trade later. The prince announces his intention to personally engage in trade with the wild elves after securing the mithril, but they caution him that their village avoids outsiders. He reminds Baron that he was also once an outsider to them. Sun Yuk, worried about his safety and his distant lover, finds comfort in the prince's vow to protect him throughout the mithril expedition. The setting transitions to a sanctuary, featuring a woman kneeling in prayer to a divine presence. Baron observes her from the shadows, feeling that the time for his scheme is approaching. The narrative details the ascent and decline of the Estrum kingdom located on the Gehenna continent. Once a land of harmony and wealth, it is ravaged by an unending battle against creatures. Survivors unite under Prince Edenskull, escaping their devastated homeland for Mount Epito to evade the undead army. Yet, threats from monsters persist, and food continues to be limited in the mountain. In the chaos, Baron Grom and Parajak exploit trade with the wild elves to selfishly amass resources, compelling Prince Edenskull to advocate for his community. The story shifts to the present, where Jiha observes the group moving toward Mount Epito through God's perspective. He feels a surge of frustration upon discovering that the group has ventured out to face the ogres alone. These are dread-grade beings characterized by tough skin, quick healing abilities, and significant strength, though lacking intelligence. The villagers provided merely a vision rather than access to his terror drones, complicating his intervention. Despite witnessing Shun Hyuk's unparalleled talent and Edenskull's triumphs against the Black Lion Knights, he believes they might still alter the battle's result. Suddenly, Jiha perceives an enigmatic prayer. In a distant, shadowy sanctuary, a holy figure known as Selena kneels in prayer, her mind focused on those who courageously defend their communities. He then gets divine messages indicating that Selena, the saintess, seeks his assistance. A fresh mission, God's merciful prophet, urges him to foster faith by aiding the village under her direction. He discovers that each time Selena prays, he has a 3-minute opportunity to talk and share items with her. He conveys his enthusiasm that Selena perceives during prayer, and he swiftly covers his mouth in surprise. Resolute, he arranges the garden's assets, searching for a method to achieve the goal. A cluster of pterodrones assembles, a few wearing sunglasses with a confident demeanor. Jiha verifies the presence of scouts and warriors, then provides details about their upcoming mission. Find a magic circle at Mount Epito, observe the survivors, and report any anomalies tonight. He commands the Pterodrone Knight to provide a weapon to Prince Edenskull, knowing their existing equipment is insufficient. While the army departs, Dago and Byam observe from the back. Dago insists on understanding whether the cat will allow Jiha peace, but Byam maintains that their master needs to become stronger before facing their true essence. Tension escalates as Dago's impatience clashes with Byam's prudence, leading to another argument. Baron Grom and Parajak take pleasure in the prince's absence, viewing it as an opportunity to further their plans. They believe that the young prince's naivety and excessive dependence on his companion render them both vulnerable to the monsters. Baron interrogates Parajak regarding a material utilized by the wild elves for hunting these creatures. Parajak verifies that a single whiff drives ogres into a lethal rage rather than killing them outright. He advises the overweight man to remain silent and postpone their celebration until their plan has been successfully executed. Parajak exits, filled with animosity and rivalry towards Baron, oblivious to the hidden pterodrones observing his every action. Baron Grum chuckles with assurance, picturing himself as Estrom's new ruler after Prince Edenskull's demise, even picturing the Saintess Selena eventually yielding to his desires. Witnessing Baron Grom's malicious plans, Jiha becomes frantic and yearns for Selena's prayer, realizing he can only move through her. He finds solace in the strides taken by the prince, who is valiantly fighting, shattering ogres. In the midst of the turmoil, Edenskull and Han Sung-hyuk lead the charge, driving back the monsters, and our guy becomes more confident that victory might still be achievable. Edenskull defeats an ogre. It fights to break free only to be ultimately defeated by afterwards. He inquires with Eddie about another sword, as his has lost its sharpness. The prince provides his. He refuses the offer, regretting that his own had shattered. An enormous orc abruptly seizes him and hurls him into the sky. The prince orders his allies to escape while he remains steadfast, prepared for combat. Before anyone has a chance to respond, the orc is unexpectedly hit by a powerful strike, leaving them both stunned. At the same time, Selena kneels in prayer, asking for divine protection for the prince and his people. A message appears for Jiha indicating that Selena, a follower of Ark, has successfully made an offering. He is then urged to dispatch God's apostle to assist her. He selects yes, engaging divine intervention through the Pterodrone Knight serving as the apostle. On the battlefield, the knight suddenly descends from the sky, delivering a powerful blow to the ogre. The creature swings its enormous club. The knight intercepts and shatters it. Taking advantage, Sung-hyuk jumps onto the ogre's arm as Edenskull hits its leg, their synchronized attack pushing the creature to defeat. Han descends after striking the ogre's arm, yet the wound lacks depth. Eddie cautions him to stay careful. In the following moment, the ogre's leg sends him flying, causing him to cough up blood. He collides, but swiftly bounces back with the help of his friends. Han instructs everyone to remain back. The Pterodrone Knight jumps in, gripping the ogre's hands and slamming it into another ogre, overthrowing them both. Edenskull, next to the knight, questions the creature's assistance, but the knight merely winks back in reply. Jiha observes that the Pterodrone Knight's power improved as a divine apostle. A notification arises, permitting him to prolong the knight's tenure as an apostle for 5 essences. It's expensive, yet the villagers require safeguarding, so he agrees. Revitalized, the knight battles the ogre, golden energy emanating from his being. Eddie immediately identifies Ark's brilliance in the Pterodrone. Han stumbles upward. The prince yells, inquiring if he is prepared. Yet, that guy is overly enthusiastic for additional excitement. They concur that the ogre's toughness renders extended fights hazardous. Yet, he grins, confident he'll complete it in 3 minutes. The Pterodrone Knight ascends and plunges its claw into the ogre's shoulder, creating a new gash. Han takes advantage of the moment, using a haste spell to enhance his speed. In a rush, he falls down and slices the ogre's head right off. Its form crumples to the earth. Jiha observes in shock. A single blow from the strongest hunter was sufficient to finish it. As he examined his sword, Han discovers it broken, questioning whether he had injected excessive ether into the blade. The Pterodrone's golden glow intensifies while it defeats another ogre. The glare causes Han to squint. He doesn't see the beast's body falling toward him until it's already too late. He rushes away in fear, jumping to safety, but lands directly beneath the descending mass. Trapped, he mutters about his bad luck. Eddie compliments Han on his remarkable performance, yet he quietly suggests that a more robust sword would have enhanced it further. They both turn to express gratitude to the towering Pterodrone Knight, acknowledging their victory was only achievable because of it. Knight begins to soar, retreating into Jiha's hand, receiving his praise. In the distance, the saintess persists in her prayers as a caretaker arrives with food. She refuses, requesting it be donated to hungry children instead, causing the woman to be concerned for herself. As she lowers her head once more, a mysterious voice resonates in her thoughts, inquiring if she can hear. Surprised, Selena gazes upward, her heart racing. Her wish has come true. She joyfully responds, mistaking Jiha for Lord Ark. Aware of the truth yet reluctant to squander time, he asserts he is Ark's apostle, and encourages her to inform Prince Edinskal to travel east for something important. She promises to convey the message immediately. Baron Grum observes from the sidelines, perplexed by her odd interaction. Jiha notices the countdown approaching its conclusion for communication and hurries to alert her regarding Grom's plan, but the call cuts off abruptly. With the opportunity lost, he can only rely on her to complete her duty and chooses to focus on other urgent issues. Following the battle, Han undergoes medical care for his wounds. While he comforts the prince by saying he's accustomed to such wounds, he confesses that his strength is depleted from excessive ether use. They focus on the tiny pterodrones collecting essence stones from defeated ogres. Selena's assistant bursts in, interrupting their curiosity. Worried about troubling news from the village, he inquires, instead learns that the Saintess has been given an oracle, instructing him to journey east for something significant. Despite his confusion, the divine essence of the message causes him to pause, as their mithril aim lies north. The prince seeks advice from Han, who declines to make the decision. He still believes the enormous beetle may be connected to Ark and proposes further investigation. The leader declares that he, Han, and Jihan will explore ahead individually, telling the others to stay back and wait. Han takes Jihan's sword, prompting an angry glare from him, but to soothe Jihan, Han vows to return an even better one. In the meantime, Jiha comes back to reality and goes directly to Hajin. His unexpected arrival after such a long time surprises her, and she inquires why he asks for Sung Hyuk's sword. That prompts her to seek clarification. He discloses that he has found her partner's location in Gehenna, leaving her shocked. He confesses that he remained quiet earlier to prevent giving her false hope, but now requires her assistance to retrieve Sung Hyuk. Motivated by the opportunity, Hajin consents immediately. She presents him with the Crying Warrior's sword, a weapon contracted to Growler, fully usable only by its rightful owner. Jiha immediately recognizes it, leaving Hajin astonished enough to inquire how he knows the name, prompting Jiha to reveal his secret identity as the Master Cat Appraiser. As he grasps the sword, its heavy weight nearly causes him to let go. She clarifies it holds ether that corresponds with Sung Hyuk's vast strength. He expresses gratitude for the sword and offers his expertise in appraisal if she ever requires assistance. Her supportive words bolster his determination and resolve. He vows to return Sung Hyuk before he departs. Upon arriving home to see the Estrum survivors, he finds Doggo and Biam standing in front of his door. Intrigued by their presence, he inquires about their reason for being there. Yet they merely encourage one another to initiate conversation. Then, Doggo paws the ground, prompting him forward, and together they explore the dream forest. At an iron-barred doorway, Han stops to inquire if it has always existed. The prince remembers utilizing it during his flight, and that the Black Lion Night Troop once took refuge here. Exchanging a resolute look, they enter, prepared for what lies ahead. While traversing the shadowy tunnel, Eddie reveals that numerous similar routes exist beneath Mount Abe-Ito, believed to be remnants of an ancient tribe. Han inquires of Eddie whether he encountered him in the tunnels during his sudden arrival in Gehenna. Eddie acknowledges and playfully hints at returning the favor for rescuing him. Han quips that defeating monsters should be enough, even proposing to overthrow the Gimark Empire next. Their conversation stops abruptly upon noticing a red axe on the ground. Han taps the surface, shouting out, just for the floor to give way next to them. They plunge into the chasm, Han illuminating the path with his ether blade. Further in, a vortex of golden light captivates their gaze towards an intricate sword. Edinskal halts. This is the famed emblem of the Estrum kingdom. The surprise intensifies as he contemplates how it arrived in Gehenna. The instant he lifts it, the system informs Jiha that Prince Edinskal of Estrum has obtained the seal. It also verifies that he has successfully completed his initial mission by placing an item in a dungeon. A subsequent message indicates that any prince who pledges loyalty to Ark can now reach out to him via prayer. Furthermore, the World Tree's blessing ascends to level 3, providing enhanced stats and increased resistance. This upgrade includes a 1.4x increase in production efficiency, the capability to understand ancient languages, and a newly acquired skill, Observation Level 1, enabling him to evaluate an ally's development and assist them in unlocking new skills when requirements are fulfilled. Upon reaching Griffin's Valley, Jiha surveys the area and notices a group of individuals ahead. A notification flashes on screen. His Terradrone team has located the valley and seeks his assistance in tracking down griffins. Accepting immediately, he gazes at the orderly formations beneath him, and his keen observation shows a progress bar hovering over his Terradrone Knight. He contemplates how powerful it might be if it activates a skill. His gaze moves to lesser fighters, discovering comparable barriers. He commands the Griffin hunt and allocates Etherstone fragments to the soldiers. Out of nowhere, Dago rushes, barking frantically. Jiha crouches to verify, yet the wolf jumps onto his backpack and draws Han's sword. The wolf howls, surrounded by golden energy. Notifications indicate that Growler aims to regain his status as the god's messenger through safe heal, but it will require 2,000 essence, and the danger of returning to a primitive condition if it does not succeed. Jiha readily sacrifices almost all of his essence. A dazzling wave of gold engulfs the wolf, prompting him to shield his eyes. As the amber light diminishes, Jiha dropped his hands and discovered himself in an immense cosmic void. Before him looms Growler, a grand, towering wolf now. The hero attempts to verify whether this is indeed his doggo, yet it snarls in defiance, unwilling to respond to that vile moniker, even from a divine messenger. As his time in this shape concludes, Growler encourages Jiha to become stronger, addressing him as kid with uncommon fondness. As the celestial expanse diminishes, he returns to the woods. He keeps reminding himself to remain focused and respect the guidance he was given, pledging to fulfill his duty. He discovers the knight ready for his orders to continue the griffin hunt. He takes the spell book from his backpack and begins to write in it, causing an unexpected appearance of the griffin flock. Edenskull is astonished to have discovered the long-lost seal, the national treasure of Estrum Kingdom, deeming it miraculous. Han is disheartened, believing it was a new weapon intended for him. Realizing that hesitation might be detrimental, he insists on taking action before Baron Grom betrays him. He proposes to manage any danger, yet the prince declines, loyal to his people despite their previous wrongdoings. Han cautions him that his generosity will merely result in further exploitation. Eddie unexpectedly sees something far away. Han tracks his stare, to witness Mount Apedo illuminated. Their curiosity propels them to explore. Meanwhile, Jiha's dream forest is invaded by griffins. Terradrones, however, hold the numerical edge. Their flying abilities fall short of the griffins, as they have difficulty with sharp turns, unlike the griffins. The Terradrone Knight appears the only one able to match them. Out of a cave, additional Terradrones emerge with nets that momentarily ensnare the griffins, seizing the advantage, until the griffins toss them aside. A message appears. The Terradrone Knight's capabilities reach their peak, activating a shockwave ability. It emits a fierce explosion of energy, bringing down griffins from above. The resounding thud of the griffins' descent reverberates across Apedo Valley, reaching Eddie and Han. They see the same enormous beetle that assisted them earlier. It sketches a home in the soil and indicates the village. Recognizing the urgency, Eddie expresses gratitude to the beetle and departs the region to its management. Observing from a distance, Jiha experiences sorrow. This indirect support is his only option for the moment, yet he trusts them to protect the survivors. They walk toward the village to see Jihan, but freeze instantly at the view of a deceased man. Edenskull swiftly recognizes the man as a soldier of Baron Grom. Han quips about Jihan and promises revenge, prompting Eddie's irritation. The prince believes that Baron Grom has probably captured the saint as a hostage. Han jokes once more about Eddie's fiancée being kidnapped, receiving a stern caution that his humor approaches blasphemy. With a serious tone, Han inquires about Jihan's whereabouts. Edinskal speculates he's hiding close to the village, mocking Han's recklessness. At the entrance of the village, a lengthy line of captured inmates is driven inside. Selena appears from the village, flanked by guards. Parajak states that the prince is not one of the prisoners. Grom believes he will return to them voluntarily soon. Jihan is pushed to the floor while the overweight man blames the prince for neglecting his subjects. Jihan, recognizing his true nature, growls that he wishes he had killed him sooner. He commands Jihan to be hanged and others jailed. Selena boldly shouts that they will confront Ark's judgment. She lunges at him but trips, falling to his feet. Grom bends down, holding her chin, deriding her deity as ineffective. He insists she pledge her allegiance to him instead. Before he can push further, a knife emerges behind him. Prince Edinskal, posing as his soldier, takes off his mask and proclaims he will no longer permit his people to be sacrificed. Parajak hurries to his troops, urging action, only to discover Han among them as he removes his mask. He pulls the man down, bringing him to the prince, cautioning his allies to attack anyone who opposes, and shouts to Jihan that the act has ended, urging him to enter the battle. The momentum changes immediately. Grom and Parajak are forced to kneel in front of Edinskal. Grom begs for his value, yet Edinskal reminds him of the loyalty he broke. Raising his sword, the legendary seal shining, he departs, leaving Baron in shock. The prince confidently pledges to restore the Estrum kingdom in these territories, prompting a joyous celebration among the villagers. Yes. The interface verifies the success of the second mission, which involved the expulsion of Baron Grom and Merchant Parajak. Instantly, a third mission is initiated. Prince Edinskal, the legitimate heir, along with Selena, the divine messenger, have resumed their positions. The new goal is to expand the survivor village, serving as the foundation for the kingdom's revival. The mission tasks are outlined sequentially. Initially, establish a contract with Saintess Selena to facilitate faith dissemination among the survivors and allow direct communication without prayer. Secondly, Prince Edinskal, possessing the King's Seal, needs to demonstrate his worthiness to gain his people's confidence. Jiha's task involves purging Mount Ape-Ito of at least half its creatures and discovering a concealed site. He has vowed that succeeding in these challenges will reveal a secret sanctuary within his forest. Jiha recognizes that expanding the village is the main goal, and believes the Misty region contains the sanctuary. He concludes that survivors must receive guidance via a divine oracle. He prioritizes the contract of the Saintess above all else. But before taking action, he observes that the Griffin raid has concluded. Shifting his focus to the Terradrones, he supervises their victory assembly, commands the removal of Griffin remains, followed by relocating the essence stones to the garden. The beetles present him with sizable golden eggs, and he understands they are Griffin eggs ready to hatch, leaving him both fascinated by the opportunity and weighed down by his growing obligations. A notification pings Jiha. The Terradrones have discovered the unique mineral mithril and a new member of their team, the Terradrone worker, focused on collecting, extracting, and creating. The small laborer confidently presents him with a newly extracted mineral and earns a reward. He is presented with the option to select either a medium or high rarity artifact, double his workers, or receive 5,000 essence. His curiosity about the knife leads him to opt for the artifact. He observes a unique mithril knife appear. Its durability and resistance make it ideal for frontline combatants. Recognizing its effectiveness against spellcasting foes ideal for origami hunters such as Sun Young, he chooses to present it to her. Terradrone Knight is back, proudly showcasing its wings freshly coated with mithril, entertaining Jiha. With these changes finalized, Jiha's focus turns to the urgent issue concerning the survivor village. The villagers come together around the campfire, rejoicing in their achievement. Han, Jian, and Eddie contemplate the strategy that enabled them to capture the exploiters. However, Han expresses annoyance at being excluded from the discussion. The conversation then turns to the captives as they determine the destiny of Baron Grom and Perejek. The prince acknowledges his choice to exile them tomorrow ignites. Han cautions that they might come back for vengeance and proposes executing them instead. Eddie brushes it off, recalling their previous goodwill. Worries turn to food scarcity, urging Ed and Scal to develop a northern trade route and engage in discussions with the wild elves. Selena hurries to them, encouraging the prince to observe something. She prays, conjuring golden text in the sky. Jian reads it out loud, stating that the heir to the royal family is required to adhere to the Apostle of God's guidance. Selena shares that the Apostle of Arc has given her this message. Her prayer immediately finalizes the Saintess contract, and her faith hits 100%, allowing Jiha to communicate directly with her via divine oracle. Han theorizes that the golden message could relate to the giant beetle, whose luminescence Eddie had aligned with Arc's hue. Selena then inquires about the creature. Han describes its crucial significance in their final confrontation, leading them to believe that the Ark could indeed be watching over them. He urges her to seek the Apostle's assistance in leading him from Gehenna and returning to his home, and she consents immediately. Having resolved that issue, Jiha directs his attention to guiding them to Perejek's concealed food supplies. As the Pterodrone's night draws to a close like an apostle in Gehenna, in the garden, Jiha shouts for Doggo and Bayam, only to recall Doggo remains in Gehenna, unsettling Bayam. He then notices a heap of golden essence earned from sharing the Griffin strategy in the meantime. Within Griffin Valley Dungeon, Sun Young's group is experimenting with the approach on the Mir Wiki. She releases a cascade of radiant pages creating a web-like snare that falls over the griffins. Their motions suddenly ceased mid-flight, causing them to plummet down. Hyojin rushes in, cutting through the grounded griffins with her sword fury. The group is amazed by how easy the Mir Wiki guide made the battle. Wayun suddenly unleashes a firestorm, shocking her teammates. They quickly remind her of their presence on the battlefield. Yet she mocks them for lingering there. The earth abruptly trembles. A rock tumbles down from a cliff, uncovering a concealed cave behind it. Within the cave, they theorize it might be a concealed dungeon. Hyojin insists on a swift check and withdrawal, while Wayun advocates for pressing forward with united firepower. Yet the sword which remains steadfast in caution. While moving forward, Gyeongbake unintentionally sets off a trap. Injured fall. The healer attends to him, alerting others about additional traps. Soon Young spots a magical circle below him, and when she urges him to investigate it, they discover it is the identical circle they encountered earlier. Meanwhile, in Gehenna, Baron Grom and Perejek are displayed in the village square. Jian challenges the prince's decision to choose exile instead of execution, yet Edinskal remains firm. When Grom menaces him, Edinskal's blade gleams at his throat, with a lethal threat to eliminate him if he ever troubles his community. The two exiles are released and subsequently escape, seeking vengeance. Later, Han challenges the prince's tolerance, but Jian hushes him with a caution. Jiha, observing, feels a sense of pride in supporting the compassionate prince. Increasing threat at Mount Apito following the ogre's collapse. He uses God's apostle skill for guidance. He assigns the Pterodrone Knight to safeguard the survivors. A luminous, enchanted circle materializes in the village. The knight employs it to teleport directly to Gehenna, shocking the villagers. Understanding this might be the divine messenger leading them, the leader instructs the group to proceed northward through the forest, maintaining a safe distance. Recalling the beetle's significance in Griffin Valley, they speculate it knows something beyond their understanding. They suspect the route they are on could be the same one utilized for trading, while Han expresses optimism about discovering a superior weapon. The knight stops before the base of a cliff, observing in bewilderment. The knight abruptly crashes through the rocky surface, uncovering a concealed obstacle they overlooked previously. Surprised, Han shouts at the knight, but Eddie reprimands him for his unkindness to the beetle. Grateful for the knight's help, the prince assures him they can continue independently, prompting the beetle to take flight. Shortly after, the remaining guests come, concerned by the commotion, but the prince reassures them. Han subsequently brings Jian indoors for examination, where they discover concealed food reserves and containers, evidence of Baron Grom and Parajak's betrayal, and the cause of the villagers' hunger. Han hurries back to tell the prince about the resources found that could feed the starving village for weeks. The prince feels a sense of relief, their pressing issue resolved. As Jian encourages them to, Han, frustrated by the lack of weapons, starts to consider looking for a path back home. Edenskall volunteers to assist him. Before they can strategize further, a gigantic wolf unexpectedly appears, looming over the villagers. Panic ensues, carts are left behind, and people flee. Han quickly understands that the absence of monsters in the area is because of this predator. Edenskall and Han unsheath their blades. The prince attempts to devise a strategy. However, Han reminds him that a leader's responsibility is to safeguard his people, encouraging him to flee as he confronts the creature. The villagers escape at their leader's directive. Han advances to confront the wolf. An unexpected alert shows up. The trial of the Howling One commences. Perplexed, Han lacks time to reflect. The wolf charges, compelling him to fight. The battle between Han and Growler intensifies as the creature's powerful strikes force him to retreat. Understanding this is not a typical exam, Han powers up the other blade, and his sword buzzes with energy. He demands, yet the wolf escapes, and responds with a paw blow that sends him flying. As he rises, Han understands the monster's power is at least disaster level. Simultaneously, goblin-like beings swarm around the supply cart, compelling villagers and knights to battle their way back to the village's safety. While Edenskall assists the others, he feels a strong urge to support Han in the lethal challenge against the wolf. Even Jiha feels anxious upon noticing that his God's Apostle ability remains on a 22-hour cooldown. Understands he cannot take action for the last 4 minutes of his trial. He ponders the significance of this vital journey. As the fog obscures everything around him, Growler lunges at him once more, but Han barely evades, and ponder the origin of this creature, as it's igniting his excitement. Initiating his swift incantation, our powerful hunter sprints toward the wolf with fresh speed. As he approaches, the wolf lunges at him. However, Han blinks ahead, teleporting above it, causing the creature to snap at nothing. He plunges with his sword, confident of a precise strike. But the wolf dodges at the final moment. His weapon strikes the ground, exposing him, and Growler's paw strikes against him, throwing him harshly against a tree. Han struggles to rise, only to witness the creature advancing with deliberate, steady strides. The howling entity declares that Han is weak in his lineage and unworthy of its strength. Yet, Han stands firm, defying the creature's judgment, unwilling to submit, referring to the powerful creature as a dog. The insult sparks Growler's rage, and its paw slams down, pinning him under its weight. Han's mind is in turmoil. He refuses to perish here, not while someone awaits him in his world. The wolf's jaws clamp down on his blade, breaking it like a twig. Then, on the edge, a sudden alert resonates. The trial concludes. Han has successfully passed the test of the Howling One. Growler growls, annoyed by its own gentleness, and refers to him as a simple peasant constrained by destiny. One was merely given another opportunity. The being encourages him to become powerful enough to bear the wolf's name. In gratitude for completing the trial, the wolf summons a sword using its magic. As it falls, Han's eyes grow large. This sword belongs to him, the same one he previously received as a reward from a dungeon. This leads him to doubt the Saintess's statements. If a godlike entity genuinely exists, yet the villagers' cries pierce his mind. He decides to rush back to Eddie and the rest. As the trial concludes, Growler's massive shape diminishes, transforming into a tiny, affectionate wolf as it goes back to Jiha. He cannot hold back his excitement. He lifts the puppy into his embrace, admiring its adorableness, and showers the previously feared creature with loving playfulness. The prince and his knight sprint towards the village gate, pursued by the relentless goblin horde. The colossal goblin lord crashes through the Idinscale horde, desperately cutting down foes to halt the flow. However, the goblin lord arrives at the gate. The creature attempts to break it, as the villagers struggle to keep it shut from within. The swarm advances as their leader harnesses dark energy within the weapon, readying a formidable strike. In that pivotal instant, Han rides Growler. With one swing of his famed sword, the goblin lord's head falls, causing the horde to flee. Idinscale, astonished by the wolf beside him, requires clarification. Han. He dismounts and uncovers the creature that challenged him, yet acknowledges his destiny and returns the sword he originally earned elsewhere. To demonstrate this, he frees Growler from its summoned form, the wolf vanishing into brilliant light as he calls it not a beast, but his protector. He believes the sword the wolf delivered from his realm might be the solution to return home. Idinscale comments on Han's troubled relationship with Faith, but their conversation is interrupted when the saintess hurriedly approaches from the gate. Worried, the prince comforts her, assuring that everything is fine. She clasps his hand in appreciation. Han playfully jabs at her, and she retorts sharply. They head back to the village, feeling a lighter atmosphere. Jiha, holding Doggo, quietly promises to bring Han back home someday while observing them. They head back to the forest where Biome is waiting. Observing the diminished wolf, the cat seizes it by the scruff, taunting it for finally being of some use despite its objections. Biome drops him to the floor, urging him to concentrate on healing. He even gives Growler a pat, despite the wolf's disdain for the unrequested affection. Curling up in Jiha's lap afterward, Biome hears Jiha share his hypothesis. The World Tree may have directed Growler to hand the sword to Shungyuk. Jiha decides to inform Hyjin about this tomorrow. However, the choice is interrupted by the ringing, humming bells. Anticipating issues, he opens it, only to discover not only his sister and her friends, but also Hyjin and Weian. However, the guild leader shoots him a sharp look for his delay in opening the door. He swiftly guides them indoors. Jiha inquires whether an early morning mission led them to this place, but the group asserts their visit is more urgent. His sister presents him with the drawing of the magic circle. Hyjin reveals they discovered its duplicate within a dungeon populated by griffins. Upon hearing about griffins, Jiha understands it's the identical circle previously utilized by the Terradrones. Weian fondly remembers how her Inferno cannon revealed the concealed chamber, even as her teammates complain about almost being scorched in the ordeal. Jiha stands and requests a moment. He comes back carrying 7 enormous essence stones to the table, encouraging each of them to choose one. Hyjin gazes in astonishment, having never encountered such large specimens. He describes that positioning them on the magic circle and infusing it with mana will create a portal to Gehenna. He requests that they utilize it to bring back Han Sung-hyuk, assigning the sword which to take charge. Determined and emotional, she embraces the responsibility with pride. Before long, they arrive at the dungeon's entrance, prepared to execute the assignment. Back in the garden, he observes the valley flourishing since the monsters have disappeared, and ponders whether villagers may soon inhabit this place. However, the tranquility is tenuous. Beasts escaping the plains have united on Mount Ape-Ito. His musings are interrupted when he sees Eddie and Han isolated, encircled by goblins. Instead of despair, they radiate confidence. Han calls Growler, calling it Wolfie, even though Jiha winces at the name. Riding the creature, Han rushes forward, slashing through goblins effortlessly. His prowess serves as a testament to his status as a leading hunter. Prince Edenskal matches his pace, his sword skills rivaling Han's. Their united attack disperses the horde, until Han shouts out to Eddie, who is engaged in intense battle. The prince orders him to advance while he remains back to support the progression. The creatures gather for another attack. Eddie, despite being outnumbered, stands firm, until a movement overhead captures his attention. A massive pterodrone descends, grabbing his cape and transporting him away from foes. Jiha chooses to conserve God's apostle skill now that everything appears to be under control. Han and Wolfie pursue, trailing the beetles. Travel until Mount Apido becomes visible. Eddie looks down, comforted that Han is matching speed. He hardly utters a word of gratitude to the beetle, prior to its plunge, quickening their fall. They landed before Han did, Eddie tripping to maintain balance. Han notes that the villagers are unaccustomed to flying. Yet the pterodrone disregards him and ascends once more. Han lets Wolfie go with a quick compliment, then looks at Eddie, questioning why he led him to the wild elves when his true talent is in combat, not negotiation. Eddie. He states he will manage the discussions personally but desires Han to be there if the elves, famous for their wisdom, have a method to return him home. Han jests about his eagerness to be rid of him, but the playful exchange quickly fades. As an arrow swiftly zips by them, an elf commands them to halt from the branches above. Ed and Scal advance, asserting they represent a survivor community on Mount Apido, seeking to engage in a discussion with them. The elves merely ready their bows, stating they will no longer engage with humans and insist they depart. Ed and Scal draw their swords, readying for battle. Han was taken aback as more elves appeared and encircled them. Han advises him to reconsider before starting a confrontation with them. Yet the man discloses he is the Estrum prince, presenting his sword as evidence. The elf examines the seal and instantly associates it with their foes, Grom and Parajak. He swiftly presses a knife against the prince's throat, insisting on surrender. Ed and Scal assert that he aims to reconcile and condemns the offenses of Grom and Parajak. However, the elf leader blames him for jeopardizing their community by taking their supplies. With no other option, Eddie lets go of his sword and gestures for Han to obey. The elves blindfold and bind them, leading the duo to the village for their trial. As Han is led in chains through the wild elf village, his doubts intensify with every step. He curses their decision to surrender, believing that a fight followed by negotiation would have been wiser. Eddie remains composed, having faith in the elves' decisions and confident they'll have an opportunity to clarify. The guards toss them into a secure cell. Han seethes, lamenting his choice to follow the prince. As Eddie comforts him, highlighting that he could break the bars whenever needed for an escape, Han ultimately settles down to rest. As Eddie remains vigilant, curious about what Grom and Parajak did to provoke such animosity. As night descends, inquisitive young elves congregate near the cell, murmuring at the unusual presence of humans. However, soon after, elder elves drive them off with stern words. Shortly after, the archer leads the elder elf to their cell. The elder sees the prince at once and orders the guards to free the captives, noting that Edinskal could have effortlessly escaped if he had genuinely wanted to. Edinskal, taken aback by the acknowledgement, inquires how the elder recognizes him, only to learn that he had glimpsed the prince from a distance in his youth, prior to Estrum severing ties with the elves. When inquired about their reason for coming, Eddie seeks clarification regarding Grom and Parajak. Croydal, the archer, retorts sharply, believing the prince is feigning ignorance. However, he calmly states that he arrived to accept responsibility, despite being unaware of the crimes they committed. The elder pushes them onward. Eddie narrates how the survivors of Mount Apido faced starvation due to Grom and Parajak concealing food, which was discovered only after their exile. The elder remembers the mountain being swarmed with monsters, but Han argues that they have eliminated most of them with the giant beetle's assistance, although a few still linger. Thus, the elves continue to be skeptical. Grom and Parajak asserted that their kin did not originate from Mount Apido, but rather from the area north of the Tails River, where they allegedly stole their food. This causes the blonde knight to recall the exiles' confidence as they departed. It was evident they had a contingency in place. Croydal cautions the elder against being misled once more. However, The prince deems it a misunderstanding and suggests re-establishing trade routes while pushing back the monsters. However, the reference to trade only perplexes the elves, who contend that no such transaction occurred. Even with Edenskull's assertion of dispatching minerals and halti in exchange, everything aligns. The elder concurs, believing a third party to the north of the river where Grom and Perajak may have redirected the goods. Nonetheless, doubt prevails over logic, and the elves withhold their trust. Prince Edenskull seeks a method to demonstrate their innocence. The elder insists on reclaiming the hall previously promised to the elves and states the prince will remain as collateral. Only Han, the one from the other world, can depart to obtain it. Han is astonished that the elves are aware of his origin. They clarify that their connection to the world tree provides them insight into beings from different dimensions. Acknowledging Eddie's correctness regarding their wisdom, he agrees to the terms. Before departing, Han insists on retrieving his sword. After a tense pause, the elves give it back, cautioning him that any foolish move could endanger the prince's life. Han claims Eddie's strength exceeds their expectations. However, Croydal dismisses the idea of a human outdoing him. At that moment, Mr. Beetle comes down from the sky, startling the elves. Identifying him as a Pterodrone, the mythical laborers of the world tree, thought to be extinct. At the same time, Jiha watches the wild elf village open upon Han and Prince Edenskull's arrival. A series of alerts indicates that he now has access to this new zone. The cooldowns for abilities have been reset, but the fourth mission named Secrets of the Wild Elf stays locked until the Survivor Village quests are finished. This implies he must confront the creatures at Mount Apedo first. Returning to the Wild Elf village, Han welcomes the Pterodrones. Under Jiha's leadership, the Pterodrone Knight presents a gigantic mithril crystal to the Elf Elder. The elves are stunned not only by the crystal but also by the legendary Pterodrone's unwavering loyalty to these newcomers. The Pterodrone Knight motions to an area of green plants, indicating its desire to acquire them, herbs essential to its owner's goal of returning Han home. Released by the Elder's command, Han and Eddie exit. However, Croydal's animosity towards Eddie almost ignites a confrontation. Han steps in to diffuse it, merely to be overlooked. At that moment, the Elder hands back Han's sword. Taking the opportunity, Edenskull courteously asks his companion, who entered this realm 3 years prior, if there's any hope of going back. The Elder replies that the world tree might still create a route, leading him back to the way he initially came. Edenskull remembers the moment when Han was found unconscious by the river, close to the royal palace ruins. The Elder clarifies that the true connection lies within the roots of the world tree. He discloses that Han's universe and theirs exist as parallel dimensions, connected by an ancient path, with intersections happening when energy travels through the tree. He recognizes Mount Apedo as a significant convergence point. He highlights that Mount Apedo is located at the terminus of one such path, making it a site where beings from other realms sometimes manifest. Having formed a friendship with the Pterodrones, he recommends asking for their help, for they are laborers of the world tree, capable of journeying through its roots. Han remembers the Pterodrones employing a transport circle and understands they could lead him home. Eddie shows appreciation and accepts the Elder's counsel. The discussion turns to the trade routes obstructed by monsters. However, lacking enough soldiers, the prince decides they must at least try to take back the route. The Elder assigns Croydal the responsibility of leading the humans and assessing their honesty, notifying him that his comeback is vital for the village. Eddie makes a promise, and Han, ever cheeky, humorously suggests teaching the archer some social graces. Despite Croydal's unease evident on his face, the Elder advises him to prioritize the village. Under Croydal's guidance, the party embarks on Growler. Edenskull quickly observes that their path has changed and inquires. He discovers they are on their way to a concealed tunnel under Mount Apedo, but Croydal cautions that the route is swarming with griffins. Han maintains the beetles have removed them, instigating yet another trivial dispute with the doubtful elf. Eventually, they arrive at the tunnel's entrance, astonishingly well-preserved despite the passage of centuries. As they delve further, the elf reveals it was constructed by the World Tree's laborers, although many roots have since been claimed by monsters. His composed tone nearly deceives Eddie and Han into believing he's softening up. However, Croydell dismisses that idea, stating he is present solely due to the Elder. He cautions them to remain vigilant. The World Tree's roots often draw in monsters. Eddie questions the existence of the World Tree, labeling it a myth. The elf laughs derisively, claiming humans are far too trivial to challenge such an entity. Abruptly, Han's sword starts to glow. Surprised, the elf insists on viewing it, and after further examination, proclaims it a sacred tool created by the deity who oversees the World Tree. When Han inquires why it only glows now, the elf replies that it is responding to a concealed disturbance in the cave that necessitates the sword's power. At the Griffin Cave, the hunters battle a swarm of revenant warriors, while Wayan's firestorm eliminates them. The majority, yet one stays upright. Huijin continues with a smooth waterspout, but they persist. The relentless opposition leads the group to understand they confront disaster-level undead creatures much more powerful than anticipated. Resolute to conclude the fight, Huayan cautions her comrades to stay back, and conjures a surge of liquid flame, turning the undead into ash. The spectacle amazes her friends, boosting her sense of pride. Yet just as the fire begins to fade, Huijin notices a dark figure behind her leader. She yells a caution for her leader, yet it is too late. Huayan shifts to confront a massive armored entity, the Revenant King, a disaster-class menace. The unexpected danger compels the team to withdraw, yet Huijin is pushed back. The Revenant King advances on Huayan, yet Gyeongbak shields her. Sun Young distracts the foe using paper charms to delay the monster. The hunters come together, swiftly ensuring each other's safety. Huayan perceives that this foe's strength far exceeds that of Dead Grade. At that moment, sacred words materialize before her. She gains the worker's blessing, a scroll of transformation granted through Jiha's spirit. With God's wind, her abilities rise, movement speed increased twofold, attack speed enhanced by 50%, and a new passive ability, Wind of Victory, regenerating health through 3 consecutive strikes. However, she doesn't know how it occurred, yet her hope comes back. In reality, Jiha had silently harnessed his essence to strengthen her. Another alert informs him that he can invest additional essence for enhanced support. Recognizing the Revenant King's formidable power, Jiha feels thankful for the green herbs he collected from the wild elves. He creates additional scrolls to assist the team. The Revenant King delivers a fierce strike, compelling Sun Young to lift his shield. The force shakes them. The hunters quickly regain their composure and advance, aware that the battle must conclude before Sun Young wavers. Hygiene. She tests her newfound power, striking the monster's armor, yet her blade fails to penetrate. Acknowledging the issue, she redirects her attention to the joints. At her direction, Sun Young conjures an opening using her paper spell. Huayan then delivers a powerful incantation that engulfs the beast in flames. Gyeongbak speaks softly, questioning whether the explosion had killed the monster, only to receive a furious glare from Huayan for tempting fate. As anticipated, the Revenant King appears, its armor singed but largely unharmed. Yet, the melted openings allow Hygiene to release a barrage of daggers, cutting through the vulnerable gaps. The counterattack is swift. The creature knocks her away, propelling her backward. Huayan lashes out at Gyeongbak, accusing him of his remarks, but Sun Young urges them to stop arguing and confront the actual danger. As events progress, Jiha feels a surge of panic. He expends additional essence, empowering the hunters to buy time for Hygiene and Huayan to regain strength. He dispatches scrolls of transformation to them. Iron blood flows within Sun Young, enhancing his defense by 30% and providing a 12% chance to completely negate attacks. Meanwhile, Gyeongbak is empowered by the Divine Wind, elevating his speed by 70% and his attack speed by 30%. Additionally, he acquires a passive ability, Wind of Victory's healing effect, which transforms 7% of the damage from his last hit into health after landing 3 consecutive hits. Still, Jiha is uncertain it will suffice, quietly hoping Hwayan can change the outcome, when unexpectedly a brilliant light emerges. From Growler's enormous shape erupts, ripping into the shoulder of the Revenant King. Jiha perceives the brilliance of Han Sung-hyuk's sword and experiences an immense feeling of relief upon his arrival. Han's sword slices through the Revenant King's shoulder, astonishing the hunters who stare in disbelief at his arrival. Hwayan identifies him immediately. He frees Wolfie from the summon, but quickly understands his sword blow wasn't sufficient to defeat the foe. The Revenant King ascends once more. Han steadies himself unfocused. Only when he sees the healer's golden glow above Hygiene's motionless form. Worry eats away at him for his partner. Hwayan is taken aback by his unexpected return, prompting her to provide him with answers. However, she has her own inquiries. She emphasizes the need to confront the monster before anything else. In the meantime, the Revenant King signals, calling forth a surge of skeletal allies. Sung-hyuk examines Hygiene, yet continuous healing fails to revive her. He collaborates with Gyeongbak to delay the horde while Han and Hwayan manage the Revenant until she regains strength. Hwayan fires her fiery inferno cannon at the monster. As Han strikes in exasperation, he understands that their united strength falls short against the creature. Its armor deflects every strike, compelling him to conclude that there's just one choice remaining: break it apart. Infusing Weapon Breaker into his sword, he crashes into the Revenant King. In a catastrophic blast that trembles the cave, the force knocks Han down to the ground, blood streaming from his nostrils. He gazes upward, only to see the Revenant King remaining, utterly unbothered. He cannot accept that this is a disaster-level threat. To him, it seems more like destruction level. The king charges at him. Hwayan unleashes a huge blast to intercept, yet the Revenant pushes through, and throws Han to the ground before he can evade. With the dust settling, his eyes grow wide. Prince Edenskull sits on the creature, his sword embedded within it. A voice abruptly echoes in Eddie's thoughts, the apostle revealing that the weakness is at its core. Regaining his composure, he quickly alerts the others. In the meantime, Jahak, Han feels a sense of relief as his keen observation identified the monster's vulnerability, which he promptly communicated to Eddie. However, accessing the core requires breaking its armor first. Understanding he possesses just one blessing remaining, Jiha hopes for the perfect miracle and doodles into his spell book. The scroll created is ideally designed for the combat. Han obtains the Worker's Blessing, a scroll of transformation that provides him with unparalleled concentration. His attacks become inescapable for 5 seconds, penetrating all barriers. Eddie takes the opportunity, plunging his sword into the center. The Revenant King wails in pain, the shockwave propelling him away. Han commends Eddie's work before calling Growler. That bite into the creature. It diverts the Revenant just long enough for Han to completely shatter the core. The Revenant emits a thunderous roar before turning into dust. With the skeletal minions disappearing, the hunters feel relief and begin to celebrate. Eddie assists Han in standing up, playfully encouraging him to say hello to the others, as he clearly recognizes them. The hunters gather closely around Hyojin. Gradually, her eyes begin to open, tears welling up as she listens to Sung-hyuk's voice. She hurries to embrace him while Han softly reassures. Jiha silently observes the emotional reunion. At that instant, a notification shows the concealed tunnel has been opened, rejuvenating the energy flow to the World Tree and hastening its recovery. In the far-off distance, the call of a creature called Arkfoot resonates. Jiha ponders if it could be a new demigod. A golden unicorn races through the sky, its astonishing speed creating a luminous trail behind it. Growler, Byam, and the others freeze, astonished by the view, then quietly discuss tactics to intercept it. Byam detects a subtle ocean scent lingering in its mane, inferring it has come back from the continent's distant edge. They believe it might be agitated due to the current absence of a deity. Growler considers blocking or striking as the unicorn approaches, yet Byam warns him of its astonishing speed. A single error could put them in its sights. Neither feels assured. In the meantime, Jiha listens to Dago barking outside, and glances to monitor the pets. His eyes enlarge as a brilliant golden figure darts by. Initially, he confuses it for a horse, but the reactions of Growler and Byam lead him to believe it could be a demigod. Then it dawns on me. This has to be Arkfoot, the demigod once mounted by the Ark. He tries to reach out to the creature but struggles to follow it as it darts across the terrain. It hesitates momentarily before rushing at Jiha, who protects himself with his hands. Then, suddenly, the being rests silently next to the Arkansas. He softly strokes the unicorn, admiring its gentle fur and pondering if the enchanted world tree contributed to its tranquility. Byam and Growler observe from a distance, pleased with their anticipated success. Growler wonders what name their master will choose for it. Jiha, consistent with his poor naming choices, dubs it Pani, just because it rhymes with pony. Captivated by the unicorn's elegance as it dashes away, Jiha reflects on how a demigod's authentic form can be even more enchanting. Pani soon comes back, holding a unique red herb with its root hole. Jiha understands it's an invaluable resource for red ink, and with the root, he can grow it for additional applications. He rewards Pani, urging the unicorn to feast liberally from the garden following its lengthy journey. The unicorn swiftly collects all the carrots in its hooves, staring warily at the potential robbers. Their effort to engage results in a comical altercation. Following a brief moment of calm, Jiha stands up to ready red ink, its name suggesting a bold color. He chooses to develop it regardless to discover its potential. He containers the fluid, considering how to clarify the unicorn's existence. Although dogs and cats are typical in soul, a pony would undoubtedly provoke curiosity. The following day, Jiha is in his shop, contemplating the cramped conditions and recognizing that it's not ideal for Pani, who loves to run freely, a challenge in soul. Out of nowhere, a strange gate appears in the store, leading to a meadow. The portal's length is described as infinite, suggesting a direct link to the world tree. Suddenly, the shop door swings wide open. Heejin, Sunghyuk enters, offering a warm greeting to Jiha. Heejin deeply bows, expressing gratitude for his help in returning Sunghyuk. Sunghyuk mirrors her appreciation. Jiha, feeling shy, argues that anyone would have acted similarly. Heejin emphasizes the dangers he faced, recognizing his bravery, and he invites them in for tea. Seeing Pani, Heejin bends down to stroke the cute animal, inquiring about its source, but he courteously refuses to disclose it. Jiha talked with them for a considerable time and discovered that Sunghyuk, while safe, continues to dream of the other dimension, struggling to completely move on. Peaceful days ensue for a time. However, the tranquility is disrupted when a group of griffins emerges in Jiha's dream forest, causing him to worry about managing them. Jiha feels stressed about feeding a lively group of baby griffins, only 4 days old. Their swift expansion and large appetites swiftly exhaust his meat reserves, leaving Byam and Doggo fatigued from ongoing oversight. He summons his Pterodrone Knight, instructing it to guide the hatchlings to the mountains more appropriate for their requirements. Hovering over, the beetle grabs their focus. The baby griffins dutifully trail to their new residence. Jiha gets a communication from the World Tree, confirming that his legion is leading purified monsters to the sanctuary, designed after Gehenna. He is assigned the duty of revitalizing its ecosystem. The World Tree's blessing enhances his animal amiability to level 3 and provides him with a new skill, Sanctuary Development. Additionally, Jiha acquires the ability to assess allied potential, including if they have awakening skills, ultimate powers that deplete all ether and exhaust users. Usually, only the best hunters possess them. In testing the power, he realizes he doesn't possess an awakening skill. Pterodrones possess a unique skill, Ability Absorption, enabling them to randomly acquire monster powers. To utilize a skill incompatible with their form, they must learn metamorphosis from a creature named Logos. He understands he can help fellow hunters awaken their abilities by providing subtle clues to those in his inner circle. Trying out his sanctuary creation ability, the system encourages him to utilize essences to identify the sanctuary's resource needs, which he can subsequently supply from his garden. Once he uses 500 essence to gain entry to the sanctuary, the fog enveloping the region dissipates. He dips his fingers in the lake, assessing his capacity to alter the surroundings, unintentionally triggering a small earthquake that harms the sanctuary. He utilizes 100 essence to heal the damage and understands that every action he takes with the skill will affect the sanctuary directly. He employs the skill to evaluate the area's requirements, and the system identifies inadequate soil quality needing worms for rejuvenation. At that moment, the Terradrones come, bringing worms for assistance. He watches as the fog clears, revealing a new area. A large mantis shrimp appears in sight. Jiha remembers Korean news articles labeling them as fearsome monsters, able to obliterate everything in proximity with a single shockwave, necessitating 6 to 7 hunters to conquer just one. Terradrones ready themselves for combat, arming with the world tree's bark as robust shields for protection. They move forward, yet the shrimp's vibrations compel them to withdraw and concentrate on recovery. He recalls the elixirs created from world tree fruit and gives them to the Terradrones. A radiant light surrounds them, rejuvenating energy and enhancing their combat abilities. Revitalized, the beetles move forward with shields up. The shrimp's shockwaves collide with their defenses. However, they swiftly regain strength due to the elixir. The knight slices a shrimp in two. Jiha concludes that the shockwaves stem from the claws, and victory is possible if his forces outnumber them. Following the fierce battle, the Terradrones rejoice in triumph. In an instant, the knight's form radiates as it gains the mantis shrimp's shockwave ability. In his store, Jiha gets a call inviting him to the seaside. Shortly after, Sung-ho and the group pull up in a car, catching him off guard with their speed. Although he was surprised by the number of attendees, even his pets came along. The group engages in lively conversation. One person comments on the pony's cuteness, while his sister inquires if Jiha has had a meal. Sung-ho quips that outings are more enjoyable with friends, and Jiha concurs, although he finds it strange that Hwa-yeon and Chul-yoon decided to tag along. His inquisitive sister wonders where he discovered it, noting its rarity in Seoul, but he casually dismisses her question, claiming he stumbled upon it in a random dungeon. The van buzzes with laughter and conversation, transporting the group toward their summer escapade. Upon arrival, at the shore, Jiha absorbs the stunning scenery illuminated by warm golden light. The van stops at the shore, and the group disembarks, contacting him to check into the hotel. Jiha relishes the comfort of companionship. Pleased, he decided to attend, wishing the happiness endures endlessly. Eventually, while seeking a peaceful moment on the terrace, Hwa-yeon interrupts him. He shows astonishment at her participation in the trip, leading her to question if she's intruding, but he comforts her by saying everyone is delighted she's there. When he inquires about the others, she describes how her envious guildmates are rushing over as they talk. From nowhere, emergency alert blares a warning for a dreadgrade mantis shrimp near the shore and calls for immediate evacuation. Annoyed by the idea of the monster ruining their holiday, she chooses to face the danger alone. A wave of blazing energy rushes towards Jiha, inscribing a radiant golden symbol on his palm. An unexpected blast sends debris flying toward him, as Hwa-yeon jumps to rescue him. They look after one another as their companions assemble, swiftly concluding the explosion originated from the mantis shrimp, probably heading from the beach to their property. Everyone is instructed to maintain the position until backup arrives. Hwa-yeon, calling to find her guildmates, directs them to gather at the shore to confront the dreadgrade monster. As Jiha nears, she urges him to find a safe place, aware that remaining with them puts him at risk. Understanding he cannot engage directly, Jiha recalls the unique potion kept in his cabin that might assist the team, prompting him to hurry and retrieve it. A forceful shockwave from the mantis shrimp disperses the hunters throughout the battlefield. Sung-ho swiftly contacts Min-suk for defensive enhancements, advancing to capture the creature's focus and incite it to strike. This allows the remaining team members to target its weak points effectively. Jaeyoung-baek advances with care, yet the mantis shrimp strikes with its claws, hitting him forcefully enough to cause him to cough blood. Soon-young strikes back with a flurry of paper projectiles and dazzling spells, accompanied by a strong incantation designed to momentarily immobilize the creature. The projectiles strike, but the shrimp's abilities prevent severe damage, highlighting its perilous dead-grade classification. Soon-young worries that her mana will run out if she keeps this speed. Suddenly, a surge of flames strikes the creature. She looks to find the Eternal Flame Guild, under Wei-Yun's leadership, has arrived to support the fight. The guild leader encourages all to prioritize defeating the monster, assuring them that they can return to their vacation once the danger is eliminated. The guild's involvement leads to coordinated strikes against the creature's claws. They start to diminish the monster's attack, instilling a fresh wave of hope. Sung-ho makes a daring advance, but is cut off when a meteor spell unleashes huge boulders, disrupting the team's coordination. The hunters rush to evade the tumbling boulders, yet a few are struck by the force. This abrupt calamity earns the title Disaster, a quiet assault that shatters hope. From the wreckage, the stone mantis, king of mantis shrimp, rises imposing and fierce. The system alerts that the stone mantis aims at every human in its way, and the large rock that appeared earlier is its gravity spell. Sung-ho requests enhancements for defense. Lifting his shield yet, is crashed against a wall by a direct impact. Bloodied and bruised, his wife cries out as fear grips the team, terrified of perishing here. Wei-Yun inspires those around her and employs her fire magic to liquefy some of the approaching rocks, gaining valuable seconds. She can only sustain the spell 2 more times without her scroll. Her lack of focus becomes expensive when a huge rock hurtles toward her too swiftly for her spell to intercept. Out of nowhere, the Pterodrone Knight swoops in, blocking the rock and rescuing her. Gazes, amazed, as Jiha emerges on top of the massive beetle. Jiha guarantees Wei-Yun is unharmed. She reassures her safety but cautions that Sung-ho's wounds are quite serious. He provides her with a recovery potion, advising prompt use and subsequent care at the hospital. He readies himself to confront the stone mantis shrimp solo, resolute in his mission to avert a catastrophe that could engulf the world. He finds solace in the company of his devoted ally, the Pterodrone Knight, and his potions. Those who confront immense dangers are referred to as genuine heroes. 10 minutes earlier, Jiha rushed to his shop to gather potions and spell-enhancing elixirs to help the hunters safely. A swift breeze prompted him to glance upward. He noticed the knight hovering, indicating that the circumstances were much more serious than expected. In the present, the knight blocks debris soaring from the battlefield as the hunters care for Sung-ho. A system alert indicates stone mantis shrimp is furious, and observes it shaping into a large rock sphere. As Jiha soars on the Pterodrone for the first time, he senses the burden of the experience and appreciates the hunters skilled in navigating such turmoil. He administers the elixir he carried, boosting the knight's power. The creature unleashes its lethal enchantment, Fused Silica, throwing the massive stone ball in their direction. Knight harnesses its awakening ability, Shockwave, now amplified by the elixir, unleashing a destructive void wave that obliterates the rock sphere, propelling shards back and hitting the Mantis King. The shrimp swiftly retaliates with a gravity spell, Dimension Refraction, violently shaking the ground. While Min-suk administers the potion to Sung-ho, Wei-Yun admires the creature's power but realizes it is close to being vanquished. Worn out from its awakening ability, the knight can't proceed, entrusting Wei-Yun with responsibility. Jiha coordinates the hunters, with some protecting against falling rocks and others targeting the Stone Mantis King. He emphasizes the urgency, cautioning that at any time, the monster might cast another spell. Administering a recovery potion to the knight, Jiha devises a plan, noting that the 14 smaller mantis shrimps are rattled after seeing their leader hit. Capitalizing on their disarray might shift the battle's outcome. Wayun unleashes a torrent of flames while Sungyung protects herself from airborne debris using paper barriers. Calmness starts to emerge when, unexpectedly, a significantly more frightening threat arises. A ruin-grade kraken. What was expected to conclude the nightmare is now the onset of a much larger catastrophe. Fear seizes the coastline. This poses a danger far beyond their preparations. In the midst of turmoil, Jiha senses a subtle tremor under the water. He then observes the ocean receding to a singular point, as if drawn by an invisible power. A massive mouth rises from the depths. Jiha understands it might be the World Eater trying to consume the kraken. However, he quickly understands that the kraken suckers might stop it from being consumed, and his thoughts race to discover a method to assist the World Eater before chaos ensues. The Terradrone Knight, completely healed, assumes command. The awakening ability produces a formidable shockwave, propelling the kraken and stone mantis shrimp straight into the cavernous maw of the World Eater. With the threat eliminated, the city exhales a shared sense of relief. The remaining monsters are swiftly dispatched, while the wounded are taken to hospitals. Survivors rejoice, celebrating their unexpected escape. Later, Wayun sees Jiha cleaning up debris. She playfully mocks him, suggesting he doesn't have to step in every time, and inquisitively questions her about the enormous beetle he mounted. Jiha can merely explain that it's a benevolent creature that assists humans. He then asks about Sung-ho, discovering he has completely healed, amazing the doctors with his miraculous elixirs. Wayun shows her appreciation. Jiha modestly credits it to fortune. She proposes swimming, but Jiha halts her, worried she might get into trouble so late at night. Their light-hearted exchanges persist, sharing compliments and playful jabs. Unbeknownst to them, another celestial danger silently waits in the shadows. Waiting patiently, the group's holiday concludes serenely as they make their way home. The vehicle is tranquil, the mood easygoing, with everyone dozing off except Jiha. He exchanges some cheerful words of appreciation with Sung-ho, silently longing for additional vacations like this, anticipating that these serene moments will persist ahead. Upon reaching his stop, he exits with his animals. Sung-ho requests him to concoct a potion that boosts resistance. This determined alchemist intends to refine his skills, aspiring to develop a potion that possesses both protective and restorative qualities. Just then, Jiha's sister calls to verify his safe arrival. Sun Young reveals she found something she can't understand and asks for his assistance. He recognizes it as a destruction rune word, a spell that boosts critical damage for attacks. Filled with excitement, she squeals, requesting him to replicate it using his red ink and to create an additional one for her. He believes the red ink complements the rune word flawlessly. Once the rune word was inscribed on paper, it transforms into a physical damage enhancement scroll, different from the mage's specialized versions. This new scroll is usable by nearly any hunter, offering a notable increase in damage. However, Jiha understands that as hunters become more powerful, the monsters will also increase in strength, heightening the risks. Committed to strengthening his allies, Jiha seeks assistance from his enchanted friends to create these scrolls. Prior to engaging in the demanding work, he chooses to rest, replenishing energy for the upcoming task. Several days later in the Dream Forest, the atmosphere seems remarkably refreshing. While observing the terrain, he notices two recognizable silhouettes ahead, Sun Young and Hyojin, accompanied by South Korea's leading hunters. He questions their unity as they near Taoye's alleged seal, only to listen as Hyojin mentions that True lies further east, under a valley cave. Jiha reminisces about the tales of Taotai, held responsible for the devastation in Sichuan, China. Although the myth persists, its actual shape, dimensions, and powers are still a mystery, complicating the imminent conflict. The group rushes to the cave entrance, eager to examine the seal before Taotai stirs. Jiha observes that the bridge to the area is damaged and promptly dispatches Knight to fix it. The hunters are surprised to find the bridge repaired and momentarily ponder whether someone else is present in the woods. They swiftly dismiss the thought and move on. As they continue, The group recalls that Taotai is one of the four perils in Chinese mythology, a four-legged creature that devours whatever it sees. Their mission is to locate its seal, but the lack of visual cues leaves them uncertain about how to begin. Jiha watches them from above. Unaware, they circle around, oblivious to the enchanting presence at the core. The aura takes on a mirror-like shape, indicating a possible connection to Taoyu's seal. Noticing the group remains oblivious, he chooses to extend his hand across the unseen barrier and touch the mirror. However, the moment he does, Sung Hyuk instantly perceives the massive supernatural finger extending through. Quickly, he directs ether into his sword and counters with ether slash. The team rushes, trying to grasp what just happened. Han claims he spotted a massive finger, while others doubt, having witnessed nothing. Meanwhile, Jiha tends to his hurt finger, visibly unsettled. Nonetheless, he managed to assist them in uncovering the Taoyu's seal mirror. His endeavors proved fruitful, as they located the mirror, but the seal is deteriorating and on the verge of breaking. Han privately wonders if he has the strength to face Taotai solo, dreading the fallout from failure. An eerie voice abruptly echoes throughout the chamber, denouncing the hunters as wicked and arrogant, blaming them for stirring evil. Rising from the earth, the temple's protector, Suk Gamdang, announces his desire for retribution. The hunters were entirely unaware of the guardians safeguarding the mirror seal, which sent them into a frenzy. Sung Hyuk swiftly takes charge, soothing the team. The guardian, furious over their intrusion, vows to destroy them. He unsheathes his sword and gestures for cover, prepared to fight. The guardian unleashes the jewel of Karma Flame, releasing waves of fire. Han activates Blink, appearing above the guardians and destroying them with one accurate blow. The guardians are taken aback by his show of power, leading the hunters to believe they might have diminished with time. When Han contacts the mirror, a system notification verifies the conclusion of their quest. They have found Taoyu's seal. Additionally, Han's efforts have inflicted considerable harm on the guardians, momentarily stopping their actions. Jiha, observing Sung Hyuk's prowess, feels admiration. His pets, aware of Taoyu's stirring, hurry to face the remaining guardians. As Jiha crafts scrolls with green herbs sourced from the wild elf village, he pauses, contemplating that gathering the herbs personally or employing the terradrones could startle the villagers. An idea strikes him. He might utilize Selena, directing her as an apostle to collect the herbs. With Selena's assistance, Jiha completes the preparation of multiple scrolls. Upon his request, she sought out the wild elves to gather green herbs from their settlement. To avoid upsetting the elves by directly asking for herbs, Jiha suggested trading food and salt, which the elves found luxurious. She appreciated his intelligence, particularly when he offered her salt for the trade. Accompanied by Edenskull, she successfully navigated encounters with the Shining Knights along the journey, all while gathering an abundant supply of herbs. Due to her hard work, Jiha was relieved from worrying about supplies for some time. At that moment, a disturbance in the garden caught his eye. He discovered the terradrones clustered together, encircled by scattered essence stones. The image brought to mind Korea's small dungeons that started emerging in the Dream Forest. Hunters had been eliminating them. However, the rewards turned out to be underwhelming. Low and mid-tier dungeons provided minimal value, with treasure chests barely covering expenses. Interest among hunters gradually waned as they found it unaffordable to enhance their stats. Yet Jiha yearned to transform the system. For a while, he found no answer, up until the terradrones emerged. These beings utilized their claws and horns as instruments, cutting, hammering, and melting metal in their mouths to create durable wooden treasure chests. To Jiha's astonishment, they were the ones collecting dungeon loot and storing it inside, which he discovered that very day. He contemplates whether this has consistently been their function, or if their actions changed due to his selection by the World Tree. He acknowledges their hard work but concedes the rewards lack true worth. However, a concept starts to form in his thoughts, one that could ultimately resolve the issue. Several days later, a group of hunters assembles at the dungeon's entrance. Mocking Daokuin, the shy protector of their squad. Just as they approach, a sign featuring a shield emblem draws their attention. This represents Jiha's inaugural reform, indicating dungeon rewards so that hunters with corresponding specialties are aware of what lies ahead. The ensuing battle is intense. Daoquin falters at a crucial moment but still plays a vital role in the team's success, receiving both playful jabs and support. However, when a new monster emerges, his uncertainty resurfaces, compelling a teammate to intervene and reprimand him for his anxiety. Nonetheless, he steadily gets better by the conclusion of the battle. After the fight, the group comforts the distraught Daoquin, boosting his morale. They quickly hurry to examine the rewards and are astonished to find not just one, but 5 treasure chests awaiting them. This is Jiha's second step, enhancing rewards to boost excitement. They find that the expense to unlock each box has been reduced to only 2 essences, Jiha's third enhancement. The materials validate the fourth step, distinctive rewards crafted specifically by Jiha. A glowing apple potion, a stunning shield designed for Daoquin, a note marked with runes, and a candle featuring unusual inscriptions spark their curiosity, prompting them to seek Master Cat for an appraisal of their 3 enigmatic items. The revamped reward system, featuring various boxes and exclusive loot, excites the group and fuels their desire to seek more, just as Jiha intended. Master Cat greets them warmly, anticipating their arrival. His assessment reveals that Daoquin's shield is not standard equipment. It is a unique grade item, and the dungeon note is inscribed in rune script. He examines Daoquin and notes an awakening skill named Iron Maiden, which reflects melee strikes with enhanced damage, a 200% multiplier for each level. Master Cat discloses that the awakening skill can be activated if specific criteria are fulfilled. However, he warns that using it will deplete all ether, leaving the user utterly exhausted. The hunters are stunned by the revelation. Daoquin feels a surge of emotions as he considers that this might allow him to avoid direct confrontations with monsters. His friends applaud him, offering their congratulations. Their interest swiftly turns to themselves, wondering if they can also unlock such abilities. He informs them that by conquering the giant warhog, they might gain the skills they seek. Motivated, Daoquin pledges to confront the challenge to enhance his newfound skills. They subsequently proceed to the other items. The candle allows its user to gain powers via dreams, while the shield, under Ark's protection, bestows divine defense through the blessing of the god Ark. Nevertheless, even with the clarifications, certain members continue to overlook the genuine worth of these treasures. In appreciation, Daoquin insists on compelling Jiha to take a bag of gold. On that very night, Daoquin ignites the candle and slips into an exceptionally vivid dream. There, he observes a powerful knight battling relentless hordes of the undead. His power is found not only in his sword but also in his unwavering determination to defend his people, inspiring Daoquin. Abruptly, the knight's gaze locks with his, and divine light flows into him. He jolts awake, soaked in perspiration, only to find he has acquired a new trait, Holy Knight's Devotion Level 1. Daoquin is filled with wonder upon unlocking the Holy Knight's Devotion skill Level 1, but his enthusiasm soon fades. The skill appears better aligned with a knight, although his position has consistently been that of a tank. Despite his disappointment, he decides to find a way to modify the skill and apply it during his upcoming dungeon adventure. Simultaneously, news of the find circulates rapidly. Announcements reveal the rise of a novel class of powers, igniting abilities that are distinct to each hunter in terms of both skill and acquisition method. South Korea captures worldwide interest as the Hunter Association and numerous hunters assemble to observe the unprecedented moment when the world's first hunter achieves their ultimate unlock. Resolute in his quest, Daoquin readies himself to confront the colossal warhog, the creature he must overcome to completely achieve his awakening. With his shield held high, he remains steadfast as his allies cheer nearby. The warhog lunges forward, crashing into his guard with tremendous power. Struggling to maintain his position, he senses that the moment of awakening approaches. He engages Iron Maiden. An explosion of energy radiates from his shield, enveloping the creature and creating shockwaves that ripple through the battlefield. As the haze dissipates, a luminous figure emerges in front of him, putting an object in the soil. Amazed, he questions whether this could truly be God Ark himself. At that moment, all aspects of his history, his broader physique, his hesitation to eliminate monsters, and his drive to safeguard instead of annihilate, become clear. These traits signify his destiny rather than weaknesses. Responding to Ark's call, he recognizes his true purpose: to safeguard his people unwaveringly and follow the path of the god. His teams, shocked, attempt to comprehend whether they just saw the emergence of his talent. Worried, they inquire if he is injured. With a serene smile, he comforts them, revealing that he has uncovered something even more significant than an awakening skill: his true purpose. Days later, the Korean hunter community buzzes with news of his awakening. As posts about his newfound skills circulate through forums and social media, Uchiha dedicates his days to hunter development, tackling a structure that proves to be surprisingly challenging to finish. The assignment arises from his recent find, a book authored by God Ark that uncovers secret insights into dungeon design. It outlines methods to provide buffs, protection, and enhancements for hunters in raids. With its assistance, Jiha tests prototypes, and the one he currently possesses is prepared for evaluation. He enters a dungeon to establish it. At that precise instant, a team of hunters gets ready to venture into a dungeon to confront the green serpent and the hidden monkfish. The serpent is manageable, but the monkfish poses a challenge as it strikes from below while foes advance on the ground. Hygiene suggests the group use its unique sound to dodge assaults, although only she and Sung-hyuk possess the keen senses necessary for this. Abruptly, Han notices something unusual: a statue depicting a praying saintess. To their surprise, it provides a strong buff. However, Han stops in his tracks upon seeing the familiar face of Selena, a person he remembers from Gehenna. He can't shake the thought of whether the real origin of these miracles will be uncovered. The statues are essential during the raid, healing poison at crucial times, replenish energy when fatigue occurs, and offer blessings that sustain the team during the dungeon's most challenging ordeals. That evening, a unique candle is lit at the residence of Sung-hyuk and Hyejin. As Sung-hyuk drifts in, he feels joy upon seeing Eddie and Selena. His focus is captured by a golden knight, emanating divine energy. Sung-hyuk lifts his sword, excited to engage and acquire its powers. However, prior to his action, the knight's sword strikes down upon him with immense power. Their weapons collide in a fierce clash as the knight leans in, instructing Han to modify his position. He pushes the foe away, inquiring whether this knight recognizes him, but the figure remains silent. The immense strength in his rival's arms trembles. Focusing energy into his sword, Han prepares himself for a counter. The knight speaks once more, declaring that humans are too delicate to endure the upcoming trials. Han seeks understanding, yet it merely echoes the harsh verdict. Suddenly, he realizes that the message could pertain to the Teoti. The armored entity proclaims that a far greater disaster awaits them, a catastrophe that will obliterate humanity. Sung-hyuk rejects the prophecy and insists on discovering the identity of his adversary. In response, the timeless sword dedicated to Lord Ark. Golden blades materialize, surrounding him in a circular formation as the knight declares himself the Legion's swordmaster. Han reiterates, questioning why this knight talks as though he is familiar with him. The swordmaster confesses he has watched him intently because of his distinct potential. Sung-hyuk utilizes his ability, form etherization, probing deeper into the reason the knight has chosen to appear at this moment. The knight discloses that the Apostle of Ark has emerged. When Han attempts to press further, the swordmaster cuts him off. At the same time, Selena gets an inscription, questioning whether it relates to the previous mysterious entity. The challenge commences. The swordmaster instructs Han to either fight fiercely or perish before achieving enlightenment. At his command, daggers begin to fall upon him. Han braces himself to acquire the knight's skill and knowledge, focusing all his energy into his sword. In one fluid motion, he annihilates the approaching daggers. In an instant, the knight is back, commending the effort made. Prior to summoning a new ability, first sword technique, Stormblade. Its initial shape whirls Han through the corridor. Before he can regain composure, a rapid strike ensues, exploding into a surge of energy. The focus changes to Jiha as she finishes brewing a red potion, gently transferring it into a flask. He breathes out in calm contentment. Master alchemist Chulhyun claps from a distance, amazed by the accuracy of his craftsmanship. Chulhyun examines the potion in amazement. It heals 200 health in just 10 seconds, while the earlier batch took 15 seconds. Even more astonishing is Jiha's impeccable timing, accomplished without any tools. This innate accuracy highlights the deep respect Wayun holds for him. After Chulhyun departs, Jiha contemplates how attaining alchemy level 4 has improved both the quality and simplicity of his tasks. Choosing to relax, he wanders into the dream forest, savoring the fresh atmosphere. Aaron looks for his pets, Byam, Doggo, and Panny. His tranquility breaks when the humming bell rings, alert of seismic activity close to Toddy's seal. The alert indicates the seal is about to break, prompting him to launch terradrones. He hurries to the location and discovers them surrounding the seal, creating barriers rather than confronting it directly. The decision confounds him, yet he senses a more profound reasoning. Nevertheless, he worries these defenses might falter against the Toddies. At that instant, the nightmare starts. Disaster-grade black lions appear, serving as minions of the Toddy. The terradrones advance together in harmony to battle it. Time felt like quicksand as he meticulously watched and documented their strategies in battle against the creature. In autumn, a huge portal rips open in Seoul's District 7, attracting a throng of surprised spectators. A group of hunters examines the situation, only to pull back in shock upon discovering the reality. This is a Category Level 6 dungeon. They quickly withdraw, hurrying to inform the association of the news. The dungeon requires a definitive result. Either seal or defeat Toddy within 47 hours and 57 minutes. While labeled as ordinary, the Level 6 categorizes it as a destruction class threat, Eternal Flames Elite. The individual ranks, numbered from 1 to 9, gather at the entrance. Han Sung-hyuk, initially believing this was just a routine call from the Hunter Association, now fears someone is intentionally sabotaging District 7. Wayne brushes off his dark humor but expresses her feelings on how much he has changed since his return. Han shares this sentiment. Each clan member experiences their own uniqueness. The main team has undergone their awakening, aided by Jiha's support. Prior to entering, Jin remembers Jiha's potions and shares them. These are not typical elixirs. Each one instantly replenishes half of health, stamina, and ether, enhances all stats by 23% for 2 hours, and provides 7 seconds of invincibility. With full buffs, the hunters enter the gate, uniting together. In his dream forest, Jiha observes the tiny battlefield, understanding that terradrones can withstand black lions. Yet none can confront Coyote itself. The destiny of the world depends on the awakened hunters. As they approach the seal, Han notices recognizable Saintess statues and instructs everyone to gain their buffs before proceeding. A hunter consumes one of Jiha's potions, astonished as his stats nearly double. Sung-hyuk sternly cautions that this might still fall short, but Wayne maintains that they should remain hopeful. Black lions will appear soon. Han absorbs the initial blow, acting as bait for his team to counterattack. Jin launches a fierce sword assault, as Wayne follows up with Phoenix Shot and Lava Inferno, engulfing the battlefield in flames. Their tank maintains the defense, responding with such strength that the creature is bewildered and pushed away. This allows Sung-hyuk to regain his composure and unleash the Stormblade technique, a newly acquired skill from the Dream Knight. The initial version, Whirlwind Strike, detonates, instantly slicing through the Black Lion, leaving the team amazed. Nonetheless, the feeling of victory is fleeting. Lived as a Blood Lion emerges more powerful, quicker, and one tier above the Black Lion. Han instructs everyone to reapply their buffs and consume potions. The creature lunges, its claws poised to rip him apart. But Han responds with his etherblade. Jean screams in terror, fearing he will disappear again if he pushes too hard. Her teammate brings her attention back, reminding her that only Sung Hyuk possesses the strength to confront the monster. She regains her composure, instructing her team to collect information about the creature. Initially, their efforts yield no results, but then someone consults MirWiki and discovers new details that were just uploaded. Meanwhile, Sung Hyuk battles to sustain Etherblade as Stormblade rapidly depletes his ether. As his position wavers, their tank activates AoE Taunt, diverting the creature's focus and revealing its belly during the charge. This gap is all the team requires. The mage casts a toxic spell, hitting the Blood Lion's weak point. The Blood Lion stumbles backward, reeling from the blow. Hygiene charges ahead with Sword Rampage, slicing into its skin with swift blows. She urges Sung Hyuk to deliver the final blow. He calls upon Growler in his enormous shape. A single swipe of his claw flattens the Blood Lion. Growler looms over the hunters, delivering a powerful blow to the Blood Lion, leaving them rattled. Wayan and Hygiene get ready to attack, yet the creature bellows to halt them, proclaiming itself as no foe. Sung Hyuk lifts his hand, acknowledging the creature. When asked, he clarifies this is not a monster, yet a deity of nature tied to him by agreement. When inquired about its arrival, Growler alerts that Tyote's awakening has called its Dharma guardian. In contrast to typical monsters, a protector serves as an unquantifiable guardian. To combat this, Growler imparts his divine ether to Sung Hyuk. The creature extends his paw for a touch, granting his strength to him, leaving him unsettled. The wolf disappears, giving him the power to defeat the guardian before it gets to Tyote. He seeks direction for Tyote, but the wolf assures him it will handle it. With that, Growler vanishes, leaving him to face the battle. The group theorizes about the protector's power, believing only Sung Hyuk can confront it. However, Sung Hyuk understands that the upcoming battle requires everyone's commitment. In the meantime, Tyote's servants report the hunter's approach, encouraging their master to awaken as they handle those pests. Tyote is occupied dining as three known figures show up: Biam, Growler, and Pani. The demigods mock him, yet he stays resolute, claiming that even together they cannot stop him. Tyote is confident he can eliminate them swiftly for another decade of tranquility. Pani pretends to leap, catching Tyote's attention, as Biam and Growler charge in for the actual strike. Fueled by insanity, Tyote growls that no deception will deceive him and vows to destroy all. Pani rushes forward, its horn directed at him, as Growler and Biam rip into his skin, determined to pull his spirit back to its origin. His center emits energy, until Tyote abruptly erupts, bellowing and tossing the three away. Pani sees the dimensional wall ripping apart, the fissure expanding into a significant opening that starts pulling Biam towards it. The fight restarts immediately. Biam and Growler hold Tyote down as Pani thrusts her horn deep, delivering a critical hit. Tyote falters, amazed by their strength, then calls out for his father. However, before a response arrives, all four vanish completely. Jiha observes the scene in shock as they vanish. He looks in every direction, yet no evidence exists of their disappearance, not even battle signs. Panic engulfs Jiha as the humming belt rings. Dreading the worst, he hurries to the tiny realm. He observes Sung Hyuk's team confronting the Grand Dharma, Tyote's protector, a two-headed dragon recognized as one of the toughest adversaries, spill from its jaws, igniting the earth. Sung Hyuk instructs Gangmin to protect him. The tank consumes a boosting elixir, plus brackets, restraining the deluge. Feeling overwhelmed, he pleads with Han to hurry. Sung Hyuk blinks ahead, unleashing the initial form of his recently mastered Storm Blade Sword technique. A tempest of energy slices through the air. However, the creature strikes back with a fiery blast that knocks him down. The Guardian, taken by his assault, acknowledges the sword technique and inquires about his connection to the knight whose style he employs. Han links it to Legion Swordmaster but disregards its significance, vowing to turn the creature to ash. The Guardian, furious, unleashes an annihilation blast. But Han blinks just in time. Han lunges at the creature, activating his Storm Blade's whirlwind strike, yet the blow hardly touches it. The creature thunders down, causing the earth to tremble. Han jumps to evade the shockwave, but gets intercepted in midair and crashed against a wall. Jiha tightens as he witnesses Han cough up blood upon impact. In that moment, Han's thoughts race back to when he first discovered Whirlwind Strike and pleaded with the knight to instruct him on the third technique. The knight declined, cautioning that Han struggled with the second level. As each level increased, ether costs rose, and pushing it could lead to a life-threatening ether deficiency. Now, the world's survival is more important than his own life. The Guardian observes in. Fear envelopes him as energy rises, calling forth the feral beast Growler, who sends the creature into a state of shock and terror. The knight's caution lingers in his mind. With luck, he can endure a single blow. Choosing to risk it all, he unleashes the second form of Storm Blade while his faithful wolf distracts the foe. Dashing ahead, he delivers a spiraling slash, leaving the creature in shreds. It is only then that fatigue overwhelms him, causing him to collapse. Jiha rejoices at the Protector's defeat with his Terradrones, barely trusting his vision. He swiftly instructs the beetles to help reconstruct the seal and care for the wounded hunters. A sudden concern hits him. He hasn't laid eyes on his pets in quite a while. Worried about the outcome, he requests the knight to find them. Finally, growls resonate through the fog. Jiha cries tears of relief as his friends come back safe. Later, they wrap around him. He vows to be the refuge they consistently seek, as only they can confront terrors like Tao Di. Following the confrontation with Tai Odi, Byam, Pani, and Growler are bruised and unyielding to care. Jiha forces the medicine into their mouths, as they disappear with each reference to it. In desperation, he threatens to deny food. Only at that point do they willingly accept care, a harsh strategy he rationalizes as essential for their healing. As the world transitions from honoring Tao Di's defeat to pondering who achieved it, reports emerge of a Chinese helicopter observing three massive, unidentified shapes alongside Tao Ti. They instilled fear in the populace until the entities were recognized as deities of nature. The discovery that one is linked to a Korean hunter raised global alarm. Consequently, Korea holds a clandestine meeting where Hyun Sok reveals that Tao Di and the deities of nature initiated their conflict at Gehenna, causing a powerful energy wave to shift it into China. The seal is located close to Sichuan in China, while the dungeon emerged in Korea, a discrepancy that many regard as mere coincidence. He displays images of the battlefield on the monitor. Korea's President Kim Jae-sung inquires if the observable destruction serves as proof of the conflict. And it is confirmed that dramatic transformations, such as a mountain range obliterated by a single breath, demonstrate the magnitude of the Tao. Di's strength was so formidable that China dispatched a UAV meant for a nuclear attack, which was shot down along with all other drones, resulting in no recorded footage. Authorities are uncertain if the monster is genuinely deceased. An ether stone or essence should remain, but it's unclear if creatures of destruction grade yield them. As the danger appears to have passed, the president rescinds the evacuation order and looks at Ashley, the U.S. The Psyche Association liaison acknowledges that the U.S. lacks information on 6 dungeons and asks Korea to share any intelligence they have. A notable detail emerges. Each numbered hunter claims to have spotted a gigantic wolf among the shadows, later confirmed as Sungyuk's contracted nature deity. This being had instructed hunters to halt the Guardian during its confrontation with Tao Di. Ashley candidly stated that America thought no country could overcome a destruction-class monster without military intervention. The president responded by summoning Hyun-suk, insisting on the truth behind how Korean hunters achieved what was considered impossible globally. Hyun-suk recognizes that the triumph of the battle relied solely on Jiha, the alchemist, who had empowered the single-numbered hunters with awakening abilities, elixirs, and unique scrolls. He asserts that the battle would have been lost without his contribution, prompting a senior leader to insist that this precious individual be safeguarded without exception. They understand they cannot compel Jiha to move, making him susceptible to those with malicious intentions. The president guarantees a solution will be developed. Hyun-suk suggests that the Korean government will dedicate all its resources to protect the alchemist. He subsequently turns his attention to preparing for threats of future destruction, while Ashley's mind stays on Jiha, driven by curiosity. In the meantime, the government speculated on the ether stone. Rests in Jiha's grasp. He inquires of Bei Am whether it originates from Tao Di. The cat meows affirmatively, pointing towards the world tree as if indicating it should be presented there. As he nears, a limb extends to grasp the rock. Leaves glisten as a brilliant light radiates through the tree's branches, captivating Jiha, along with his friends. Attracted by the display, he sees a fluffy sheep coming near, opening a shimmering gateway. Curious if this is yet another deity of nature, he moves through the swirling light. Conversely, he discovers a sprawling library filled with towering shelves and an abundance of books. The sheep stops next to a book on the ground, appearing to read it. He calls it Yunji, believing it to be the librarian. The gardener trails Yunji, realizing that the books need essence for reading. The book he once discovered on dungeon structures probably came from this library, he theorizes. Motion overhead draws his focus, and he spots pterodrones within the grand library. Initially, he questions how his assistants arrived here. However, observing their green shells and diminutive size, he understands they are part of the world tree. He watches the pterodrones carefully inscribing in books. When he inquires about their recording activity, Yunji hands him a book. He is struck by its meticulous detail. As he examines it more closely, he discovers that the library is perpetually refreshed by the pterodrones with current world events. Intrigued by particular information, he requests books on the Gamurk Empire from Yunji. The sheep generates 2 substantial volumes, which he opts to borrow, eager to try something different. Since the world tree absorbed Tiote's energy from the essence stone, both the tree and the adjacent garden have grown substantially. While Jiha investigates, he finds a waterfall that was concealed by mist, and observes bees buzzing near a large hive. He watches a pterodrone operating a lever within the hive as a drop of honey drips, and is swiftly captured by another. He reprimands them for taking honey but notices the bees remain unresponsive, as though an unvoiced understanding exists among the beings. A system alert indicates a new resource. Emperor honey permanently increases maximum health by 10%, can be used only once, and is the preferred food of the pterodrone. Jiha takes a small amount, considering it as rare dungeon treasure instead of selling. After Tiote's defeat, Jiha has committed entirely to enhancing the sanctuary, improving the soil with worms, and forms a lake, drawing in new species and rejuvenating the landscape. Sustaining the sanctuary requires considerable essences, yet the active dungeon provides a continuous resource supply. Next arose the Great Salt Crisis. He believed that only wild elves faced issues, yet it seems Estrom's residents find life without salt quite dull. As an apostle, Jiha discovers from Prince Edenskal that they harvest salt from rocks or by solidifying animal blood. Estrom's absence of adequate salt mines compelled it to submit to the Gamurk Empire, given salt's vital strategic importance. Resolute in addressing the salt deficit, he searches the World Tree Library and discovers an ambiguous mention of a salt mine. He recruits the pterodrone to assist with decoding. It departs after a brief moment, guiding him to a sizable group of cattle. He is amazed to find the cattle. They were expected to have escaped following the Great War. He chooses to guide them to the Estrom Kingdom. Seeking help from his pets, he notices Doggo and Biam battling for the job. He designates Doggo to guide while savoring popcorn as an onlooker. He encourages the wolf as it departs, joined by the other animals. Jiha observes with enthusiasm, certain they will arrive at the kingdom unharmed. He finds a deserted granary packed with wheat, He collects using pterodrones in only 2 hours rather than the projected 7. Later, Jiha texts Selena to let her know that the pterodrones are bringing wheat, a cattle herd, and some salt. These unique resources will aid both the citizens of Estrom and Jiha personally. The villagers, upon receiving the salt, wheat, and cattle, feel these gifts are from Ark and joyfully prepare a feast for the altar. Jiha trades his goods for 2 golden potions that can heal deep wounds. He spends time documenting commendations for Selena and the villagers' honesty in the Infinite Spellbook. In the meantime, Diakon deepens his faith by praying to the divine Ark. Nonetheless, the text he found is abundant in tradition and legend but offers little practical advice. And he senses the desire for a guide. Understanding. No one on earth can lead him. His mind wanders to the accounts of Ark's disciples in Gehenna, aware that they were destroyed during the Ark Empire's oppression. Through meditation, he gains a gentle nudge to create his unique spiritual journey. The focus changes to him using his Iron Maiden skill to stop a rampaging creature during a dungeon raid with his group. Dungeon clearing has significantly improved since he embarked on his spiritual journey. Out of nowhere, a pterodrone soars overhead and moves through an unseen barrier. Intrigued, the hunters pursue it and reach a stony entrance. They discover they have found a civilization. Upon noticing individuals in proximity, they observe pterodrones cultivating the fields and method for a detailed examination. A loud cry breaks out. Armed villagers charge ahead to protect themselves, believing the group to be intruders. The villagers swiftly establish a defensive line behind a massive pterodrone, dispatching envoys to notify Prince Idinskal and Saintess Selena. The hunters attempt to convey their harmless intentions, as Diakon wonders about the As. Selena shows up. Diakon's team instantly identifies her from the dungeon statues. Prince Idinskal soon appears, and the group is captivated by him, understanding that Selena could be his princess. The prince welcomes the hunters, inquiring if they have ties to Han. Diakon identifies Han Sungyuk as the hunter being referred to. The prince verifies this, stating that Han lived with them for several years before going back. He remembers their names from Han's report, Selena and Idinskal, and speaks to them anxiously. The prince is curious about how Daoquin knows their names, while Selena proposes a potential shared link and asks if they are the hunters from a different realm. Understanding that Han probably disclosed the villagers' details, Idinskal wishes he kept quiet too. Daoquin Niels looked to Selena for direction, believing she could be the Ark's, and discusses his journey to deepen his faith. He acknowledges that although numerous religions are present in his world, he desires the guidance that Selena offers. She perceives his honesty and accepts him, and presents him with a necklace to signify his initiation. With Daoquin's belief solidified, the newcomers are openly conversed with by the villagers, reassured by the prince and saintess. Tales circulate regarding Han Sunghyuk's arrival and the village's impressive resurgence. With the dungeon's end approaching, the hunters get ready to leave. Daoquin decides to inform Sunghyuk about the occurrences, and their account swiftly turns into a subject of fascination upon their return. In today's world, Daoquin stops by Jiha's store, retrieving the pendant and holy scripture provided by Selena and narrating the occurrences. Jiha clarifies that gifts from prominent religious leaders indicate a designation as an apostle, a mission to share belief with the community. Motivated, Daoquin prepares to accept the duties given to him by the saintess. Soon after, Jiha enters the woods, and is shocked to find the pterodrome queen sprawled tiredly on the grass. He moves closer to see if she's okay. The queen unexpectedly ejects an item, which the system recognizes as a pteroseed. It is classified as a fertilizer that enhances soil quality and boosts crop growth, although the delivery method is completely strange. A branch falls close to his foot, directing his attention to the visual cues etched into the earth by night. As she interprets them, she discovers that mixing honey with an elixir creates a unique jelly that significantly boosts ether absorption. Upon concocting the potion, the knight presents him with a pot of soil, motioning for him to place the pteroseed in ether stones, then adds emperor jelly on top for the seed to absorb. In no time, a vibrant green sprout appears. Impressed by the swift growth, Jiha chooses to gather additional seeds. Eventually, when the Eternal Flame Guild completes a dungeon, they discover a surprisingly tiny chest. Initially doubtful because of its size, they observe it closely and suspect it holds something precious. Upon opening it, they discover a tiny seed that remarkably boosts crop growth, unlike anything on Earth. Despite his concerns about attracting monsters, Sung-ho reassures them that the chest exclusively yields items advantageous for hunters. His assurance turns out to be accurate. In just a few days, the government and the Goryeo Group start financing the acquisition of the dungeon seeds for their remarkable crop enhancement abilities. Wei-in enjoys a meal at Jiha's while watching the broadcast and inquires about he. Indicates that accumulating and utilizing the seeds might transform agriculture, yet he secretly grins. He was imprisoned for this specific reason. Wei-in discusses her guild's recent visit to Japan, where the Japanese Ministry of Defense attempted to secure her guild's allegiance with extravagant offers. Jiha, unaware of life beyond Korea, inquires about the situation in Japan. She states that their main focus is survival, as earthquakes, monsters, and volcanoes allow little space for comfort. Intrigued, he inquires about her reaction to their proposal. She leans in to remove a smudge of sauce from his face, playfully suggesting she has clearly chosen him by being here together. Jiha attempts to alleviate the discomfort by summoning his pets. Byam, Panny, and Doggo charge in like a herd, devouring everything while he perks up at an unusual sound outside. Wei-in catches his abrupt stillness, but hearing nothing herself, he decides not to worry her and plans to check it out later. Meanwhile, the three pets chatter about the noise, and he offers Wei-in more food, which she graciously accepts, just for the scent of smoke to permeate the atmosphere. Following the humorous incident, he ventures into the woods to explore the sound, believing it to be a new nature deity. He notices a vibrant red parrot sitting on a branch at the world tree. Abruptly, Byam rushes by him, disturbed by the parrot, leading Jiha to ponder whether the two beings are acquainted. The cat leaps in anger, unable to ascend. The doggo growls in annoyance at both of them. Jiha deduces that it has to be a nature deity if Byam responds like this, and calls it Hong due to its unique cry. Hong joyfully settles on his shoulder, and he embraces it home. He quickly evaluates Hong's skills and discovers it is exceptional at separating, gathering, and storing seeds. Similar to Young Ji the librarian, Hong is able to open a gate. This serves as a large repository for seeds. He explores further online and uncovers that these vaults act as seed repositories intended to maintain food supplies following worldwide disasters. His study shows Korea's seed vault was lost during the Great War. As the Svalbard Global Seed Vault, the final safeguard, nears permanent closure, he contemplates moving the seeds to Hong's storage for their preservation. Nonetheless, the vault's location close to the North Pole renders the journey unfeasible. While he reflects, his animals assemble, attempting to assist. Abruptly, Hong pulls his hair. To his astonishment, it communicates in human language, proposing to guide him there. Amazed, he continues to follow, merely to observe in awe as the bird expands into a colossal shape and motions for him to ascend. When Jiha inquires about the destination, Hong discloses plans to fly directly to Svalbard, leaving him amazed at its knowledge of the location. He expresses his skepticism regarding the long trip, yet Hong comforts him. Hesitantly, he mounts the bird's back, gripping its feathers as though its life relies on it. His anxious shouts are swiftly carried away by the wind as they head toward the Arctic. His fear gradually transforms into wonder, and the warmth emanating from Hong comforts him, leading him to ponder if the bird is a phoenix. When Svalbard appears on the horizon, Jiha consumes a chilled resistance potion to prepare for the icy weather ahead. After arrival, he finds his Pterodrone Knight and its allies already ready, set for the tasks ahead. As they approach, Jiha notices motion in the darkness. Werewolves emerging from the shadows. Surprised by monsters, He swiftly splits his forces into groups. The High Knight takes several Terradrones outside for combat, while Jiha gathers the others indoors to collect seeds. The vaults inside feels haunting, closed for years, causing him to fear the seeds might have spoiled. While they move forward, a werewolf creeps up from behind, startling them with a noise. However, one Terradrone attacks first, slaying it with one blow. Believing the seeds are likely destroyed due to the monster invasion, Jiha prepares for letdown, only to discover them flawlessly intact. The team starts to cautiously transport boxes of seeds. Hong holds the gate open while the Terradrones bring in box after box of seeds. It's a strenuous job with almost 4 million crates to relocate. He steps outside with Hong, discovering everything covered in snow. He inquires if the bird notices anything, but the phoenix squawks that humanity has exhausted its time. Jiha stands still, understanding that his main issue isn't the monsters, but rather explaining this bird to others if found. A loud thump interrupts his contemplation as the Terradrones release the motionless werewolves at his feet, signaling the end of the fight. Jiha commends their efforts, and after finishing the task, they get ready to leave. He commands the Terradrones to transport seeds to Estrum village and Hyunsuk. Villagers will soon plant and harvest them, as Hyunsuk prepares comprehensive reports about it. The Goryeo group revolutionizes agriculture with soil-free smart farms utilizing these innovative seeds. A couple of days later, Jiha's sister comes to his shop. They talk about HunterNet, the old trading platform for hunters. She critiques its poor visibility and traditional name. Jiha proposes renaming it as an exchange center, while Soon-young highlights that a suitable system could enable the market to flourish. However, she hurries away, vowing to come back shortly for BM. Abandoned, Jiha picks up a book, titled System by Arc, taken from Yunji's library, aiming to discover a resolution for the exchange center. The document provides a detailed overview of the hunter system, including stars, traits, skills, dungeon layouts, and HunterNet. The archaic language would have rendered comprehension impossible. His design skill now enables him to read it effortlessly. Drawing knowledge from the book, he formulates a strategy to transform the market into an auction platform, utilizing a simple wiki, with essence as currency and Terradrones for delivery. He intends to start with potions and scrolls, progressing to rarer artifacts after he gathers them. As he talks about it with the Terradrone Knight, it concurs but cautions they'll exhaust themselves managing both artifacts and chests. Jiha contemplates a resolution. The knight points to a laborer diligently forging a weapon. His awe is filled by its dedication. The knight places a bottle of honey on the ground, suggesting they will labor harder for it. A deal is struck. The Terradrones retain all the honey in exchange for gathering artifacts. This agreement proves fruitful, as each trip to the garden brings Jiha new discoveries, some of which are exceptionally rare. Included is the Shotel of the Crescent Moon, a weapon that enhances strength by 5, agility by 10, and provides abilities such as swordsmanship, lockpicking, and a shroud skill. Though tiny, the Terradrones excel in their field. As Jiha gazes at the unique artifact in wonder, his animals approach with an unforeseen visitor, a tiny bear swaying behind them, stumbling with every step. The overwhelming cuteness almost knocks Jiha over. He picks it up like a young child, pondering names Winnie or Cuddly, ultimately choosing Winnie. However, when he inquires about its food, the bear slaps him in the face and then goes on a rampage, frightening all. It scratches at BM, charges at Panny, and halts only after receiving a kick to the abdomen. Winnie, far from innocent, clearly relishes annoying others. Jiha cradles the injured cub and attempts to soothe it by taking a tour of the forest. He takes Winnie to the fields, offering all the food it desires, provided it avoids the garden. Winnie remains indifferent. Its gaze is locked on a beehive, captivated by the scent. Concerned the bear might scare the bees next, he cautions that honey can only be obtained via him. He gives Winnie a bottle of honey. Jiha is amazed as the bear swings open a gate, resulting in a concealed cache of weapons and armor. While he believed Winnie was a combat-oriented character, the find suggests differently. The equipment is remarkable, with each item enhanced by bonus stats ideal for his auction. Among the items, Jiha's gaze lands on the Demon Breaker, a rare heroic sword that enhances strength, agility, and intelligence, along with traits such as swordsmanship, sprint, curse resistance, eternal bound, and the skills Ether Blade and Haste. He inquires with Winnie about taking it. She notes that currently, only Han Sung-hyuk uses an Ether Blade, indicating this weapon would create a stir in the market. Winnie surprisingly asks for just 10 essences in rent. He thinks it's due to Winnie believing he won't retain it for himself. Conveniently, 10 essences is precisely the fee he planned to set as a broker. The following day, Jiha posts the Ether Blade on a simple wiki, and turmoil ensues. Offers rise increasingly upward, until a single number quiets the others, 10,000 essences. Sung-hyuk and Hyejin browse through the flurry of posts at home. Hyejin whispers that the cost is outrageous, yet he asserts it's worth every essence. An Ether Blade demands no skill to use, which is precisely why he purchased it. He intends to bring his new sword to the appraiser, just for Hyejin to nonchalantly disclose that Jiha is the appraiser. Overjoyed, they hurry to go see him. A few days later, Han tries the sword in a dungeon, cleaving a stone golem in two with a single effortless blow. Hyun-suk observes in astonishment, understanding this has to be the Demon Breaker. Sung-hyuk informs him that the sword has greatly surpassed his expectations, as its haste skill enables fluid movement. Hyun-suk is taken aback. He never noticed that detail in the auction listing. Sung-hyuk nonchalantly states he had it evaluated by Jiha, leaving Hyun-suk even more astonished, as the appraiser was thought to be unavailable. Han dismisses it as mere fortune, yet in reality, he had secretly bribed him with presents during the night, quietly promising to offer something even greater in return. Eventually, Jiha tries planting a sapling of the world tree on Earth, interested to find out if it can grow, then goes back to the forest. The area seems more vacant. The majority of Terradrones deliver auctioned items, as the few left diligently focus on creating and packaging. He inquires at night about relocating the beehive to Estrum village for increased production. Considering the possibility of losing honey, the distressed Terradrone begins to cry. Jiha comforts it, vowing not to withhold anything, but to enhance honey production, ensuring a reliable supply. Gently, he takes the hive, planning to move it to Estrum village, where the environment is better suited for its development. He shouts for Selena in the tiny universe. She quickly answers his call. He acknowledges Selena, Ed, and Skal warmly. He offers them the beehive, stipulating that they must tend to it and provide him with honey in exchange for an equal quantity of sugar. Upon seeing a sample, the two brighten up like children in a sweet shop, as sugar is deemed a luxury in Estrum village. After tasting the sugar, Eddie inquires how the apostle obtained it. Selena comments that such occurrences are not unexpected for the gardener of the world tree. Jiha believed honey was more valuable, but Ed and Skal pointed out that sugar is much scarcer in Estrum, as it is sourced from a limited supply of sugar beets. The agreement was approved instantly. Hyun-suk and Sung-hyuk arrive at the U.S. Government Complex Management Office for an important conference. As they enter, Hyun-suk notes that other countries envy the advantages Korean hunters possess. However, he emphasizes that to achieve something greater, they must be willing to sacrifice. Ultimately, that is the purpose of their gathering, to negotiate. Sung-hyuk acknowledges that his guild encouraged him to participate, but he has little interest in politics and prefers simply being a hunter. Hyun-suk encourages him to consider options beyond hunting, and reminds him that Jiha and the Nico appraiser, two names that are, in fact, the same individual, will undoubtedly be mentioned during the meeting. Han is intrigued by the proposal Jiha might get, but Hyun-suk notes that Jiha is not particularly interested in riches, which makes him difficult to influence. Upon entering the room, they discover Ashley conducting the session. Sung-hyuk gently assesses her loyalties. However, she resolutely states that, although she represents the U.S., she will remain neutral. Her sole aim is justice. Sung-hyuk appears content. As Hyun-suk winces at the uncomfortable interaction, Sung-hyuk dismisses it, stating his sole intention was to ensure Korean hunters wouldn't encounter prejudice. Ashley begins the meeting by establishing ground rules, encouraging respect and brevity from all. Despite Hyun-suk's skepticism about their willingness to listen, a man slams his desk, confirming it, seeking verification regarding the events in Korea and the authenticity of Jiha and the appraiser. Disorder ensues as people interrupt him, with some doubting the dungeons have changed and others blaming Korean hunters for having unfair benefits. Hyun-suk ultimately affirms that all is accurate, quieting the audience. He asserts that Korea has no motive to deceive, as the reality is already revealed. When officials inquire why Korea remained silent, he retorts, highlighting that all nations conceal information, including the US, which is hiding the mini-ether reactor. An individual attempts to claim that ether industry offerings and hunter-related data are not identical. However, Hyun-suk strongly contends that both serve as instruments for national progress. He mentions the massive dungeon that China concealed until Korean hunters discovered it, highlighting that information is valuable only when limited. Sung-hyuk finally loses his temper, speaking to the room with irritation, directly addresses the issue, recognizing that there is a demand for a quota system and access for international hunters to Korean dungeon raids. He strongly emphasizes that they are not present to be questioned and asserts that they anticipate a return. They obtained what they sought, the prototype ether reactor and 10 developers. Following the meeting, Hyun-suk commends Sung-hyuk's negotiation abilities. Sung-hyuk feels that excluding Korean hunters equates to excluding Korea itself, which he cannot accept. Additionally, foreign hunter invitations have become a regular monthly occurrence. However, Hyun-suk is troubled that Jiha received nothing from the agreement. Sung-hyuk reflects that he would have declined regardless. Hyun-suk contemplates how to express gratitude, and Sung-hyuk suggests a treat box for Baeaum, but this idea is quickly dismissed. He then proposes establishing a container at Jiha's shop equipped with alchemy tools, charging a fee for every 2 hunters who utilize it. A portion of the proceeds would benefit a hunter academy or orphanage, while the remainder would go to Jiha. Han, impressed by the concept, notes that the wealthy always discover ways to profit. Following several tranquil days in Estrum village, Margreta, the vice-captain of the Black Lion Knighthood from the Gimark Empire, approaches the gates. She halts, absorbing the changed village, amazed that it has triumphed over food shortages much more severe than Gimark's. At the entrance, Prince Edenskal and Selena welcome her and promptly inquire about her purpose. Margreta reveals that she has come to ask about Baron Grom, as all communication with them has ceased. She is surprised to learn that they have already departed the village with other forces. As she surveys the area, Margreta inquires whether they abandoned the cattle. Edenskal states that the cattle came after their exit. Farming commenced only after the prior troops departed, owing to discrepancies and unmet expectations. Margreta remains doubtful they would depart willingly. Yet Edenskal hides the reality of their banishment. In search of diversion, he whistles. The Pterodrone Knight swoops down from above. Margreta stands in shock at the enormous being. Edenskal nonchalantly inquires about her thoughts on Arc-sent soldiers who can single-handedly conquer ogres, and indicates the smaller beetles caring for the fields. She laughs derisively, recalling his previous assertion of disbelief in any religion and questions whether he was being dishonest. He expresses regret for the confusion, stating that the village has just signed a contract with Arc and wishes she won't act impulsively. She perceives it as a threat, alleging he intends to start a feud. However, Edenskal coolly inquires if they plan to provide him a reason. He suggests a clear division, with both empires remaining separate. When questioned about needing Game Arc's assistance, Edenskal asserts they remain under Arc's safeguard, complicating collaboration with those who do not believe. Margreta subsequently faces Selena. Even if the princess opposes Game Arc, Selena calmly states they are not against anyone, provided they accept Arc. Margreta does not accept the existence of unseen forces. Selena indicates that the beetles signify something, but the vice captain disregards them as simply well-trained creatures, not evidence of arc. Selena indicates that although it's not conclusive evidence, it still suggests Arc's presence. Aiming to bolster her ego, Margareta states she will accept Arc only if it rains right away. A Pterodrone prods Jiha, gesturing at the tiny realm. Listening to Selena's challenge, Jiha surveys the surroundings and notices a sprinkler, rapidly spraying water on them. She is astonished as a torrential rain almost overwhelms her during the night. Shortly after, she awakens in Selena's room, struggling to remember the events. Selena softly clarifies that she fainted after the rain. Now, as she promised, she must join them, for Arc truly responded. Still uncertain, she wonders whether the rain was genuinely Arc's influence. Noticing her difficulty, Selena brings her to the sanctuary and kneels in supplication, seeking Arc to show himself. Margarita's gaze expands. As a massive hand lowers from above, Selena encourages her to approach, feeling Arc's determination. The next day, Margareta informs Bolander at the Gemark garrison about Estrom's change and the vanishing of Grom and Parajak. Despite its implausibility, the captain believes the story and trusts her completely. Bolander questions Arc's reality when Margareta claims she saw no other troops. As she starts to explain the events, he interrupts, emphasizing that the garrison's safety is more crucial than any hidden god. He instructs her to remain silent to avoid causing alarm. However, in solitude, Margareta quietly seeks the divine's forgiveness, her faith now unwavering. In today's U.S. landscape, the Management Bureau remains active. The Hunter Association's president endorses a Korean agreement proposal that features Jiha. He directs his team to inform the Sicker Hunter Association and to examine the oddities of Korean hunters, particularly Yu Jiha. The following day, the U.S. president, the Hunter Association has confirmed all operations concerning Korean hunters, the auction house, the awakening system, and the Nico appraisal. Each disclosure merely intensifies his longing to obtain Yu Jiha for his personal objectives. The secretary, picking up on his motives, cautions that going after Yu Jiha might incite the Korea Hunter Association. Nevertheless, the president considers the risks in light of the possible rewards. He concludes that the advantages for Yu Jiha in coming to the United States surpass the threat of him opposing South Korea. He notes that although systems such as the auction house and awakening system are remarkable, they are insignificant next to exceptional items like scrolls, elixirs, and potions, which are available only from rare individuals like Yu Jiha. He stresses that winning his loyalty is of utmost importance. Chaos reemerges in Korea as the World Eater detects new creatures hiding in the darkness throughout the realm. To safeguard the beings it considers sacred, it eliminates the undead. Resolute in its mission to preserve lives, it opens its enormous jaws and consumes the land entirely. Moving it to safety, Jiha relaxes in the woods with his pets, engrossed in a book. An enigmatic hum resonates in the air, drawing him in. Biam gives him a push indicating to follow. He embarks on a journey with his pets to the shoreline illuminated by the sunset's warm colors, and notices the World Eater with its jaws agape. Intrigued by the creature's behavior, he gets a notification detailing that the World Eater serves as an ocean guardian, watching over all land-based life. Currently, it is moving an island to safeguard its residents from a tainted environment. Upon grasping the enormity of the task, he finally comprehends why the great creature is referred to as the World Eater. It possesses the ability and duty to transform entire ecosystems when necessary. Feeling guilty for only fishing and swimming, he inquires with the Guardian if that's acceptable. It ejects water in reaction. Jiha perceives it as approval. For a brief moment, Jiha is burdened by the duty of nurturing an entire ecosystem abandoned by the World Eater. When the great creature leaves, he gestures and vows to care for the land properly. The narrative transitions to G-Mark Village. Margareta faces examination regarding her faith. Earlier that day, Bartok, leader of the G-Mark Knights, had met with her during training, directing her to come to his office afterward. Placing a steady hand on her shoulder, A sinister, wicked smile crept onto his face as he alluded to a conversation regarding the Ark. In Bartok's office, he challenges Margreta regarding her connection to Ark. She attempts to divert, but he gestures toward a pendant featuring Ark's emblem and cautions her against deceit, claiming he has been watching her behavior the entire time. She stands still, overwhelmed by horror and disgust as she becomes aware that Bartok has been observing her continuously, claims that her link to Ark is unknown to others, feigning that his quietness is a form of kindness. She quickly understands he plans to take advantage of her secrets and compel her to comply. By dismissing her, he asserts she must comply when called, leaving her unsettled. Several days later, Margreta strolls home, burdened by the strain of Bartok's unrelenting gaze. As she approaches her home, she sees the lights on and pauses, uncertain if she had left them like that. She enters tentatively. A cold discomfort supplants her feeling of security. She hardly crosses the doorway as Bartok calls out her name, shaking her to her foundation. Bartok's shadow hovers, questioning why she has returned home so late, and she can hardly whisper that it was because of training. He brandishes her diary, asserting it serves as evidence for his prior suspicion that a game Ark Knight has faith in Ark. Holding the scripture, Bartok ridicules her alleged interest in Ark's famed escapades with numerous women that led to the creation of various species. Margreta objects, agitated. He points to a bookmark and reads it out loud, intensifying her embarrassment. Bartok mocks her with the erotic sections, discussing Ark's heavenly embodiment and silver bird's affection with a sadistic delight, lingering on the bird's allure. His voice reverberates in the space, prompting Margreta to react. She reaches for the book, yet Bartok's knights intervene, preventing her and insisting on respect. Bartok charges her with treachery against the game Ark Empire. He recalls her oath to advance the Empire's rule across the continent, which motivated her to become a knight. Now, however, her allegiance is with Arkansas. He towers over Margreta, menacingly demanding she face consequences for her broken vow. He mocks her upbringing by Bolander, asserting that the knight's captain erred in placing his trust in her as vice-captain. Driven to her limit by his threats, she breaks, insisting on his demands. He issues a terrifying ultimatum, demanding that she submit to him nightly to face punishment for her unwavering faith in Ark. The following day, she shares the encounter with her father, Bolander, who will not allow her to be Bartok's victim. She attempts to object, but he interrupts her. Despite the fury the diary Bartok discovered ignites in him, his worry for her surpasses his rage, and he insists she depart the village. Feelings obscure his mind as he thinks back on her upbringing. He anticipated she could create issues eventually, but never thought it would happen this quickly. He presents her with a slim chance for liberation, labeling her an escapee. Bolander comforts her by stating that Bartok still relies on him, ensuring no harm will come to him. When Margreta inquires about accepting her fate, he doubts her genuine desire to accept him as her husband. He cautions that marrying the overweight, corrupt man would lower her status to something worse than a peasant, which he cannot tolerate. He gives her a bag and a weapon, telling her to get ready. His guards are instructed to avert their gaze when she climbs over the wall. He encourages her to trust her abilities to avoid the Solar Knight and urges her to depart immediately, directing her to seek the location where she saw Ark's miracle. She quietly promises to come back someday and face Bartok, ending his reign. That evening, she adorns herself enticingly for the meeting Bartok insisted upon, yet her thoughts are entirely focused on fleeing. Upon exiting, she finds two of his knights, their stares lewd and invasive. She initiates her escape under the pretense of using the restroom, as the guards make crude wagers on her yielding to Bartok. 20 minutes go by without her coming back. The knights feel anxious, and one goes to investigate, but it's too late. Margreta has already breached the wall. The alarm signals are triggered right away. A knight sees her riding south on horseback, warning others. Bartok orders all knights to pursue her, vowing a reward to the one who captures her and makes her kneel before him. He pursues her on his own, Margreta dashes through the field, looking, returning to the army of knights advancing. She considers her choices: escape into the monster-infested woods, or take her chances on the open plains where her horse can't outpace them. She frantically searches for another way out. As Bartok's hand almost touches her, a dazzling flash of lightning strikes, cleaving the ground between her and the advancing army. The shockwave sends the knights reeling, granting her the vital head start she requires. Unknown to Bartok and his warriors, the lightning strike was sent by Pani. Earlier in the garden, the beetles from the World Tree Library came in a flurry, jotting down notes in their small journals. They provided Jiha with notes about Margreta's blackmail, flight, and the knight's chase. In shock, Jiha started looking for her, initially around Estrum and Gamark, but she was missing. He then saw her sprinting through a field, the Solar Knights trailing behind her. Without delay, he sought assistance in saving her from danger. Bartok, astonished and terrified, can merely stutter, gazing at the magnificent entity radiating in golden light. As he struggles to comprehend what this being is, his crew yells that the devastation from the lightning has made pursuing her impossible. Margreta, acknowledging the miraculous help, approaches the horse with deep gratitude. She ascends onto its back, grasping its mane. They rush ahead in a burst of light, shattering Bartok's efforts into fragments. Sitting on the shining horse, Margreta is amazed by the speed, and the world appears so tiny as Estrum village emerges in sight. As they land in Estrum village, she ponders whether this is truly a gift from Ark. The townspeople quickly identify Margreta and notify the prince. She falls to the ground as Edenskull hurries to her, witnessing the wonders of Ark. Margreta Russell ultimately pledges loyalty and thereby gains Jiha's protection. He looks at Pony, who comes back after successfully saving her. With this unforeseen crisis behind him, Jiha chooses to concentrate on his upcoming task. He reaches the Hunter Academy, interested in the method it uses. The Hunter Academy is a state initiative aimed at educating aspiring hunters, nurturing their abilities from low to high status. Jiha observes two students fighting from outside. While he examines the premises, he believes the space is excessively limited to adequately prepare them for real-world scenarios. He believes that theoretical and fundamental education appears satisfactory. Students' experiences remain confined to regulated settings. He contemplates that the location lacks genuine combat training, questioning if it's due to students not encountering real monsters. He believes that without facing true dangers, graduates from the academy might face challenges in real threats. Resolute in his quest for a solution, he opts to refer to the system book for methods to close the gap. Guyenbeck, who had extended the invitation for him to visit the academy and also volunteers in his spare time, comes to welcome him and inquires about his thoughts. Jiha compliments the facilities and expresses gratitude for the invitation, leading Guyenbeck to propose a tour of the academy. Once Jiha departed for the Hunter Academy, all his animal friends come together in the garden to talk about how stressed their master has been with work recently. In his absence, their actions are straightforward. They graze on grass, swim in the lake, then snuggle up for a quick nap. As the nature deities slumber, the Pterodrones begin their tasks. They tidy the lake, care for the trees, collect materials, and nurture the woodland, while a few of them venture into their subterranean realm, where they create weapons and artifacts for the hunters. They, additionally, manage the dungeons by installing wooden markers for various dungeon types and packing dungeon chests. Following a fruitful day, the Pterodrones come together to savor a deserved reward, honey from a distant place. Returned by Jiha. Using the Pterodrones' material, Jiha focuses on the system book, searching for methods to prepare the Hunter Academy students for actual combat. While reviewing the content, he encounters surprising subjects such as seed planting and lion training. He then notices something fascinating: techniques to create a tiny universe. Jiha is astonished to find he can craft a tiny universe. As he delves deeper, he realizes these ideas are vastly unlike the reality he understands. He is amazed that if the world before him is merely a piece of a dungeon, then what he reads resembles the act of crafting a universe and infusing it with life accessible only to souls. He considers crafting a body for souls to inhabit the miniature realm, enabling their return after acquiring new experiences. He envisions utilizing this to establish a controlled setting for students at the academy to practice in authentic combat situations. Uncertain about its effectiveness, he chooses to attempt it. He molds tiny clay sculptures, carefully refining every detail. Interestingly, he and his animals look down. Among the 3 dolls, one designed to resemble a monster. His pets watch him in quiet disapproval, let down by his terrible abilities. The text describes that when a soul inhabits a body and Jiha bestows essence, a tiny world will emerge. He chooses to experiment with the pterodrones, enticing them with honey to access the clay dolls. The idea of departing from their bodies causes them to panic, trembling like leaves, but he comforts them that it's safe. They jump through the portal as he instructed. Upon entering, their spirits merge with the clay forms, gazing at their absurd new limbs. They are further disturbed by the realization that they have transformed into clay dolls. Outside, the surviving pterodrones fall into despair, believing their companions are lost forever. The pterodrones awaken within the clay figures. Jiha experiments to see if abilities and characteristics can be acquired in the tiny realm, establishing a rule that anyone who vanquishes the monsters in doll form will earn double the honey. Nonetheless, he observes that although his assistants can't utilize their original doll skills, it's still beneficial for practice. He believes the academy students might still gain from this. However, launching this tiny universe within the academy would be expensive. After their trial concludes, the beetles return to their bodies, surrounding Jiha, who commends everyone and inspects for any injuries. He discovers that the miniature realm will automatically repair any damage once the quest concludes. Subsequently, he obtains the ability to create worlds, and one of the pterodrones learns a new skill, Resolute Strike. Examining the pterodrone, he observes that one of its claws has changed into a sharp, sword-like form. He is pleased that new hunters can now train realistically for dungeons. Ranked hunters can train against monsters without endangering their lives. A notification subsequently reveals that he has understood a portion of the World Tree's purpose. His class transitions from worker to sympathizer of the World Tree, and his World Tree blessings, plant amiability and sanctuary development, also increase in level. The following day, he examines his enhanced statistics and newly acquired traits, observation and possession, and realizes he can take over any object, including trees, plants, rocks, and animals. This possession grants him invulnerability, enabling him to directly investigate the tiny universe. He aspires to experience it as a bird someday. His world creation trait demonstrates similar strength, enabling him to mold complete surroundings and design both the universe and the items inside it. The sole disadvantage is the expensive essence price. Upon reflection, he understands he could create several small worlds and impose a fee for entry. Nevertheless, for the Hunter Academy, he chooses to maintain free access. He hopes he could provide it at no cost to everyone else too. Inspired by this vision, Jiha starts drafting his concepts, resolute in his pursuit to realize them. The focus transitions to the Hunter Academy, where a fresh teacher, Jin Suhei, is invited to present a lecture on the essence of being a hunter. She identifies herself as a manager and an enchantress class hunter under the guidance of the sword witch, Seo Hygiene. The mere mention of her title captivates the students, many of whom have never encountered an enchantress. As she gets ready to field inquiries, a team member rushes in with important news. Portal has emerged within the academy. Fear rushes through the space. Jin Suhei advances, directing the teachers to manage the students as she examines the gate. Jayunbak arrives at the location to investigate the anomaly. The moment his hand touches, his body crumples, seeming dead. In an instant, he finds himself in a dungeon, his body altered to a more powerful, muscular shape, wielding an unfamiliar weapon. Understanding dawns as a system notification welcomes him to the tutorial dungeon. detailing that equipment is automatically allocated based on class and abilities. He is limited to fundamental skills, but the system guarantees that any damage sustained here won't affect his actual body. Stage 1 starts with the goal of eliminating the creepers hiding in the woods. The system's assurance that his physical body is safe strengthens his determination. A floating display shows the locations of the monster. He enters the woods, doubt intensifying. The emergence of this dungeon seems intentional, prompting him to contemplate who might be behind it. Before long, he sees a pack of monsters and decides to delve further, resolute in discovering more. With one powerful blow, he eliminates them completely, understanding that only fundamental skills are effective here. The limitation is logical. It's an arrangement ideal for learners. Completing the dungeon grants him a new skill, Power Strike, validating his belief that this location serves as a training area for novices lacking any skills. A notification grants access to Stage 2, but he declines. In the next instant, he awakens in the infirmary, where a doctor clarifies that he fainted upon entering the dungeon. Without hesitation, he gets up to notify the other instructors, certain this dungeon will be crucial for the development of Korean hunters. Gunbok's instincts are validated. The Academy's new training gate significantly influences hunters, providing a unique opportunity to gain experience and learn new skills in a safe environment. The feedback has been extremely favorable. However, dissatisfaction quickly arises. Numerous individuals condemn the exclusivity, arguing it is unjust that only Academy students can utilize the gate while numerous aspiring hunters outside require the same chance. Anticipating the backlash, Jiha swiftly establishes dungeons designed for both newcomers and experienced players. A couple of days later, a gate appears just outside Jiha's shop. The abrupt onset of chaos sharply contrasts with the calm atmosphere just 30 minutes prior, when Wei-in and Chulhyun were leisurely sipping drinks. Without delay, Wei-in instructs Chulhyun to gather the guild. As the members assemble at the entrance, she points out a floating notification that announces the dungeon as a training area for skilled hunters, featuring gear and statistics adjusted to match their capabilities. She instructs them to position mattresses by the entrance to cushion their landing, as they will exit their bodies upon entering. Within the dungeon, the guild stirs in a sprawling, unknown terrain, their bodies and gear modified to align with the system's regulations. Every weapon seems meticulously designed, enhancing their abilities. Wei-in gazes at the staff she holds, noting its amplified fire damage and tripled ether effect. The change is instantly noticeable. Although Jaeunbaek initially obtained only basic starter equipment in the first dungeon, this one provides them with exceptionally high-quality weapons. Soon, windows pop up for each member, asking them to confirm their points, class, and stats. As they get ready to move forward, another prompt requests a fee in essences. The necessary amount differs for each individual, with Wei-in experiencing the greatest expense as the guild master. For a brief moment, she feels disheartened. However, a teammate comforts her that increased expenses could indicate larger benefits. Understanding this deeply, she consents, and the trial commences. A sharp roar from a black lion echoes across the terrain. The group stands still, astonished that a disaster-class creature could emerge in a training dungeon. Fear weighs heavily on Wei-in, her instincts pushing her to flee. But she regains her composure. Their safety isn't threatened, just their pride and development. With fresh resolve, she directs flames into her staff, instructing her guild to remain composed, unite in battle, and complete the quest. The triumph of Jaeunbaek and Wei-in culminates in the final confrontation, leaving a significant impact. During a press conference, Wei-in shares her experience, highlighting how this dungeon demonstrated that, with proper gear, even disaster-class monsters can be easily defeated. She asserts that these training grounds will expedite the development of Korean hunters. At the same time, Jiho observes the situation with subdued pleasure. Opening the dungeon in Wei-in's sight was a strategic decision. The diverse array of monsters guaranteed that each participant would leave with distinct benefits. He believed that the credit should go to Ed, as their understanding of Estrom's creatures had laid the groundwork for crafting these assorted trial monsters. Initially, Jiho erred by unintentionally generating monsters that were too powerful for the Pterodrones to manage. However, it turned into a valuable learning experience. Margreta is flourishing in her new surroundings, assisting those around her. During his research, Jiho discovers a fresh concept for training, contemplating the occasional provision of enhanced equipment to encourage hunters to challenge their boundaries. At the academy, a team gets ready for their session in the training dungeon. A girl called Young Dassel reveals her anxiety, yet her teammate Shin Hae-sung comforts her, reminding the group that their physical bodies are unharmed and the objective is to eliminate as many monsters as they can. Sang-moon proposes striving for a new record. However, Yumi is skeptical they can outdo Group 3. She challenges him on his strategy to surpass Myung-hoon from that group. Sang-moon believes the monsters within are feeble and that a direct confrontation will allow for a fair assessment of their performance. He observes that Group 3 achieved Stage 3 in 8 minutes, meaning they just need to surpass that time. However, Dassel is apprehensive, aware that Myung-hoon is regarded as the Academy's equivalent of Han Sung-yuk. It's their turn. The students spring into action against a creature named Flesh Thorn, a corrupted being residing within the soul of a Pterodrone. As they charge ahead, the thorns on its back launch at incredible speed. Their shield deflects the strike just in time. Hee-sung responds with a 3-talon attack, launching blades cutting through the creature. Hee-sung and Sang-moon distract the monster as Yumi signals Dassel to prepare her bow. The arrow explodes upon impact, shredding through its flesh. However, the creature retaliates, injuring Sang-moon. He compels himself to remain resilient, reminding himself that every injury is a lesson. After Flesh Thorn collapses, the team pauses briefly to recuperate and assess Sang-moon's condition. Hee-sung encourages them to concentrate, cautioning that the third stage is approaching. The gates swing open, unveiling a colossal troll engulfed in dark energy. The two boys charge ahead, yet the troll's massive fists strike them hard, launching them both into the air. Yumi swiftly conjures fireballs that crash into the troll. Once the smoke dissipates, the creature remains nearly unharmed. Understanding her fire lacks power, she gets ready to cast a different spell. In that instant, a voice resonates in her mind, questioning whether she truly plans to employ that ability here. Jiha inadvertently vocalizes his thoughts, and the misstep compels him to swiftly seek an alternative method to direct the students. This prompts him to jot down a note in his spellbook. He suggests she employ damage overtime magic, commonly referred to as dot magic, to stop the troll from healing itself. The suggestion triggers Yumi's recollection. Her teachings emphasized that trolls were challenging adversaries not due to their sheer strength, but because of their healing capabilities. Recalling this, she asks Hee-sung to restrain the monster, allowing her to conjure a firewall. As her spell ignites, flames engulf the troll completely. Its wails reverberate through the dungeon, and as the flames diminish, the creature rests lifeless. The system promptly verifies that their quest is complete. Their performance is evaluated as exceptional, earning them essence as a unique reward. They are thrilled to have established a new record. Their enthusiasm increases upon discovering that Group 3, the competing team, did not receive essence as a prize. Jin Soo-hee's inquisitiveness leads her to inquire about their achievement. Yumi shares that they followed a valuable suggestion from the dungeon system. Completing the stage inspires the students to seek approval to temporarily leave the academy. Jin Soo-hee fulfills their desire but opts to join them. This choice directs them to Jiha's when. Upon arrival, the lively throng outside the store leaves many students astonished, a vivid illustration of why it's known as a sanctuary for hunters. Only Yumi maintains her calm, observing her peers stare in wonder like kids. She teases them to quit behaving as though it's their inaugural outing. Hee-sung spots a Category 3 training dungeon in the vicinity and is struck by how distinct it appears compared to the one at their academy. Diesel, however, is captivated by a towering armored figure in the crowd. The students quickly identify him as the hunter, said to be an apostle of Arc, poised to ascend to the Holy Knight class when it becomes available. Intrigued by the title, The students soon discover that an apostle is an individual who explores and disseminates ARC's teachings. Initially doubted, Daoken is now sought after by hunters for his wisdom. Heesung argues that given the abundance of evidence available, it is wise to examine ARC's teachings in anticipation of his potential arrival. As Jin Soo-hee steps aside to obtain approval for their group to access the store, unlike anything they have encountered before, as they draw nearer, a bit of playful shoving occurs within the group. However, their enthusiasm swiftly changes when Cha Wei-in comes over to them with a friendly greeting, commending the students for their dungeon performance and motivating them to continue advancing. Yumi is almost speechless from her praise. Talking to her idol feels surreal. Ujiha then steps up, nonchalantly presenting himself as the owner of the store. The students stand up enthusiastically to welcome him, with his Hung even expressing his admiration as a fan. Jiha welcomes them in as Jin Soo-hee informs Hua-yen about the group's successes. As soon as they enter, the students are amazed. The shelves filled with iconic scrolls and potions create an atmosphere reminiscent of a treasure chamber. Upon discovering they are the same team that cleared the Academy's dungeon, he summons them. Smiling, he offers them a basket filled with potions and scrolls, wishing them luck on their journey to becoming exceptional hunters. At the same time, Soo-hee and Hua-yen discuss the tutorial dungeon's effectiveness, agreeing it offers an amazing opportunity for students. The instructor shows her pleasure in witnessing their motivation, that Hua-yen respects. Following that, Jiha walks through the orchard, harvesting apples. He contemplates his surprising meeting with the students he once mentored in the dungeon. Observing their growth, he hopes that more students can experience training dungeons, convinced they could enhance the entire hunter landscape. His peaceful moment is abruptly interrupted as his pets jump at him with enthusiasm. Surprising him, he strokes them and presents the apples he collected. While they consume, Jiha observes tiny pterodrones taking the remaining seeds away and soaring away to replant them. Soon, fresh saplings emerge, contributing to the thriving garden. Watching the grove, Jiha notices that the fruits and vegetables have remained fresh for an unusually long time. Upon reflection, he links this occurrence to the world tree's existence, which appears to maintain their vitality. Suddenly, a recognizable voice comes to him, Selena stating the total. Intrigued by her rapid accumulation, Jiha inquires about her method. She shares that by increasing the number of flowers, the bees can now roam freely and collect nectar more swiftly. He commends her dedication, but Selena modestly claims it's insignificant compared to the backing he has provided. After swapping honey for sugar, he inquires about Margreta. Selena reveals that Margreta feels torn, pondering how her challenges align with ARC's design, yet finds solace in the clear indications of ARC's presence. Their dialogue is cut short as the pterodrone High Knight nudges Jiha, evidently anticipating a response. Acknowledging his distraction, Jiha swiftly delivers the honey, expressing regret for the wait. As he observes them eagerly consume it, he experiences a twinge of guilt for previously taking their honey pot. To his astonishment, the High Knight presents him with a portion of the honey as a token of appreciation for everything Jiha has accomplished. Embracing the moment, Jiha experiences the honey cherished by the pterodrones for the very first time. Eventually, an enthusiastic pterodrone approaches Jiha, eager to reveal something to him. It illustrates pictures of pterodrones. He soon understands the illustration shows the beetles sowing seeds from his harvest, and the creature eagerly nods in affirmation. When he asks if they intend to plant seeds elsewhere, the pterodrone sketches a vast outline of the planet on the surface. He realizes they aim to distribute the sacred harvest globally. Harnessing the world tree's energy, plants thrive rapidly and remain fresh for extended periods, presenting a precious boon for humanity. This notion resonates with his mission to aid the planet. Meanwhile, he observes his other pets still squabbling over their meals. He assigns this job to the beetles. A few days later, Jiha reviews the latest wiki update in his shop about pterodrones. Previously limited to Korea, are now emerging globally. He believes that these beings will eventually provide significant advantages to the planet. As he continues scrolling, he encounters an increasing number of grievances regarding the system. Uncertain about how to start, he accesses his status window and examines his stats related to the world tree, recognizing there is much to improve. He begins by exchanging the positions of health and vitality for better clarity, then thinks about restructuring the whole layout for improved readability. Absently petting Biam, he reflects on the absence of a level system in dungeons. Currently, hunters acquire essence solely by vanquishing monsters, yet Jiha believes a level system might encourage them even more. Aligning monsters with hunter levels would create distinct objectives and a feeling of accomplishment. However, lacking a bonus stat system poses an issue. Leveling feels hollow without any rewards. Upon reviewing the system manual, Jiha discovers that positive bonuses need to be countered by negative effects to maintain balance. The idea causes him to perspire. He envisions hunters cursing him over nerfs. Nevertheless, he chooses to introduce the level system initially and enhance the bonuses afterward. He establishes the benchmark, Han Sung-hyuk, the most powerful hunter, at level 50, with new hunters beginning at level 1. Eventually, he intends to introduce features such as weapons that can solely be equipped at level 30 or higher, despite some objections to the restrictions. In the end, Jiha is confident that this new framework will encourage hunters to become more powerful, gather superior artifacts, and brace for uncertainties. He shares a survey on MirWiki, encouraging both hunters and citizens to provide their feedback and opinions. Numerous replies pour in, with one from Han Sung-hyuk himself inquiring about the timing of health and vitality updates. Kim Hyun-suk examines the updated level system and determines it's merely another method for monitoring points. He discovers a preview for a new second class, highlighting impressive designs and skills. He contemplates how these will transform their world. Before he can think more, an urgent call interrupts him. An extraordinary event is occurring with the massive tree in District 7. The caller states that nearby roads and homes are being engulfed by encroaching grass and trees. By the next day, whole streets are fully consumed. They are enthusiastic about the enhancements to the status window and the upcoming second-class update, but they also wish for adjustments to dungeons. Certain classes breeze through dungeons, while others, such as archers, incur losses on arrows and potions, often requiring 2 attempts just to recoup costs. Both concur that Jiha's shop is the sole reason they can keep hunting. They express their gratitude to him before leaving after buying potions. Jiha finds their words resonating within him. He contemplates the numerous issues he cannot perceive firsthand, as he does not venture into dungeons himself. This realization assures him that the forthcoming second-class update needs to tackle these neglected matters. At that moment, Hong arrives from a flight, settling gently on his hand. He listens to his sister calling from outside. She rushes over, shoving a clump of grass at him, insisting he examine it closely. She claims the freshly grown grass is unlike anything found on Earth. When he inquires if it might originate from Gehenna, she clarifies that after consulting botanists, she found something distinctive. She turns a blade of grass to show its underside, which glistens with a golden tint, something neither has encountered previously. She also reveals newly planted seeds emerging nearby, their origin a mystery. Jiha looks up at the immense world tree, certain this is merely the start. No matter what happens, the world will stand in amazement. Opting for hope, he thinks this tree will spread joy to everyone. Resting under its limbs, he checks his status window and evaluates his skills. There, he discovers a talent he has never utilized before: ownership. Understanding this enables him to imbue awareness into any entity or item in Gehenna. He abruptly realizes the real threats he has evaded by perceiving Gehenna as a small, contained universe. Afraid of losing himself, he still chooses to try it. At that instant, a prayer from Estrum village distracts him. Jiha hears Margretta's prayer clearly, one provided for her stepfather, Bolander, who is still in Gammark. She discloses that he was her savior, leading her throughout her life, and her entry into the knighthood was achievable solely due to his unwavering support. While praying, Margreta contemplates the peril he currently confronts. Upon her escape, he likely understood that Ark did not present an immediate danger to him. Nonetheless, she worries about Bolander's well-being. His position as a knight offers temporary protection, yet Bartok's hostility might eventually focus on him. Bartok's influence remains unrestrained due to his family's noble standing. The likely reason her father, the captain, has put up with his actions is that if Bartok learns the captain helped her flee, it would be disastrous. Margreta conveys her deep wish to save her stepfather and, if feasible, his crew. Jiha, acknowledging her earnestness, consents to look into the matter in Gammark and inform her. She is impressed by his skills, although he mentions it may require some time, yet she comforts him. He redirects his attention to Gammark, where building and reinforcement are taking place. Bartok reprimands a tired laborer for resting before completing the wall. The worker responds by highlighting the fatigue of the crew. He coldly disregards their justifications and orders them to rest only after the wall is completed. Watching from afar, Jiha swiftly understands that Bartok is inconsiderate, driving the workers well beyond their capabilities. The man's swollen body starkly contrasts with the food scarcity affecting the area. It is evident that the employees are the ones genuinely requiring sustenance. Feeling Jiha's fury, Biam snuggles close, providing solace. Jiha gently caresses him in appreciation. This simple act alleviates his irritation. He then ponders how to subtly engage Bolander without arousing Bartok's doubts. His gaze lands on a tiny hamster darting close. He activates possession without hesitation. In the hamster's form, Jiha stealthily enters Bolander's office. He discovers the man engulfed in paperwork, grumbling about Bartok's reckless strategies. He takes the opportunity. Inside the hamster's body, he rushes onto the desk and begins to speak. Bolander jumps back, startled by a talking hamster, worried it could be a demon. He attempts to reassure him, clarifying that he is the one safeguarding Margreta and implores the captain to at least listen to him. Bolander, still unsettled yet intrigued, Jiha shares that Margreta is in Estrom and that he tends to the World Tree. He reassures the captain that she continuously prays for his safety and hopes for his release from Gammark, offering his assistance for an escape if Bolander consents. Bolander doubts the practicality of the plan. While he remains skeptical and hesitant to trust without evidence, he takes solace in knowing his daughter Mary is unharmed. Still, he declines to depart, asserting that the people of Gammark require his presence. Jiha seeks clarification. Bolander chooses to reveal the reality directly to him. Holding the hamster on his shoulder, Bolander strolls around the town. Gammark appears organized from above. However, Jiha observes weary and famished villagers compelled to perform relentless tasks under Bartok's orders. His focus turns to the desperate villagers foraging for remnants to eat from bones left behind by the elite solar knights who take the finest cuts. While undesirable, it is essential for survival. Jiha inquires whether food shortages represent Gammark's primary issue. Bolander clarifies that it isn't a lack of resources, but rather Bartok's intentional control of supplies to maintain power. Jiha points fingers at Bartok, yet Bolander sets him straight. Bartok is beyond selfish. He behaves like a king, indulging his close associates with opulence while relegating others to suffering. The glaring disparity between wealth and poverty impacts our protagonist more than anticipated. He understands that Gammark teeters on the edge of ruin, with death and anguish imminent if conditions remain unchanged. Resolute in his intent, he inquires if Bartok can be detached from his influence over the populace. Bolander indicates that survival is so fragile for the locals that even one potato daily suffices to maintain their loyalty out of necessity. Thus, they require more than mere gossip to sway the populace against Bartok. Jiha then proposes a concept to showcase a god's strength. Bolander inquires about the nature of this strength. Jiha assures him that he will disclose the details once they return to their quarters, all while believing that Pani might contribute to the success of his strategy. Bolander has an important meeting, leaving Jiha in the hamster's body to fend for himself for a bit. He then chooses to explore Gammark. questioning whether introducing Pani could genuinely motivate a shift in people's perspectives or if it might intimidate those unprepared. He understands the necessity of gaining more insight into what benefits the people. He believes that if the miracle that rescued Margareta gains traction, it could shift momentum his way. His musings are abruptly interrupted as a set of calloused hands grab him. Jiha understands too late that Bartok's men had been tracking him. The man believes Bolander, who never displayed vulnerability, is conversing with a rat. This would delight Bartok. Jiha feels a surge of panic, understanding he cannot leave the hamster's body due to his possession skill being too weak. He unintentionally growls, leading the man to believe the rat can speak, thinking it might be a demon. The man chooses to inform Bartok, aware that it might destroy Bolander and grant Bartok complete authority over Gaymark. In that instant, the flowers in the garden start to chime, alerting the deities of nature. Byam notices their master has remained quiet since entering Gehenna and fears something is amiss. Winnie demands they start searching right away. Byam concurs, emphasizing that Jiha's presence is vital for the garden's survival. He steps up, designating tasks to locate him. In Estrum, Margareta gets a message delivered by a carrier pigeon from Bolander. The letter discloses that Bolander encountered a man asserting he is Ark's apostle and confesses he had not believed her words were accurate until this moment. However, the man has disappeared, and Bolander believes Bartok's Solar Knight took him for leverage. Margareta holds herself responsible and pledges to save the apostle at all costs, even if it requires her to take down Bartok herself. While getting ready to depart, she sees Pani waiting outside. Amazed by its prompt arrival, she climbs on and rides swiftly to Gaymark. Within Bartok's office, the knight showcases the rat, ridiculing Bolander for associating with a demon. The commander is thrilled at the opportunity to tarnish Bolander's reputation, and assures the knight of a reward. Jiha, still confined, laments his foolishness with the possession skill. With 1 hour remaining, he frantically looks for an escape route. However, before Bartok can determine how to utilize this advantage, another knight rushes in, yelling about a creature in the skies. Bartok gazes through the window and becomes frozen in shock. The frantic messenger pleads for his instructions and insists he should flee. The knight confronts him, questioning whether he intends to forsake the Solar Knights. Yet, the messenger asserts the order endures solely if Bartok remains. Horror. Bartok is seized by recognition of the pony in the sky, the very one that unleashed lightning to liberate Margareta. Understanding it has come back to end him, he rushes away in a desperate bid to escape. Noticing the unexpected chaos, Jiha understands Pani has arrived and begins shouting frantically to alert Pani to his location. The pony lowers itself to the ground, and Margareta resolutely descends to complete what she was unable to previously. The earth fractures behind Pani, unleashing shockwaves that destroy Jiha's prison, propelling him into the air wildly, and settles on its snout. He expresses gratitude to Pani for the assistance and courteously requests to be lowered so he can follow Bartok's trail. As Jiha hurries away, his gaze lands on the battlefield. Solar Knights fell one by one at the hands of Margareta, who dispatched them with brutal efficiency. Jiha understands that Pani brought her here due to her strength being what Gaymark required the most. As she eliminates the oppressors, he decides to contribute as well. In her unyielding struggle, a knight yells at her, labeling her a traitor, and tries to attack her. However, Bolander blocks the assault with his shield, safeguarding thus. She meets her stepfather again on the battlefield. After defeating the Solar Knights, he goes to check on her, expressing his concern as she had not sent any letters regarding her well-being. She apologizes, yet he comforts her, commending the virtue of her decisions. He motivates her to complete her mission and assures her of the backing from his Black Lion Knights. In the meantime, Bartok pushes through the streets, growling warnings at anyone in his way. As he approaches the city gate, he listens as Margareta calls out to him. Panic overwhelms him, and he accelerates, believing that if he can get to the forest, the wild elves may shift the odds in his direction. Just as he approaches freedom, a rope ensnares his ankle, pulling him down in the next moment. Margreta's dark lion strides propel her ahead like a tempest. Her blow brings him down to his knees, and her blade hangs icily above his throat. Margreta announces the end of Bartok's rule. Yet he will not yield. In a final act of desperation, he strikes to eliminate her. That bold defiance determines his destiny. She unleashes her dark lion claws, ripping through him and concluding his existence. His last scream reverberates across Gimark. As justice is finally served, Jiha, who observes Bartok's demise, experiences inner turmoil. He never wished for Bartok's death. Still, Sunghyuk's caution echoes in his thoughts. Kindness can have consequences, and unresolved issues are risky. With this understanding, Jiha acknowledges that the realm of hunters is tougher than he envisioned. His admiration for hunters only grows, and he decides to monitor their route with more vigilance from this point forward. As his possession skill approaches its maximum, Margreta feels something strange coming from the nearby hamster. But before she can act, Jiha breaks loose, liberated from the body. Focusing on Gimark's displaced residents, Jiha devises a strategic plan. With a map in hand, he instructs the Terradrones to find survivors and lead them to Estrum village, offering honey for every rescue. The beetles pause, uncertain of his vow. So Jiha enhances the proposal by promising them honey whenever they desire. With this guarantee, they consent. With their assistance, the housing and food crisis is swiftly resolved. However, a more significant problem arises. The cultural divide resulting from Gimark's migration into Estrum. Jiha fears the Estrum villagers might harbor resentment towards sharing their home with those who previously opposed Arkansas. He seeks confirmation from Selena. She contemplates that their loyalty to Ark surpasses past resentments and confirms that Estrum will embrace the newcomers. She acknowledges that initial tension might arise due to Gimark's people being outsiders, but reassures him that as long as they bolster their faith in Ark, they will be embraced as family. Feeling relieved, Jiha vows to ensure that Estrum remains safe. The following day, at Prince Edenskull's command, new houses and roads begin to emerge around Estrum village. He collaborates closely with the workers to expedite the building process. Shortly after, one of his team members comes over, informing him that the requested site is already finished. Edenskull examines the completed task and praises the villagers for maintaining the grassland so neatly that newcomers can easily traverse it. They attribute their success to his leadership. Still, he is unable to accept the praise. He remembers the panic that overwhelmed him upon discovering that 2,000 immigrants were en route and how unready they actually were. It was the Ark's apostle, not his guidance, that dispatched the beetles to assist in swiftly carving paths and constructing homes. Because of their efforts, the settlement is prepared right on schedule. Edenskull, happy with Estrum's growth, urges all to complete the infrastructure swiftly. Out of the trees, Krudel and Kreutz observe the unexpected disturbance. Kreutz suspects the building efforts aim to accommodate newcomers, based on the cleared pathways and the emerging village adjacent to their woods. Krudel believes the newcomers are likely from Gimark. Kreutz expresses worry regarding potential cultural differences that may emerge. However, Krudel maintains that it is merely Gimark intruding. He resolves to take action to ensure their relationship with Estrum remains robust. His desires are fueled solely by two factors: his insatiable hunger for Estrum's salt, which he has consumed in abundance, and his conviction that those favored by Ark may possess knowledge of the world tree's location. At that moment, Jiha, in his hamster shape, nears the elves. Surprising him by talking, he invites the elves to participate in a joint council with the villagers that same evening. As night falls, both groups gather in Estrum Hall. They focused on the entrance, anticipating the arrival of Ark's apostle. Abruptly, the door swung open, and Biam walks in. The villagers and elves are stunned, believing the apostle's true identity is Leopard, until they spot the tiny hamster sitting on him. Jiha coolly clarifies that he is simply housing the creature, although his genuine nature isn't much different from theirs. The meeting commences. Each community presents its ongoing challenges, and collectively they explore ways to assist G-Mark's residents in adjusting to their new circumstances. Observing the conversation develop, Jiha considers this the initial move towards achieving his dream, a Gehenna where all races live together in harmony and respect. He pledges to ensure that future comes to fruition, regardless of expense. Eventually, the meeting concludes after some time. Selena stands to express gratitude to all attendees and shares her desire to host similar events in the future, receiving approval from everyone. Croydle, however, he interrupts, asserting that his aim was exclusively to collect information regarding the World Tree, as resources and materials are far less significant than it. Ed and Scal thank Ark's apostle for facilitating the meeting. Jiha expresses gratitude to everyone for attending willingly. Later, he goes to Selena to present her with a gift from his garden, a limb from the World Tree itself. As soon as they learn it's from the World Tree, they almost dash to position it, erecting a barrier around it as if it were a valuable gem. The elves linger close, eyes bright, murmuring about whether it's truly from the fabled tree. In just hours, the branch grows into a huge tree, leaving everyone in shocked amazement. They are all surprised, as the World Tree had been consumed by flames during the Great War. Kreutz and Croydle kneel before the hamster in reverence, expressing gratitude for the chance to see the World Tree once more. Jiha urges them to safeguard the tree, and they vow to try their hardest. The nature deities gaze into the tiny realm and notice a World Tree emerging in Gehenna. Winnie whispers anxiously, wondering if the time has come to summon it. Growler agrees, clarifying that world trees in various realms harmonize, so they must begin the cleansing to activate the summon upon Biam's return. Hong inquires whether it's truly necessary. Growler exhales deeply, noting that the Terradrones are already overwhelmed with their current responsibilities. Winnie interjects, mentioning that there are more than 1,000 Terradrones. Surely, some must be available. Growler's patience breaks, and he shouts for them to proceed without any questions. 2 hours later, Biam, Winnie, and Growler reach District 8, only to discover the area teeming with monsters. The three display their claws poised to strike. Biam emits a scream so piercing that it nearly sends the monsters into a frenzy before the battle has even started. Reporter Choi Ji-hoon reports on a conflict in District 8 where two monster factions collide. Yet one stands against the monster group's assault. It safeguards the area from hostile creatures while shielding civilians and structures. While their origins are unclear, their actions do not endanger humans. Jiha views the broadcast at home, finally understanding the fate of 3 of his pets. At the same time, Han Sung-hook notices Growler on the news from his residence and quickly exits, expressing regret to Hygiene for departing dinner suddenly. He navigates through traffic, the radio blasting updates that 2 hours have gone by since the strange animal-like monsters emerged. Most of the beings in District 8 have already been removed, leaving only the leader, Congo, engaged in combat with the beastly creatures. The live stream captures Congo receiving a significant blow from a wolf-like entity, leading commentators to speculate if these animals genuinely ally with humanity. He comes to a screeching stop and hurries ahead for a direct update. Hyun-suk, present at the location, looks at Sung-hook in astonishment and questions his presence. Han clarifies that he wishes to talk to the wolf following the battle. Hyun-suk reflects on his connection with the wolf, believing Sung-hook has come at the perfect time. The fight is nearing its conclusion, and the Hunter Association is on the verge of stepping in. Just as the manager prepares to declare Sung-hook's presence, a booming sound echoes in the atmosphere. Tense, Han remarks he believed the battle was over, and Hyun-suk verifies that Congo has truly been vanquished. Suddenly, a massive fissure appears in the sky. The fissure splits wide, unveiling the complete Estrum village, now mysteriously brought to this world. They gaze in disbelief. Han instantly identifies the village, feels the urge to safeguard them, and ponders how such a wonder could exist. He wonders if he will finally see Edenskull and Selena again. He notices Edenskull working hard with his sword training. Han dashes toward him, shouting his nickname. Eddie's head jerks up at the recognizable voice. Swiftly understanding Han is genuinely present. Han, half amused, clarifies that he was previously called to Gehenna, but now it is they who have been called to Earth. Eddie frowns, inquiring about his meaning. Han gestures to the location where Mount Ape-Ito used to be, inquiring if Eddie can still spot it. Initially assured, Eddie surveys the skyline and freaks out upon discovering the mountain missing. Han chuckles heartily, greeting the Prince of Estrum on Earth. Invisible to the world, a blossom unfurls, revealing a hand inside. A being emerges, called forth by the world's clash, seeking Ark's messenger. They convene in Estrum Hall. Han informs Eddie that they are currently on a planet named Earth, rather than Gehenna. Mount Ape-Ito has vanished. Selena prays, feeling Ark's presence in the circumstances. Hyun-suk expected their confusion and was already ready to address it effectively. Han speaks calmly and identifies himself as a hunter from Korea. The group starts to talk about future plans. A few days later, a press conference takes place in the Korean Hunter Association's conference room for the citizens of Gehenna. Onlookers note how the newcomers resemble them closely. One individual notices an attractive person in a vehicle outside the headquarters, prompting several to linger outside to capture photos when he departs. Within, Eden Skull expresses gratitude to the association for their support in assisting his people adjust to this new world. He declares that all the details they possess will be communicated to the association. While addressing the audience from the stage, the crowd is enchanted by his presence, and a few are even considering going to see him in District 8's woods. Jiha is shocked to witness Gehenna completely summoned on Earth. He never thought this could occur and quickly suspects his pets may have a role. He approaches them carefully, believing they are adhering to the World Tree's guidance, choosing to feed them prior to seeking answers. A sudden awareness hits him. Maybe he has disconnected from the tiny universe. He verifies and discovers that he remains connected and capable of helping. The sole distinction is that the tiny universe now encompasses Earth as well. Jiha believes he has transformed into a deity, able to govern both realms. He realizes he needs to assist the Gehenna survivors in adjusting to their new life on Earth. He understands that balancing both realms will soon lead to a much busier life. A few days later, Hyun leads the Gehenna newcomers through District 7, pointing out their pride, Jiha's store, and the massive tree. As soon as they see it, they recognize it. It's the World Tree, grown to an incredible height. Selena remembers the apostle speaking of a world tree in his garden. A realization hits her. This might be the exact same garden. Subsequently, Hyun guides the Gehenna group into Jiha's store. Selena is instantly reminded of Hyun's voice and the sight of Byam. Hyun presents Byam, admiring its unusual hue and pondering that Estrum might possess remarkable creatures as well. Selena spots a recognizable salt bundle, immediately validating her doubts regarding the apostle. She watches him conversing with Margreta, yet he acts like a stranger, feigning ignorance of their presence. He grips Margreta's hand, encouraging her to visit more often since Districts 7 and 8 are in such proximity. She notes Hyun's admiration for his potions and scrolls. However, Jiha modestly minimizes it, acknowledging he's still learning. She indicates she may require his assistance shortly, as she intends to join her knights in becoming a hunter to avoid burdening the Korean government. Jiha considers that the Black Lion Knights possess greater strength than typical hunters and probably won't face significant challenges. He gives her a potion as a tiny keepsake. While she grabs it, a known fragrance approaches her, evoking acknowledgement from Selena's haven. She realizes that this man is the Ark's apostle, and a wave of gratitude and excitement washes over her at the chance to meet him face to face. As everyone departs, Jiha remains seated in solitude, contemplating the strangeness of witnessing them beyond the tiny realm. His gaze falls upon a note resting on the desk. Upon opening, he finds a message from Selena asking him to come to Estrum. She has a significant message for him. Even though Jiha just met Selena today, her request makes him feel uncomfortable. As he approaches the door, the idea of entering as a human causes him to stop. The instant he wavers, Selena and Margreta swing it wide, inviting him in. They welcome Jiha in for a cup of tea. He shows his astonishment at getting her message. Intrigued, he inquires with Selena about what she wished to convey. She starts her inquiry carefully, inquiring if he has faith in Ark, although she is uncertain what it is referred to on Earth. In their realm, it is known as Arkansas. Selena shares that he previously created and governed Gehenna but then disappeared. Lately, an apostle of Ark emerged, asserting to be from another world and started overseeing Gehenna. This apostle spoke of a world tree in his realm. Upon seeing the massive tree in District 7, Selena speculated that it could be the world tree of this realm. She acknowledges that she first thought the world tree by his shop was just a coincidence, but the salt bag he had and biome validated her hypothesis. She subsequently inquires of Jiha if he is the Ark's apostle. Noticing the conviction in her gaze, Jiha understands that denying it is futile. He acknowledges being Ark's apostle, and shares the story of his journey to becoming the apostle and his contributions thus far. He reveals all he can recall, including his assistance to Gehenna. Feeling a sense of relief, Jiha experiences the burden of secrecy being lifted as he finally has someone to confide in about the ordeal. Selena crouches in front of him. Believing he is Ark, he seeks forgiveness for ever doubting him. Jiha, feeling uncomfortable, prompts her to get up and tries to explain that he is an Ark, but Margreta pushes him, claiming he planned it all. He admits he only adhered to the world tree's will, adding a bit of his own discernment. Margreta fears that if others learn he will never find peace, he might stop assisting everyone, even with the danger involved. Jiha requests a favor. They eagerly seize the opportunity to comply with him immediately. He simply requests they refer to him as Jiha and maintain the secrecy of his god mode status. Selena recognizes his longing for a typical life. Jiha concurs that revealing his identity could lead to chaos. He assures them of his assistance in any way possible but cautions that a greater favor might be required from them in the future. Margreta eagerly pledges her loyalty to him for rescuing her life. At that instant, a notification shows up, revealing that Margreta Russell has sworn loyalty to him. The system indicates that designating a champion will significantly enhance their skills, but the choice is permanent, and seeks his affirmation. Jiha clarifies everything to Selena, who discloses that possessing a champion of Ark is an event not seen since the Dragon Era. In that era, Ark selected a noble knight to aid in restoring harmony to the world. These champions operate directly under Ark, serving as his agents to uphold order. Jiha inquires of Margreta whether she is absolutely certain about becoming his champion, emphasizing that the decision is irreversible. The girl, filled with passion, proclaims that he has given her a new life and vows to dedicate herself to him entirely. He falters at her fervor, then dismisses the notion, hesitant to risk everything on him. Selena attempts to empathize with his choice, yet Margreta's discontent is evident. Jiha calmly clarifies that he doesn't wish to seize another's life and aspirations by prematurely designating them as his champion. He emphasizes the need to establish trust prior to making such a major decision. Margreta finally feels at ease, realizing that connections with people matter more than regulations. She requests Jiha to refer to her as Mary from now on, a name reserved for the captain. Selena gives Jiha a study guide from the Dragon's Era. He gratefully accepts it, unaware that such a book was even available. She clarifies that the book will aid him in grasping dragons, their mysterious disappearance, and contains details about champions. They take some time to reflect on their past experiences with him. In the days that follow, he examines the book Selena gave him, featuring guides on dragons and entities known as neutrals. He discovers the immense power dragons once held, shedding light on Margreta's desire to be a champion. Yet it remains insufficient to influence his choice. The book narrates the Dragon's Era, a period when humans and monsters lived together. Dragons were tasked with maintaining neutrality by Ark to avert conflicts among races. Certain dragons, however, strayed from their intended roles. Astragon, enamored by human adulation, proclaimed itself divine. The nature deities, aided by their champions, succeeded in halting Astragon and secured his remains within the sanctuary. While the other dragons were devastated in the aftermath, Jiha is skeptical of the tale, yet he acknowledges its potential as a captivating fairy tale. Although it feels far-fetched to him, he finds the narrative intriguing. Inspiration hits him. He might transform this legend into a themed dungeon. For low-ranked hunters, training dungeons are adequate, but mid- and high-ranked hunters require a dungeon rich in depth and story. This narrative allows him to bypass the typical hero saving the princess trope. He imagines a dungeon featuring a formidable dragon as the main boss, protected by devoted side monsters, and is thrilled by the idea. He starts crafting the dungeon, establishing a level cap of 35, and permitting only 10 hunters simultaneously. After the dungeon structure is complete, he summons his pets to assist in getting the dolls ready for hunters and dragons. Hong complains about his workload, but Winnie reprimands him, stressing the need to gather materials right away to finish the dungeon on schedule. Winnie unlocks a gate. Hong worries about their smarts. Thus, Winnie redirects to the Grand Library to abduct Yunji. The trio trudges through the sun-baked desert, completely worn out. After 2 hours of no progress, Winnie questions if they're on the right path. Hong accuses Winnie, who then blames Yunji, leading to their argument. Abruptly, a rabbit rushes before them and falls down. Shortly after, it jumps to its feet, flailing its limbs wildly. They see its movements as a call for assistance. Winnie ponders what kind of aid a rabbit might require in such a desolate desert. Before they can respond, the rabbit seizes Winnie's arm and pulls him ahead. They halt before a massive drake, while a small family of bunnies huddles nearby, paralyzed with fear. There's no way to evade the conflict. Winnie becomes a giant bear, charges forward, and single-handedly defeats the drake. The rabbit leader gazes in disbelief, lifting defensive paws to guard the others, believing Winnie is yet another monster. Then, it observes the rabbit seeking assistance while riding on the bear and makes the connection. The creature has arrived to assist them. Jiha searches for activities to fill the day ahead, and sees that the fog has at last cleared from another section. Byam and Doggo hurry to him, and he thinks about venturing into this newly accessible area with them. Prior to his movement, a gate in his garden swings wide, and a flood of rabbits rushes in. Hopping in all directions, Jiha stands still, gazing at the ridiculous crowd. Amidst the turmoil, he notices his 3 other pets, who seem overly pleased with themselves, and he understands they are not leaving. Jiha worries about where all the rabbits will reside. One daring rabbit jumps closer, and as he pets it, he senses this little fluffball is the leader. He begins to explain that the garden lacks space, even picturing calling the Terradrones for assistance. Prior to his action, the rabbits look around and begin digging energetically, digging a snug shelter for themselves. Jiha blinks in disbelief. They have resolved the issue independently, and now they are part of his family. Assigns the leader the name Muni. Intrigued, Jiha inquires about their meeting with Winnie and the others. The rabbits reveal they were saved from the drake during their journey through the desert. Jiha is taken aback, as it's rare for drakes to inhabit desert areas. They usually reside in marshes. Captivated, he observes Muni creating a portal, uncovering dragon bones in its collection. Putting the pieces together, Jiha understands that the drake was attracted to the bones, since drakes can evolve when they encounter dragon remains. He wonders about the source of the bones and the dragon they originated from. Muni sketches on the earth with a stick, illustrating creatures fighting a dragon that protects the remains of another beyond a mountain. Jiha instantly identifies the imagery from Selena's guide. The bones must belong to Astragons, the dragon lord. An idea ignites. He can utilize them to fashion a dragon for his themed dungeon. He asks Muni for approval, which the rabbit grants with a nod, leading him to craft a dragon doll from the bones, intending to use the Terradrones for a realistic effect. At that ideal moment, he acquires the life creation ability, enabling him to mold substances such as wood, clay, or precious metals into a form and infuse it with a soul. Intrigued by this prospect, He contemplates where he might discover a spirit to place inside the dragon doll. While he reflects, a swarm of pterodrones appears, showcasing a sphere of swirling energy. Jiha instantly identifies it as Astragon's essence and wonders at how flawlessly the beetles comprehended without guidance. He forms the body utilizing the bones, and utilizes the world tree to wipe away memories of its oppressive reign, and leaving an untainted spirit within its essence. He then employs the life creation ability to infuse the doll with a soul. The system verifies that the process was successful, clarifying the creation now embodies a profound spirit and will operate based on its recollections. A timer begins counting down, permitting the soul to stay in the body for just 2.5 hours. All that's left is moving the dragon into the tiny realm. Upon transfer, the dragon stirs, experiencing the sensation of having just awakened from an extended, profound sleep. Noticing something strange within, it decides to watch carefully. During the flight, it surveys the desolate terrain for the empire's capital, finding only wasteland, resulting in confusion and disarray. Abruptly, a huge swirling portal emerges. Caught off guard, the dragon is drawn in, its eyes wide with panic and disbelief. The portal ejects the dragon into an entirely new realm. At Jiha's shop, Wayun is present, unsettled as she watches the increasing bond between Jiha and Margreta, who had just met. A man bursts in, interrupting her train of thought, yelling that a dragon is causing chaos in District 7. The hunters quickly consult Mirwiki, but find no listing for the dragon, confirming it as a completely new species. At that moment, the Eternal Flame Guild shows up to take control of the situation, led by Wayun. Despite Margreta's insistence on aiding Jiha's shop protection, greatly to Wayun's annoyance, she orders her team to strike, intent on demonstrating the guild's power. The dragon notices the group and unleashes a scorching breath of flames, only to see it obstructed by Wayun. Margreta initiates a Black Lion assault as Wayun unleashes her fire spell, propelling meteors towards the creature. The dragon is shocked that its breath can be so effortlessly countered, questions if this is due to both being champions, or if time has diminished its power. Concluding that soul does not fit into its scheme, the dragon tries to escape. At that moment, a colossal hand falls from above, leaving the audience completely stunned. Margreta experiences relief, fully aware of the ownership and its significance to her. The hand quickly lifts the dragon high into the sky. Wayun observes in fear, uncertain if the giant is an ally or an enemy, until a teammate encourages her to calm down, thinking the hand is aiding them. Jiha unwinds after averting what might have become a disastrous catastrophe. He was with Margreta and Wayun when the creature emerged. They both ran towards it. He seized the ideal opportunity to slip into the garden and pull the dragon out of the tiny realm. As the adrenaline subsides, Jiha becomes alert, realizing at once that his animal friends planned the occasion. A dragon materializing in District 7 without a dungeon breach is unthinkable. He inquires of his pets who unlocked the gate, allowing the dragon to enter. Winnie cowers behind Panny, tears streaming down its face, and admits it had intended to bring Astragon to the garden, mistakenly transporting it to Earth instead. Noticing the small bear's distress, Jiha envisions that Biam has likely reprimanded it, so he embraces the bear tightly. As Jiha attempts to soothe Winnie, Astragon stirs in the garden. The well-known aroma of the world tree captures its focus, and it stops under the majestic tree. Noticing the red dragon stirring, Jiha steps forward carefully as the dragon inquires about who he is. Jiha presents himself and verifies that the red dragon is Astragon. The dragon responds assertively, demanding the respect he merits and belittles Jiha, referring to him as a mere child. Jiha maintains a serious expression, but internally he grumbles that at 25, he's not a child. Shifting the conversation, he inquires if he is injured since he attempted to catch him gently. Astragon is infuriated by Jiha's boldness in seizing him. He interrogates Jiha regarding the garden, the metal bead necklace he wears, and the reason his body has diminished to such a tiny size. Jiha finds it difficult to reveal the truth without hurting the dragon's pride. Upon discovering his death, Astragon grits his teeth in fury. Ark had bestowed immortality upon dragons, and the idea of their extinction is utterly unimaginable. Fire rises in his throat as he angrily seeks the truth. Biam jumps in and strikes the dragon's head, causing it to shriek in outrage. The three deities of nature intervene, delivering a lengthy admonition about respect and decorum. Biam firmly instructs him to honor their master, Jiha, who treads the path of Ark. Astragon believes they are being absurd. Biam clarifies that he perished 500 years prior as a tyrant, and that monsters eradicated Gehenna, compelling them to move to Earth. Biam indicates Jiha, proclaiming him their leader and the focal point of all. The dragon finds it difficult to manage the overwhelming influx of information. Winnie wonders if he has aged so much that he has lost sight of his purpose and begun to act carelessly. He realizes that his desire to dominate the continent resulted in its division, trapping the souls of his siblings instead. They disclose Jiha's quest to bring back his siblings. To confront him with reality, the Pterodrones showcase documents from Youngi's library, chronicling his oppressive reign. Astragon had always thought that Ark had forsaken him, but the truth is that he was the one who left Ark behind. Youngi reveals that Astragon was the initial dragon selected to uphold sacred laws and encourages him to let go of the past, as he has been given a new life. Although his body is frail, Jiha's life creation ability cannot completely restore his previous power, yet he will gain strength in the garden. Accepting the truth, Astragon yields to reality, recognizing Jiha as his master and seeking a new purpose. He remembers how Ark assigned distinctive roles to the beings of Gehenna, with elves designed to coexist with nature and dragons responsible for upholding the sacred laws, all directed by Ark's intention. He maintains that without purpose, they are insignificant. Jiha argues that purpose doesn't have to be complex. He can just integrate into the garden and enjoy a tranquil existence. A soft wind flows by, and Astragon concedes to himself that this location may not be so terrible. Jiha ultimately chooses a name for the dragon, finding Astragon too lengthy and opting for Young. The cat, always the sensible one, cautions the dragon that although he has performed admirably, he must be wary of becoming overly enthusiastic. Young considers his new task overly easy. Merely joining the garden without compensation seems beneath a dragon. He urges Jiha for a more significant role. At that moment, Jiha realizes he could designate Young as the ultimate antagonist of the themed dungeon he had designed. Curious, Young inquires about the task's difficulty. Jiha guides him through each step. After a few days, the lessons come to an end. Finally, Jiha unlocks the dungeon, warning Young that hunters are approaching. Jiha urges Young to unleash his full strength, as dying within the dungeon isn't a lasting fate. Learning that his adversaries would be the same individuals who assaulted him in District 7 only intensifies Young's enthusiasm. Still, Jiha questions whether he is truly prepared in his diminished state to face the hunters with superior equipment and abilities. The comment enrages Young. Breathing flames to show his strength, Jiha reassures him to calm down, vowing to enhance his stats afterward. While Young recognizes his position now, he continues to feel the pain of being regarded as inferior to his actual rank. Shortly thereafter, Young detects the hunters nearing, arguing over how they've never encountered a quest this intricate. The newcomers shudder when they see the creature. The experienced hunters attempt to soothe them, assured of their abilities, until they finally encounter the beast, and their courage vanishes instantly. The hunters are left in disbelief, questioning how the creature that emerged in the city days earlier managed to escape all the way here. Young bristles with rage. He never fled. How dare they belittle him? With a thunderous roar, he declares he will unleash his fury and unleashes a fiery hurricane, trembling the whole dungeon. On that day, the primordial dragon's roar shook everyone's bones. Within hours, it captured global attention. News anchors reported that the District 7 dragon had taken refuge in a training dungeon, where Han Sung-hyuk's allegedly invincible team attempted to confront it and was defeated. The dungeon is now under investigation. In the meantime, Cha Weian gathers her guild for another try, encouraging them to bring resistance potions, scrolls, and other necessities. During a live broadcast, the news anchors welcome Kim Hyun-suk to provide insights on the dungeon. He states that the dungeon emerged unexpectedly and has rapidly gained global attention. When questioned about the boss monster's type, he specifies that the system recognized the quest as Red Dragon, verifying it as a dragon-class entity. He elaborates that each contender who participates gains a unique buff known as Hero and a temporary designation, Dragon Slayer, signifying this as the inaugural genuine-themed dungeon. The anchor inquires about possible rewards. Hyun-suk anticipates they will be extraordinary, considering the dungeon's intense level of challenge. At the same time, Jiha's sister's team diligently plants as Min-suk enters with some food. Kyung-baek is almost in tears from relief, expressing that he was famished. A short dispute ensues between him and Sun Young regarding the task. Min-suk intervenes to alleviate the tension, encouraging everyone to take a seat and enjoy the meal. The delicious food has everyone salivating, prompting Sun Young to summon Jiha. He enters, expressing regret for his tardiness and showing gratitude to Min-suk. During the meal, Kyung-baek narrows his eyes at Jiha's arms and inquires if he has been exercising. Jiha dismisses it, insisting he only has time for his shop. However, Kyung-baek continues, prodding his chest and exclaiming in surprise at the firmness of his muscles. The others eat without concern, but Jiha becomes increasingly uneasy as Kyung-baek persists. Noticing this, Panny hurries over and thrusts its horn into Kyung-baek's face. While quietly appreciative, he softly reprimanded the small creature for poking people with its sharpness. Ho joined in on the teasing, remarking that Jiha appeared to be in better shape than he was, and inquired once more if he was secretly working out. Jiha simply denied it, continuing to feign ignorance, while Sung Ho attempted to reassure him not to feel ashamed of his body. Nonetheless, he remained obstinate in his act. Meanwhile, Growler settled in front of the television. A breaking news alert announced a magnitude 9.5 earthquake at Yellowstone, with Ki Hyun-woo reporting live, describing the situation as utter chaos. As drone footage appears, Growler tenses up and starts to growl. A gigantic tree dominates the screen, its branches twisted in shadow, a grotesque bud expanding among them. At first sight, it resembles the World Tree. However, Jiha understands that the World Tree safeguards existence. This object emits solely devastation. That night in the Dream Garden, Young E grabs his sleeve and draws him through a portal. He enters, discovering it leads to a library, but not the one Young E previously revealed. This one goes further down into a dimly lit basement. There he observes, suspended in the air before him is an impressive book, emitting light as though it were vibrant. Within the pages, Jiha discovers unsettling information regarding the Tree of Destruction, the identical force that caused the Yellowstone earthquake. It is believed to be associated with the Lord of the Abyss, a character potentially comparable to the High Lord Young had previously referenced. If the book is accurate, then America is not secure either. It describes how the tree devours the earth, its mere existence strong enough to overshadow the light of the World Tree. Understanding that he is the only one who can face it, he chooses to contact Hyun-suk and accept the U.S. offer. Jiha asks to be assigned close to Yellowstone. Hyun-suk hesitates, cautioning that the region is infested with monsters, but our protagonist insists that the tree needs to be addressed. Despite his hesitance, Hyun-suk understands he wouldn't push without cause. Hyun-suk concludes that it's more prudent to monitor Jiha and offer silent support instead of demanding answers that he is unwilling to provide. He organizes his accommodation in a town named Casper, located near Yellowstone. To guarantee safety, he insists on accompanying him personally and assures his secure return. A situation Jiha agrees to. The nature deities eavesdrop on Jiha's plea, feeling a surge of relief. Finally, he has opted to proceed independently. Otherwise, they would have compelled him to come along against his will. Winnie insists on urgent preparations, but Biam dismisses her, asserting it's manageable. The Terradrones will handle the monsters and protect Jiha while they confront the tree. When Winnie asks who will accompany Jiha on the journey, Byum addresses the worry with composed assurance, claiming he has already secured the ideal escort. Jiha gathers his belongings and heads to Incheon International Airport. At arrival, Ashley from Hunter Management welcomes him, introducing herself as his coordinator and guide in the U.S. Though she maintains a professional demeanor, she secretly admires the opportunity to meet one of Korea's emerging hunter stars, observing his gentler demeanor in contrast to his reputation. He is accompanied by Kim Dae-ok, designated as his bodyguard. Ashley is taken aback by his impressive height. Jiha confesses that despite his preparations, the idea of traveling to America still causes him anxiety, which is why he has a bodyguard. Ashley encourages him to stick to the itinerary and not to fret. She mentions that many are excited to meet him, prompting Jiha to tense and inquire if his arrival has been announced publicly. Hyun-suk enters the discussion, confessing he had placed several calls the previous night. It's wise to verify everything for such an uncommon journey overseas. Observing Hyun-suk's tired look, he inquires if he had any sleep. Hyun-suk admits he only got a few hours, increasing Jiha's concern. Once he is seated on the airplane, Jiha admires the opulence of his chair. He never thought he would travel in first class. Gazing in amazement, he opens his bag, and Yang jumps out right away, complaining about nearly suffocating inside. As the pilot's voice declares takeoff, Yang grumbles that they could have avoided the hassle if Jiha had simply ridden him. Yang complains they could have flown on his back rather than complicating matters. Jiha chuckles as she pats him, highlighting the marvel of soaring without wings. Once the aircraft finally departs, Yang gazes through the window, understanding he doesn't have to flap his wings to soar, and reluctantly acknowledges it's not so terrible after all. The plane arrives in the United States hours later. Logan Chris was standing at the terminal, leader of human resources at the U.S. Hunter Association. Next to him stood Drek, an executive from the Psyker Association. A throng of journalists and officials surged behind them, striving to see him, while the cacophony and blinding flashes sent a wave of nausea through his stomach. By the time they leave the airport, Jiha feels completely exhausted. Ashley notes that even renowned hunters fail to attract such large crowds, suggesting that his fame is truly exceptional. Ultimately, they reach Casper, a town that appears hauntingly abandoned. Ashley notes that Casper previously had almost 60,000 residents, but the population has drastically decreased in the last 10 years, resulting in just a few thousand remaining. Currently, the town primarily functions as a hub for psychers pursuing monsters close to Yellowstone, and she mentions they will be here shortly. Resolute in hiding his anxiety, he dons the enchanted ring of translation, a present from Hyun-suk. It enables him to understand and communicate in any foreign language. Upon his arrival, Hyun-suk had requested him to create scrolls for the psychers. Jiha's initial action was to arrange everyone in a line, and without interruption, create almost 300 scrolls within one day. This achievement later becomes recognized as the grace of the legendary scrollmaker. The hunters were amazed by the potency of the scrolls. After 4 hours of continuous scrolling, Jiha's shoulders began to hurt. As exhaustion takes hold, someone hands him a drink. Thankful he agreed, but then they requested a favor. Jiha, always the courteous pushover, nodded before he realized what it entailed. The man's smile remained constant as he enticed Jiha into a remote spot, sapping his energy in the intense heat. As Jiha began to doubt the detour, a black van suddenly came to a stop behind them. Before he could respond, the man pushed him inside. Heavy hands held him still, a voice whispering that he would create scrolls, not for the world, nor for hunters, yet for them eternally. The van accelerates away. The sole solace Jiha discovers is the assurance that Yang, his dragon, remains by his side, hidden inside the suitcase. He presses for answers about where they are leading him. The men merely grin and say he'll find out soon enough. Understanding that he cannot escape alone, he concludes he must depend on Yang. As he extends his hand toward the zipper, the van comes to a sudden, jarring halt. Finds wrap around the wheels, securing the vehicle firmly. The leader instructs his men to watch Jiha closely and prepares to exit. However, prior to his response, the plant emits a deafening scream. The two men at the front are frozen in shock, and in the following moment, the vines lash out and pull them abruptly from their seats. Jiha takes the opportunity, rushing out of the van, and halts at the sight of the creature standing in front of him. Yang, tired of being confined, jumps from the bag and assesses the wild plant, inquiring if this is the creature they seek. Jiha affirms that it is, at least for now. Having witnessed much worse, Yang instructs Jiha to seek shelter behind him. The vines lunge in their direction, yet Yang releases a surge of fire, turning the creature to ash in moments. Jiha, filled with joy, embraces Yang tightly in appreciation. Yang blushes, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the affection, as they ponder how to respond. A loud sound grabs their focus. Jiha glances up to spot a massive pterodrone hovering overhead. With the threat now removed, it quickly transports them to Yellowstone, the site of the earthquake and the tainted tree. Jiha. He reminds himself to concentrate on the genuine aim of his quest, removing the danger posed by the Tree of Destruction. The Radiant Book disclosed that in ancient times, the World Tree, unable to protect the entire realm, granted a portion of its strength to selected trees to serve as protectors. One of these trees was the Tree of Destruction, which had been tainted by the High Lord, who, despite being crafted by Ark, challenged his maker and asserted the title of Lord of the Abyss. The nature deities converge around the wicked tree, snapping its spiraling vines as they advance. However, they observe that the tree isn't directly assaulting them. Growler cautions that it might be causing them to let their guard down. Although Byam believes it is conveying a message, their doubts are confirmed as the tree moves. Bark morphs into skin, vines pull back into arms. Before them stands a woman with brown skin and flower-like horns. She is Organa, the High Lord of the Abyss. She ridicules the deities, calling them adorable little pets. Byam seeks her purpose, but she redirects attention, pointing at the pterodrone with Jiha. She inquires whether the energy it produces is a fabricated power created by them after Ark departed from the world. The deities quickly comprehend her purpose. Their lord approaches. They prepare their positions to protect him. However, Organa acts swiftly. Saplings burst from the earth, entwining the gods and immobilizing them. The pterodrone lowers, and she acts immediately. In an instant, she captures Jiha, holding him in her hand. Organa observes Jiha with a predatory intrigue, pondering how he can behave like a deity while appearing so weak, so trivial and ordinary. Jiha fights against her hold, but her grasp tightens, pulling him nearer as she breathes in his aroma. This piques her interest further. She inquires if he would be her pet. He denies with each motion, prompting her wicked smile. Humans have their own pets, after all. She boasts about how much improved the world would be under her rule. Remembering the destruction it caused, vows to prevent it again. Yet she is assured that people will desire her dominance. Just as she prepares to suffocate him, Jiha's fragrance evokes a deeply buried memory. The warmth radiating from him brings back memories of her father's hand. She remembers Ark gently patting her head, encouraging his children to always remember the purpose and responsibilities they were born to fulfill. She clutches her head, bewildered by her neglected responsibility. She relaxes her grip and looks up, silently seeking her father's guidance as she starts to disappear. Freed from her hold, Jiha starts to descend, yet the pterodrone dives down, grabbing him just in time. With Organa absent, Byam instructs the team to concentrate, and they ignited the Tree of Destruction. Jiha, now secure on the ground, pets his animals for their brave attempts. He subsequently places the branch of the World Tree he carried in the spot where the tainted tree had been. In the meantime, Winnie and Byam argue about whether their master's life was put in jeopardy unnecessarily. Byam stands resolute, claiming that their master, following the path of Ark, is invulnerable even to the High Lord. Yunji confesses she had questioned the plan's viability, thinking they had failed once Organa captured him, but now they had triumphed over her. Jiha then summons them over. They observe that the world tree he recently planted has rapidly developed into a colossal, towering tree. He expresses gratitude to all for protecting the area. Yong, filled with enthusiasm, dashes toward him, embracing him tightly, causing them to fall to the ground. Upon returning to the dream forest, a Pterodrone starts capturing the day's happenings. Organa, the High Lord recognized as the Queen of Mushrooms and Vines, had utilized the Tree of Destruction to arrive on Earth. The nature gods overcame her when Ark's strength in Jiha surprised her, compelling her to escape. He reflects on Organa's treatment of him as if he were insignificant, leading him to ponder whether all High Lords perceive humans similarly. The issue of her neglected responsibility troubles him. He recalls Yong's statement that every race possesses a purpose, and without it, they remain unfinished. Overwhelmed by his thoughts, he decides to take a break. Jiha stirs awake in his hotel room, only to discover Yong's enormous red face just inches away from his. A scream erupts from him before he can process. Quickly, Jiha pretends shock, asserting the dragon has just landed. Daekuin stands guard protectively in front of him. Ashley unleashes a lightning bolt at the surprised dragon, while Yong makes a quick escape. Jiha internally sighs, offering an apology to his incredibly patient dragon. Ashley inquires about Jiha, notifying him that the Tree of Destruction has disappeared from Yellowstone National Park. She mentions that the Bureau is looking into the matter and has released alerts. Jiha pretends to be surprised, concealing the complete truth. With no additional assignments, she suggests he go back to Korea with Daekuin, and quietly appreciates Jiha's altruism in producing countless scrolls for Psycheers without anticipating any reward. She says goodbye, expressing regret for wasting his time and asking him to return. Upon returning home, Jiha discovers Yong pouting in the dream garden, ignoring him completely. He nudges him with regret, highlighting how catastrophic it could have been if anyone spotted a dragon alongside him. Yong frowns but begrudgingly takes a loaf of meat as an apology. Jiha collapses onto the ground, feeling like a dragon caretaker and questioning the whereabouts of the proud, haughty dragon he once knew. He shifts his attention to the next task. The rabbits have fulfilled their role, revealing the bones. He constructs them into dragons, infusing life into their shapes. One by one, additional dragons stir to life around him, their eyes shining with fresh vitality. Jiha's life creation ability advances to level 2, enabling him to manage more intricate creations. The Dream Garden is insufficient for all 48 dragons, and their energy surpasses the capacity of the Pterodrones. He chooses to move them to a nearby sanctuary that offers ample space for them to roam and play freely. Attempting to capture their attention is futile. Each dragon is occupied with its own activities. Yong ultimately evolves into his complete, terrifying form, immediately coercing them into compliance. Jiha hopes they can live together without harming one another. Subsequently, at the refuge, the rabbits have once again excavated a deep hole, as is their usual pastime, revealing many dragon bones. This hole, though, descends deeper than any they've created previously. Intrigued, Jiha leaps down to explore and discovers himself in an expansive subterranean maze. He observes that the walls appear oddly built, and the entrance looks intended to ensnare or safeguard something. He opts to acquire knowledge prior to proceeding. Yong presents him with a book about the Great Labyrinth, written by Ark, detailing the occurrences leading up to the planting of the World Tree. The book features abstract illustrations of followers and seals indicating an ancient malevolence, yet lacks any accompanying text. Jiha discovers that Gehenna once thrived in a rudimentary form. The Ark, unhappy with the surroundings, vanquished the ancient malevolence and its adherents, confining them in the labyrinth. Jiha experiences a shock of disbelief. Earlier texts attributed the creation of Gehenna to Ark, yet this new book disputes that. Maybe the saints who penned those writings were in error. The world evidently existed prior to the World Tree. The text describes how the ancient demon confined within the Great Labyrinth would unleash total chaos upon awakening. traps would activate and its followers would wreak havoc. But the arc guarantees that nothing can exit the Great Labyrinth. It notes that the Demon Lord can serve as a training tool, although the door remains sealed. Jiha contemplates how to get in until a pterodrone points out a wall hole. He dispatches several pterodrones for investigation, but the opening is too tight for them. Jiha discovers he can enter by taking control of a small creature, thus avoiding the danger of enlarging the hole. Confident in the invulnerability from his possession skill, he enters the same hamster and carefully starts his exploration. At the same time, Jiha's animal friends are anxious about the Demon Lord's revival, weary from their battles with the last 33 lords. Winnie speculates about the number of ancient Demon Lords, and Young E mentions that around 100 remained after battling among themselves. Winnie believes the Demon Lords will clash with the hunters, but Biam notes that some may prefer to negotiate. They find it amusing to observe the lords trying to flee, provided their chaos doesn't invade their realm. Biam is sure Jiha can handle them with ease. No being has ventured into the labyrinth for centuries. The Demon Lord has now stirred, detecting a new presence. He orders his minions to seize Jiha, who is oblivious to being surrounded by malicious forces. To bring him, one attempts to stomp him, yet its hoof flexes like rubber against an obstacle surrounding him, screaming in agony. Jiha hardly registers the noise and opts for a brief glance before retreating to his reality. A different monster's machete breaks during its swing. The tiny hamster flees, causing the followers to stumble in pursuit. Crichton, the Demon Lord's chief of staff, reveals that the intruder is a tiny hamster. However, every attempt by the soldiers to strike results in their own injuries. The hamster is so elusive that even the traps fail to catch it. The Demon Lord notices this is strange. Crichton typically apprehends any intruder effortlessly. He instructs Crichton to clear a route to the throne room and employ the soldiers to attract the hamster so he can observe it firsthand. Crichton pauses, knowing that the throne room contains the very core of the labyrinth. However, the Demon Lord reiterates the command, allowing no chance for dissent. Driven by curiosity, Jiha enters the throne room, despite every instinct advising him not to. Upon entering, he instantly perceives the entity in front of him, the Demon Lord. The Crosses, Lord of Iron Blood, introduces himself and sternly asserts that they have been awakened by Jiha's intrusion. Jiha hastily offers an apology, but Crosses interrupts, insisting on knowing who dispatched him, convinced he is a messenger. RG acknowledges he found the location by chance. However, Crosses is skeptical. He probes the time period the hamster originates from and insists on understanding why a mortal confronts a creature that has endured 2 millennia immersed in bloodshed and brutality. Jiha acknowledges there's a lot to clarify, but initially requests the Demon Lord is perplexed. What assistance could a simple mortal seek from a demon? He discloses that he tends to the World Tree and possesses a shard of Ark's power. Crosses watches him cautiously, identifying Jiha as a servant of the archdemon. Our small hamster chooses to resolve the misunderstandings afterward. Crosses views God Ark as an archdemon. He expresses his desire to utilize the labyrinth for his purposes and proposes assisting the Demon Lord's escape in return for his collaboration. The demon baffled misjudges him, claiming that the archdemon rendered this labyrinth inescapable. He believes Jiha is only here to play with him, convinced that escape is futile. He remembers the book's caution that no one genuinely perishes in the labyrinth. Those who die are brought back at the entrance. The book emphasizes that the curse is everlasting, yet the reason the Arch chose to confine them for 2 millennia is unclear. He wonders if the labyrinth was revealed to him to conclude this cycle. He goes back to his garden and showers the tiny realm with rain, demonstrating his strength to Crosses. Crosses looks on in shock, struggling to comprehend the situation. As Jiha steps back in, Crosses shoots him a scornful look, whispering in revulsion, believing he is the archdemon, his lifelong foe. He claims he is not Ark and suggests redesigning the labyrinth, offering to assist Crosses in escaping if he agrees to cooperate. Tired of the constant quiet, Crosses concludes that it's irrelevant whether the hamster is truthful. He holds onto the hope the hamster provides and consents to assist. Eventually, he calls upon the High Lords, but only 3 show up. Penelope, the Lord of Delusion, the Lord of Intelligence, and Crosses himself. Penelope jokes, wondering if someone has finally released them. Crosses discusses locating an animal with powers akin to Ark, requesting assistance from the one who caused rain in the labyrinth. The Demon Lord agrees but specifies they won't be escaping immediately. Finding it amusing that they can hardly wield power in this domain, the Lord of Intelligence inquires about the intruder's identity. Crosses sets the hamster down on the table, and both lords stare in awe, as only a demon lord may enter here. Penelope states that if he can see them and enter this place, he must be linked to the archdemon. Presenting himself as the caretaker of the world tree, Jiha observes the lords confront the truth of a world changed during their slumber. He details the destruction of Gehenna by the High Lords, resulting in only a few survivors. The High Lord of Intelligence finds it ironic that a realm crafted by the archdemon was dismantled by its own creations. Penelope suffocates the hamster, playfully questioning if he learned humility from his small size, while Jiha asserts that power should never be abused. She reflects that any request he makes would surpass sitting idle and attempts to entice him into disclosing his intentions. Yet he remains immune to her abilities. He clarifies that hunters will begin to infiltrate this maze shortly, with the objective of aiding humans in becoming more powerful and providing incentives. He reflects that, together, they will construct the ultimate maze for hunters to navigate. Kaldor Tristan, the Ark's champion and a warrior beyond human limits, remains confined after. After centuries of quiet, eerie sounds resonate as monsters stir again. The unexpected action gives him the impression that it's his initial visit, with numerous creatures to defeat. Penelope sneaks up on him, entertained to witness a human surviving for more than 500 years. Kaldor lashes out, accusing demons like her of cursing him. She jokes that the labyrinth's new master is creating these sounds. Kaldor insists on discovering the identity of the new owner. However, Penelope can only mention that even the High Lords possess limited knowledge of him, though she cautions that he is altering the labyrinth as they converse. Upon hearing this, Kaldor sits up, lifting his sword to the heavens, insisting that the observer show themselves. Unbeknownst to him, the observer is concealed on Penelope's shoulder. The noises now appear to rise from below the earth, leaving him bewildered. Suddenly, he hears his name being called, distinct, intentional, and unavoidable. Jiha reads from the book, detailing Kaldor Tristan's history. Originating from the fringes of the Deus Empire, he commanded the Boar mercenary group and earned the title of champion by age 25. He battled dragons and high lords, then ventured into the vast labyrinth to pursue the demon lords, ultimately cursed and imprisoned for centuries. Upon hearing the nearby voice, Kaldor experiences a primal urge to kill. Still, Jiha finds herself captivated by the powerful presence emanating from the Ark's champion. His statistics were clearly shown in front of him. Kaldor yells at the speaker to show himself, his voice filled with irritation, and Jiha observes with respect his ability to maintain strength and sanity after 500 years. Penelope prompts Jiha to reveal himself. The man tires himself out with pointless yelling. Our hamster approaches, inquiring whether Kaldor has settled down. Frustrated, he glares at the hamster shape and insists it reveal its real identity. Nonetheless, Jiha declines to comply, and Penelope shyly confesses she hasn't watched it either. He insists on discovering Jiha's identity. Argai responds that he tends to the world tree, choosing to withhold information out of reverence for Kaldor's history as the Ark's champion. Furious, Kaldor flails and yells. Jiha looks at Penelope and gestures that now is the right moment to depart. However, the champion rushes after them, pleading and apologizing for not wanting to be left alone. Argai feels a deep sympathy for him, astonished by his survival for centuries in this condition. He inquires whether Kaldor can relax sufficiently to proceed with the discussion. The unfortunate man compels himself to behave human once more. He clarifies that for assistance, Kaldor needs to remain composed and discloses he can facilitate his escape through the Demon Lord. Although not right away, the man questions the likelihood, frustrated by his failure to find the labyrinth's entrance. Kaldor expresses skepticism and inquires if Jiha is under the Demon Lord's influence, who makes it clear they are solely collaborating with one another. Assuring him of the same support, Kaldor completely dismisses the notion of collaborating with the Demon Lord. They begin to exit, implying he may stay for another 1,000 years. Yet he quickly feels remorse for his defiance and says sorry. Jiha also expresses regret, acknowledging he was once freed by Kaldor in a similar manner, but fears it may be futile with Gehenna nearly ruined. Kaldor is filled with dread, urgently inquiring about the dragons and champions meant to serve as mediators. The hamster informs him that the dragons were unable to stop the High Lord's emergence from the abyss, not due to weakness but because the mediators neglected their responsibilities. Jiha emphasizes that Kaldor has nothing to return to. Gehenna has vanished, leaving only a handful of survivors. Kaldor flinches, questioning whether he is doomed to remain here eternally. He mentions that a new world exists for Kaldor to explore, but he cannot provide further information at this time. A wave of relief envelopes Kaldor upon realizing the survivors are likely present as well. His mood brightens as he resolutely inquires if Jiha wants him to continue eliminating the demon lords until they remain truly dead. Jiha explains that his role is to lead individuals from the other realm who will be arriving here. While Kaldor is concerned about his daunting look, he is excited about the chance to escape this nightmare. He promptly consents, mentally strategizing on how to teach the newcomers, and concludes that the initial action is to remove centuries of untamed hair. In the garden, the nature deities observe them from their tiny realm. Byam suggests enabling the system. Growler concurs that once the world tree matures, experimentation may commence. While their master readies to introduce hunters into the labyrinth, they begin their tasks, remembering the functioning of the sponsorship system. Warriors would enter the labyrinth, gaining essence and enhancements. The exceptional individuals could establish agreements with Ark or the deities of nature. They get ready to execute it, consenting to utilize essence as currency. The Terradrones quickly become thrilled, envisioning the wealth of essence they'll gather. Growler suggests selecting warriors in advance to prevent their loss. Yang fears that sharing power could lead to greed. Pani argues they exist solely to inspire the hunters to advance, not to obstruct their development. Byam emphasizes that this system is reserved for those genuinely deserving of power. While the training approach is their choice, he concludes by urging them to reflect on their master's desires. Ultimately, they all agree to observe and wait for further developments. Several days go by. Sung Hyuk discovers an invitation to the Great Labyrinth awaiting him at his door. Sung Hyuk arrives at the Great Labyrinth on a Terradrone. They were taken aback to find others assembled there too. They asked each other about the location, but no answers emerged. Deo K-hoon points to a table by the entrance featuring a Terradrone adorned with decorations. Wayan inquires whether they are available for indoor use. Sung Hyuk murmurs that perhaps it's pursuing a side gig since the master ceased providing food. Wayan selects an object from the table, and the Terradrone presents her with a sketch suggesting it remedies delusion spells, a spell employed by Penelope, the succubus, to dominate others' bodies. Wayan gazes at the radiant stone, assuming it's essential for finding her way through the labyrinth's dim and perplexing tunnels. She inquires about the cost. The Terradrone indicates a sign requesting 4 essences. Furious, she attempts to negotiate it down to 3, even giving her fiercest glare. Steering clear of eye contact, the small figure knocks on the sign once more, insisting on 4 essences. Sung Hyuk calms her down, and she places her essences forcefully on the table. He notices various other products available, igniting interest in what additional items they may require inside. Deo K-hoon remembers tales of the demon lord and formidable creatures residing within, prompting the group to decide to explore it firsthand. As soon as they enter, the maze leads into an expansive woodland and a solitary man rests quietly on a stone, as if he has been anticipating their arrival. Wayan murmurs he resembles Bolander, but a disheveled Kaldor welcomes them. The group senses a powerful energy emanating from him as he talks. He presents himself, inquiring if they are Earth Hunters. He acknowledges being aware of their actions but not their identities. Then, with a cold certainty, he gestures toward Margreta and inquires if she carries the name Russell. Margreta gasps. When Kaldor mentions knowing Marlene, a champion strikingly similar in appearance to her, the reality sets in, and she insists on finding out if he is the champion of the Arkansas. Kaldor confesses he is, but he has been imprisoned here for 500 years. Dae-ok-hoon remembers unclear tales of such a title from long ago, while Wayan is doubtful, questioning if any human could survive that long. Kaldor brushes aside their worries, reminding them that to navigate the labyrinth, they must put their faith in him. Sung Hyuk perceives the man as exuding danger, yet he strangely does not seem like an adversary. Dae-ok-hoon confronts him, insisting on evidence for his assertion of the Ark's ownership while affirming his allegiance to the Ark. He throws his axe, and it crackles with untamed energy, and when it falls, the ground fractures wide beneath the impact. All are amazed by the immense strength. Kaldor inquires whether they are prepared to start a serious discussion. Hoon commits to discovering the labyrinth's mysteries and Kaldor's involvement afterward. They trail behind him into the woods. The reference to Ark's champion ignites a feeling in Margreta, as it was a revered title of her forebears, a heritage she longs to recover. She decides at that moment to demonstrate her value in the maze to earn the title for herself. As the battle commences, the monsters are easily overpowered. Sung Hyuk's sword, Wayan's fire magic swiftly eliminated them effortlessly. The simplicity of the fight disturbs him. It ought not to be this easy. But then he feels an invisible entity watching them. Notifications flood in. Mighty God's Fong asserts it is correct, while Growler insists he must enhance. The sudden appearance of Growler surprises him, making him question why he is present uninvited.